Hey, right, here we are on a Friday night, party night, lockdown night. I think I am showing an enormous amount of restraint in that this is my first alcoholic beverage of the day. Hello, Justin and Meg Leach. Oh, freezer martinis. Oof. Yeah, that's the stuff. Hey, Celtic King, how's it going? Oh, yeah, that is good. Yes, so like I said, I am a model of decorum and restraint because that little sippy sip is my first alcoholic beverage of the night. Justin, you're not in lockdown, but you must have a lot of faith in your border guards being friggin' surrounded by the plague bearers in New South Wales. Yikes is all I've got to say. Yikes. I remember it was a while ago there was a problem. Someone reported the people who were at a hotel in Canberra because they suspected something's going on. It was a whole bunch of Sydney. I think it was like a couple dozen people from Sydney had booked into this motel in Canberra, and they were just like partying on down because it's really easy to get in to Canberra. Obviously, there's no actual physical restraint, and once they were there, they could go and party and shit, which was very irresponsible of them. But then again, people are shitheads. That's what I'm going to say. Nobody, hello. Greetings to you, good sir. And cheers. Oh, I do love a freezer martini. Rabbit Man Greg, hello to you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you all. Just chilling out. East Coast lockdown. Which we'll pretend doesn't include the ACT because ACT is not locked down. But there we go. The rest of the East Coast mainland states sigh. But it is what it is, and we're stuck with it. So dang, and I don't want to put the mockers on anything, but Mrs. Angry is not feeling positive. She reckons our current Melbourne lockdown will go for a couple of weeks, which I thought was a bit of a bleak outlook. Just to be pointless for the ACT to close its border. Yeah, people cross every day for work and shit. Yes. Yeah. Oh man, that's like nice dry martini, very gin heavy. Celtic King, a freezer martini is a martini you keep in the freezer. I've mixed it up in here. There's like, I think it's 4 different sorts of gin in there, and a little bit of vermouth because I like my martini dry. Mr. Blumenstein, hello. Anything happening in the world? No. I believe this period in history will go down in the history books as the quiet times, the period of human history where nothing much at all happened. And there we go. So nobody, you reckon the Queensland hopes is for your lockdown to finish on Sunday? Well, hopefully, because taking the quick action got under control. I mean, I honestly didn't think our lockdown would go longer than the week. Okay, it absolutely depends what happens this weekend. It depends. They get lots of testing done and find out how many people are infectious and whatnot. Uh, I think by Monday we will have a much better picture. So yes, the idea of a freezer martini is it's chilly as fuck, and that makes it taste good. Cold martinis are good martinis, and it's quite neat. You can't really see it, but when it's like the gin isn't going to freeze in the freezer, but there is vermouth in here, just a small amount, because like I said, I like it dry. So it's like 4 parts gin to 1 part vermouth, or maybe even less vermouth than that. But vermouth would freeze in a freezer because it's got a lower alcohol content. So when I pour it, it's just slightly viscous. It's slightly syrupy. And I don't know, it just looks cool. And that just tells me it's real cold because the vermouth is trying to freeze. Yes, musical aviator. Dickheads and protests mean much greater risk of longer lockdowns. I mean, Sydney's just fucked. Sydney is just going to get progressively worse until the New South Wales government pull their fucking head in, swallow their pride, admit they were horrifically fucking wrong, and enforce much stricter controls. And stop lying. Stop lying to themselves. Stop lying to the public about what they're doing. Got to completely stop movement around Sydney, like, the old Ring of Steel idea, and mandate masks everywhere, including outdoors. Kirsten, Hellion, hello. Sydney's just going to get progressively worse until the New South Wales government swallow their fucking pride and admit they were wrong. Yes, nobody, the anti-vax protests and lockdown protests, they're such fuckwits. So we'll see. Celtic King. Toby's been emailing Sawyer, former member of Heaven's Cult. Heaven's Gates Cult. Toby's done some more research. He'll organise an interview uploaded to YouTube. Well, that sounds interesting. And good evening to you, Raiders. Musical Aviator, you were going to LARP and do a Jeans for Jeans fundraiser. I had a night out with Mrs. Angry that we booked months ago. It's this igloo thing at Federation Square, and it was really heavily booked. And months ago, we booked it for this weekend, and now it's not going. Again, look, okay, and that's like, oh, dough. I would have liked to have gone out, but considering just the immense hardships that so many people are feeling, I'm not making that big a deal about losing a night out. Hey Lee, how's it going? Justin, if Sydney had a Ring of Steel, it might be easier for you to visit Melbourne. That's true. Well, yeah, Celtic King, that's a very interesting thing Toby's doing. The suicide cult, Heaven's Gate, was one of the ones who missed, because most of them actually died. Most of them did actually suicide, and but not all of them. I know. Did I say hello, Lee? Hello, Lee. If I didn't say hello, my freezer martini's kicking in already. Strong martini, and I poured myself a very generous. This martini glass holds a lot. Like that, you see, I've been sipping it. That's probably that. How much is left is probably like 2 standard drinks worth. Lorianda, hello. Getting very close to normal conditions, opening up, almost no restrictions. I assume you have much better vaccination rates than us, because ours sucks. It's just that, like, we've sacrificed so much to get to the point where there's virtually no community transmission, like 0 cases in Australia. But we're having an outbreak at the moment. But we sacrificed so much to get to there. Nobody wants to give that up because it feels like everything we sacrificed would be for nothing if we just give up. Not sure if we're falling into the sunk cost fallacy there. I don't think so. I did not see that rate by suicide misinformation from a 7 presenter. I assume you mean them incorrectly saying suicide rates had gone up and they're blaming it on lockdowns. People being upset and depressed and anxious because of lockdowns is perfectly normal. Lifeline apparently had their highest number of calls in a single day for their entire history. But what is clear is the suicide rate has not gone up. And it is occasionally falsely reported by right-wing fuckheads. Earthgrow, hello, and hello, Laura. Hello. Oofed. Okay. I've been very generous to myself with this martini. Only halfway through, and I can definitely feel it. So, hurrah for freezer martinis. I think I'll top this up. You can see it's about a third gone, quarter to a third gone now. So I think I'll top it up and put it back in the freezer. Add some more gin and some more vermouth. Justin, maybe a federal Labor government would send the army in an overall news. No, that would be a fucking terrible idea. That would be an abominably bad idea. Miranda, you added children 12 to 15 can be vaccinated if they want to, which is great. It'll be a very long time before any sort of teenagers who aren't specifically at risk groups get vaccinated here. So Kilting, okay, the Heaven's Gate thing, 39 suicides in the mansion within a year, 3 more would go. Now the 2 members caring for the website, copywritten content, 2 interviews. Seems always one of them. There was, okay, here's a bit of trivia. At the time of the Heaven's Gate thing, my partner at the time was born in the Philippines. And it turns out that one of the cult members who wasn't there for the mass exodus was a Filipino. And this is back in the 90s with the fun Usenet news groups. And there was one for the Philippines. There was one of the subsets was soc, as in sociology. And it was like soc.culture.philippines. And there's some very interesting stuff on there. And a particularly funny thread of people saying, why wouldn't they let the Filipino go on the spaceship with them? Because that was their whole thing. They would ascend to this spaceship. And so the Filipinos were making jokes about why would they have not let the Filipino on the spaceship. And if you know Filipino culture, the jokes were very funny. The 2 I remember is because they wouldn't let him on because his luggage was in a balakbayan box, which just, I think, basically translates as carry-on box. Filipinos, when they're traveling internationally, have a habit, instead of using luggage, they put stuff in cardboard boxes, like big cardboard boxes, which baggage handlers at airports hate. I actually heard some baggage handlers at LA International complaining about it. Ding, I wonder if that's AIDSy. I should check. So yes, that might not sound funny, but if you know Filipino culture, him being refused entry to the spaceship because his luggage was in a balakbayan box is actually funny. I put my phone over here to charge. It is. All right, I'll bring it over here. I'll send him the link and we'll see what happens. Earthgrey, you survived your second Facebook threat to shut your ELW account. First time about Christian history. Day for posting friendly Geordies vid. New South Wales government take vaccine for. You got a warning for posting a friendly Geordies vid? That is weird. Hello, Abigail. How are you? Okay, Raiders. So the bullshitter previously pushed the Sudanese gang lie. Yeah, they're all just fucking hacks. Lorianda, why the flashing Christmas lights? I'm not a 16-year-old girl making their room into a purple pink disco show. Maybe I am. Maybe I am on the inside. Laura, we will probably do Angry Bunch. I'll just see how long it takes to get AIDSy here. Fire up the old Gmail. Send. All right. All right. Also, Lorianda, that's my cocktail video background. Just to make the videos a bit more visually interesting. I have a problem with backgrounds. Okay. Send you the link. I love how that auto completes because 90% of the messages I send to AIDSy sent you the link. And now he will do the unnecessary thank you text. Because he's Gen X, not millennial. And that's just how we roll. So, yes, assuming AIDSy joins us, I'll bring him in, give him time to decompress, get whatever off his chest, and then open it up to Angry Bunch. And then I'll probably make my cocktail videos while everyone's just chatting. So, Raiders, Summit 7 are doing a great job relying on facts only. Georgia Love seems like an outlier. I just have such a low opinion of journalists, including ABC journalists. I mean, ooh, Kirsten, what if today he doesn't want? You think if today he won't send me the thank you text? He might not. He absolutely might not. Thanks, Celtic, for all the love. So music over. Speaking of friendly Geordies, Gladys taking COVID vaccines from Central Coast Orange to redistribute to Sydney. That was hilarious that they did that and said, because you don't need them. And then there was an outbreak in the areas where they took the vaccines from. And this is the whole thing. And hi, Luke, by the way. The ridiculous poncing about they did was only a week or two ago of saying other states should send their vaccines to New South Wales because we need them more. And all the other states said, oh, you could also go fuck yourself. And it's just because no one has spares. Just this ridiculous concept that, everyone's lounging about with extra vaccine doses. It's just not real. And because of New South Wales's fuckery, we can't get it. Speaking of New South Wales fuckery,
hello. I've been involved in New South Wales fuckery so many times now.
There was a good few years of that, wasn't there?
Many years of that, and I can tell you that I'm not surprised that we are in. I think you were talking about the fact that we're in a snap hard lockdown again.
Yep, 6th one. Yeah.
Well, hard lockdown 3, 6th lockdown in total.
Well, it's not our hardest lockdown. We had the one very long, very extended, very hard lockdown.
But this is
it's not that, but no, it's at least
number
the fourth,
6. It's number
6. It's at least
already.
the fourth hard lockdown, in as much as there are rules like there are only 4, or now there's 5 reasons, because the vaccine is one of the reasons to leave your home. You're not allowed to go more than 5 kilometers from your home. Most of the stores are shut. This is the 4th time we've had that level. The 4th time we've had a lockdown that's basically more strict than what Sydney's doing now, even as it spirals out of control.
Yes,
because I might be wrong.
Spiraling out of control.
Yeah,
which is
I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but I think they're still not mandating masks outdoors, which is ridiculous. The Burnett Institute just released a study that said, when Melbourne put in a mask mandate outdoors as well as indoors, that was the turning point. That was like flipping a switch. Everything else was starting to have an effect, and then they went, and you got to wear a mask everywhere, and the caseload changed almost overnight, and it was just like, we know for a fact the difference it makes. It's like, Jesus. Kirsten confirms no mask mandate outside. It's just stupid as fucked.
Have you got to wear your mask on the bus, Kirsten?
Yes. No, they've had it on public transport for a while. It's masks indoors, masks on public transport. They have had that for a while, but they still don't have an outdoor mask mandate, which we do at the moment, because we know for a fact that makes a difference. Abigail's had a hard few days, so good. I'm glad you're looking forward to tonight, Abigail. We can hopefully unwind, release some tensions.
Well, I've had a hard few days too, Abigail.
Well, yes, you falling over and fucking your entire fucking body up, if I remember from our message.
But I was thinking of trying to get the smut involved.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Involving Dr. Abigail, hard few days, Abigail.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Wasn't
saying?
it? Good man
Abigail,
is hard.
You know what I'm saying?
Good,
You know what I'm saying?
good man.
I'm saying,
Good
I'm
man
saying.
is hard to find, and a hard man is good to find.
Well, I'm good to find.
Yeah.
And yeah, I fucked up my back, and it's but you get that. You're allowed to fuck up your back. Because it's Christianly.
Yeah. It is. Look, I mean, honestly, it's very. You're like one of the great martyrs at the moment with the suffering.
I know. They're gonna have a St. Crispin's AIDSy Day. And what that's going to be is people are going to have to stand on the backs of things like carts or utes, or on town hall steps, and say, "Where were you on St. AIDSy's Day?" Pity that be them that are abed on this, smoking bongs full of powders on St. AIDSy's Day. And, won't they be crying when they're not laughing at double rainbows on this St. AIDSy's Day? So that'll be St. Crispin's AIDSy's Day. Yeah. That'll be how it's marked in the future.
Yeah. That's, okay. That's a reference to Shakespeare's Henry V, for those who don't know. There was a very good film version done fucking 30 years ago with young Kenneth Branagh. It's quite a long time ago. It's very good.
Need to come back to at that point.
Yeah. And I still remember when I watched that, because you think of the histories, you don't think... Okay, so there are three types of Shakespeare plays, basically. The comedies, the tragedies, and the histories. And the histories are arguably the less appreciated ones, and you don't think so much about them. And then watching Henry V, this film version, and because I'd never really studied it, I just went to see the film, and the number of turns of phrase that we still use today that are in that play. And this is one of the lesser regarded ones because it's a history. It's absolutely mind-blowing how many turns of phrase from Henry V still in use.
In Merchant of Venice, there's "Get a big black dog up here, you can't," which today still is being used, in many social circumstances. But people just don't appreciate. Fuck you, you snot rocket. That was out of 12th Night. And others.
We're happy for you. See, this is what now I feel I'm looking up these speeches, and the other great one from Henry V is "Once more unto the breach," because he's laying siege to a castle and they're outnumbered and everyone thinks they're going to die. And he gives this one really stirring speech of why you should give it a big one. But then in the midst of the battle, when they're breaking down the walls and stuff, and it's in the balance, Henry charges in screaming, once more into the breach, dear friends, or stop up the wall with our English dead, which is okay, less and but yeah, he wins. Oh, and he also does that great speech where the siege isn't quite resolved, and he makes a speech to the people in the walled city and essentially says, look, you might repel us, you might win the day, and but we might get in there. And I'm going to tell you now, if you make us fight our way in anymore, I am going to kill every last one of you. Every single one of you dies, okay?
There's going
No
to be
quarter,
God sorts them out situation here, mate.
no prisoners, no quarter. I'm going to fucking kill everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So your call, your call. Are you feeling lucky, punk? Because you might be right. You might win. But if I win, I will fucking kill all of you.
But in all the
Alternative,
excitement, I don't
yeah,
know whether I fucking used 6 or 7 armies.
it was that type of thing. Yeah, he was so dirty harrying it, and
Are
he
you
said,
feeling
"Look,
lucky? What's French for punk?"
yeah, it's basically like surrender and you all live. Fight, you might win, but if I win, I will fucking kill every one of you." And
right.
they go, fair call, fair cop, governor. We surrender.
It's a French term.
Yeah.
Surrender. French, very French.
Sorry, just another Sydney thing. Warlord King saying you can go fake food shopping. Yes, there's a ridiculous amount of shopping still happening in Sydney. It's ridiculous. Okay, Abigail sent a message and she wants you to see it.
Etsy, I love you, and I'm all for helping you cheer you up and being a bit flirty at times, but not tonight, please. Fair call.
Fair call. That's an absolute, and that is always a reasonable call that anyone can make at any time, quite honestly.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
That's completely reasonable.
I want to do the Feast of St. Crispian speech. Not in a real Kenneth Branagh way, but literally just read it. This is how he gets his army to go against into a fight where the odds are against them. He goes, "This day is called the Feast of St. Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes home safe will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He shall live this day and see old age, will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbours and say, 'Tomorrow's St. Crispian.' Then he will strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, 'These wounds I had on Crispin's day.' Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot. But he'll remember, with advantages, what feats he did that day. Then shall our names familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day until the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother, be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England, now abed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speak that fought with us upon St. Crispin's Day." It's basically like you will have a big swingy dick for the rest of your life if you join me in this battle. And anyone who's not here will be embarrassed they're not here.
I feel that Shakespeare is rightly criticised for ripping that off from Independence Day, the movie.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yes. He absolutely stole the president's.
I think that Shakespeare could have fucking gone back to the angled desk and got out the black letter pen and put a bit more work in. Because he's just taken Independence Day after the president's got up on the back of a Humvee. Was it a Humvee?
It was something like that. Yeah.
And and he's gone,
no. He was having video night with Christopher Marlowe, and they watched that and they went, "That's pretty cool."
There you go. Put that in.
That's
Christopher.
what you want. He goes,
Who was the bastard?
I can't just take it. And it's like, well, change a few words.
You know,
Change a few words. If that's what you
Christopher was a
want.
bastard for that. Rip that off, Shaky. Shaky. Get us another beer and rip that off. That'll work there. Fuck, no one will know. No one will know.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 people will see it. It's it's a Will Smith movie. It's actually pretty good, but no one will appreciate it. And the movie studio is going to fuck the ending anyway. It's a Will Smith movie. It's a rule.
And then they'll make a sequel without Will Smith because everyone wants that.
Everyone wants that.
Everyone wants a sequel that doesn't have Will Smith in it. That's a.
I feel for Will Smith. A number of the movies I've seen have gone, yeah, man, you've done a really good job there. And then the last 15 minutes ago, the studio got to you, didn't they? Yeah, that sucks. Fucking classic, of course, is I Am Legend. And you go, why is it called I Am Legend? Oh, well, because the studio got to it and fucked the last 15 minutes of it.
Yeah.
And the whole point of the movie is lost. And what else did they have? What was the one where he and the son go to the old planet Earth and planet Earth re-evolved?
Oh, I haven't actually watched that. It's called After Earth or something.
Yeah, well, the same thing happened, right? It was like actually really very well done, and then they actually just screwed it. What was the one where it was about the founding of the Secret Service and the protection of Lincoln? Wild Wild West.
Oh God, Wild Wild West.
Wild Wild West was going along
terrible.
quite happily until they put a mechanical fucking spider in it.
The mechanical spider. What was that? And I don't know if you've noticed that was a TV show in like the 60s, Wild Wild West, and it was 2 characters. One who was a cowboy type thing, and the other one who was like a weird inventor, and that was. They just took it to a really stupid place. And I mean, they had Kevin Kline and Will Smith. How do you make a bad movie with Kevin Kline and Will Smith, honestly?
Yeah, and they managed it. You can even see fucking Kenneth Branagh, who was in that movie, basically going, what the fuck am I doing in this large flightless bird? And going on, I'm going to do the characterization bit, but it's dumb, and I'm here now. If you go through the Wild Wild West movie, right, and you go, oh yeah, and they've got this whole political shenanigans going on with effectively the Louisiana Purchase and the western bit of the United States about to come under effectively a coup by the Senate of the United States. You've got the makings of a movie that could have been really fucking interesting. But no, that wasn't good enough. I don't know who the producer was, but apparently he'd been at a party the week before or something, and these kids found a spider in the fucking garbage, and he wanted this fucking spider in this movie, and they had to put it in. There it was, sticking out like dog's balls and being ridiculous.
It was ridiculous, but yeah. Hey, do you want some company? Should we bring others in?
Absolutely, bring in some company.
All right. So it's Angry Bunch time. I'll just post the link-a-rooney. There's a link. There's the link for anyone who wants to joino. finished your beverage. Finished my freezer martini. So I'm feeling good, and I want to make some cocktails. I've got a fake making this because I made it earlier. This is a milk clarified Singapore sling, because I think Monday is Singapore's National Day. So yeah. Hello, Laura.
Hello there. How you doing?
Good. How are
Hi,
you?
Laura. How you doing?
I'm doing very well, actually. Since last time you've seen me, AT, I'm now getting HRT. I'm a month and a half in now.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like
Nice.
that.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm
I
not
think my
getting
skin is
that.
starting to get softer now.
Ooh,
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
that's nice. Like a bit of
It
that.
is nice. Like a bit of soft skin. And Lee joining us as well. Hello, Lee.
Hello.
Hello, Lee. How you going? You're looking smart again.
Oh, I could shave.
Yeah, you shaved and got the good shirt on. Mm.
So Abigail says she's going to join us. She's just fixing a drink. Nobody might join, but he's in the middle of a download that he thinks is screwing up his bandwidth. So he's going to wait for that.
That makes sense. That makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
Did you see my little thing before? There already is an Independence Day 2
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They made a sequel without Will Smith.
I thought
who the
you
hell-
were saying that, like, are they gonna make a new second one or something?
No. I
No,
said they did make one
Gotcha.
without Will Smith. And
It wasn't very good.
who the hell wants an Independence Day sequel without Will Smith?
It
Honestly.
wasn't very good.
No,
I mean,
the newspapers at the time had the aliens out of Independence Day in the Woomera detention centre in their political cartoons, and that pretty much ended the commentary for the movie. But then to have, for me, that pretty much said it all. And then to have an Independence Day 2. I mean, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say with an Independence Day 2? Who was coming? Would they come back?
Again, conceptually, the plot for Independence Day 2 is not terrible as a concept. Like, humans rightly assumed the aliens would probably have another go, and they spent all that year deconstructing and recreating the alien technology that was left behind, and building Earth versions of alien technology in the hope they'd have a fighting chance if the aliens returned. And then, of course, you found out the aliens weren't a, monolithic evil. There were some who were trying to stop this intergalactic conquest thing. And it's not terrible, but it was just like the first, from out of the gate, it stumbled. They went, Will Smith was asking for too much money. So we now need to justify making the movie without Will Smith. So it was like, his son as a young man. And I'm sorry, but no one cares about Will Smith's son if Will Smith isn't there.
With the exception of Will Smith.
Well, but I mean, it's not his real son. So
Not his real son. Not really Smith. Not Smith Jr.
Yeah.
Philosopher
Jaden.
doesn't want
Is it Jaden?
spoilers. Jaden is his kid. I won't say any more than that. The biggest spoiler is pretty shithouse. Also, calling no spoilers for something that is, I don't know, 5 or 10 years old is boring. But I literally don't remember what happened because it was just not memorable. It's just not.
Yeah, that's it. I've seen it, but I can't remember. I just don't remember it not being that brilliant. Oh,
Yeah.
I tell you a movie I did watch the other day, which is really good. And that's Jack the Giant Killer.
Really?
That was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Feel like I know that one. Who's in it?
I can't remember. Let me have a look.
Yeah, Abigail's joining us too. Hello, Abigail. Oh no, she's just remembered something.
Hi, Dr. Abigail.
Oh, headset. Yeah. Let me see. Hello, Stella. By the way, she's Very excited to see you. Safa, no Will Smith in the Suicide Squad. Yeah, but literally, Will Smith was good in that first Suicide Squad movie. It's just the first Suicide Squad movie wasn't very good, so no one really gives a shit. Like, literally, the only interesting character who is carried through is Harley Quinn. And Will Smith was not by no means terrible in Suicide Squad, but no one really gives a shit if he's not in the Suicide Squad. But
the big thing
Hello.
about Suicide Squad that was hello Abigail.
Hello.
Big thing about Suicide Squad that was a big giveaway was there is an hour and a half footage of Joker as Jared Leto that's not in the
Cheers,
movie.
everyone.
Yeah.
That's a problem. If you've
I think he shouldn't have been in it at all. He should have just been cut out completely.
We shouldn't have cut out completely.
Nothing.
And he shouldn't have been given his own movie, and he shouldn't have been given the role of the Joker. The Joker was always going to be a problem after Heath Ledger died. Because whoever was going to get the new gig was going to have to do something about that. The easiest way to do that would have been to go straight back to the cartoons and animations and listen to tapes of Mark Hamill.
He does a very good Joker. Yeah.
And
I have to admit,
and then try from there. Don't try and do a Jared Leto and go, I'm going to reimagine the characters. Like, dickhead, you're not 80 years old and you didn't write it. Yeah. And you obviously don't know what you're doing.
That whole thing with the face tattoos and shit was just embarrassing. It was just... And again, a lot of his performance is not terrible. It's just the whole way they decided to present it was stupid as hell. The idea of having the Joker as a peripheral character in a movie is stupid as hell.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Well, he's only a peripheral character in the movie because he fucked it so badly for most of his shoot.
Even with half an hour of him being cut out, the movie was too long.
Even with a half an hour of him being cut out was too long, definitely. But the stuff that he did, so he did an hour and a half. Most of it didn't get up, and the reason it didn't get up was that it was terrible. The Jared Leto stuff. Now, you got to understand the reason I'm saying all this stuff is that I am the guy when the movies come on and people criticize them. I go, well, look, mate, I'm like this with Star Wars movies, right? People say, oh, that was a terrible movie. The first three were the 1, 2, 3 movies were terrible, and Anakin Skywalker was sucked, and it was shocking. I want my money back, and all that. And I always scream and yell, well, why don't you put your $400 million movie next to George Lucas's $400 million movie, and we'll see fucking who did better job. So I'm very, very reluctant to criticize movies per se, except when the criticisms are so very, very obvious and on a fundamental and or structural level. So I'll criticize studios a lot. I'll criticize studios for doing...
No, I just would say there is a lot... Sorry, I have to cut across. Lee, there is a lot of background noise.
Sorry.
I found the answer. It's Jack the Giant Slayer. Nicholas Hoult, who was in Mad Max Fury Road as well.
Yeah, he was in a whole bunch of stuff. Yes.
Eleanor Thompson, Stanley Tucci. I think it's Tucci. I don't know. Tucci, maybe.
It's got Stanley Tucci in it. I'm already sold.
Yeah. The thing is, that guy gets around in lots of things, and he's able to change the look so many times.
Yeah, no, Stanley Tucci is a bit of a legend.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't realize that he was the guy in Hunger Games, the presenter guy.
Yes.
And it's like, wow.
Very out there in Hunger Games.
Yes. Yeah, that's like a lot of projection, not as in psychology projection, just able to project, I am the presenter of this really cool thing.
Being a carnival barker, essentially, he's very good at
it.
it.
But it's also got Bill Nye and Ewan McGregor in there as well. So really good film. I really enjoyed it. I don't want to spoil it for people, but the ending is brilliant.
Oh, okay.
So it's Jack like, okay, that was unexpected.
Cool.
It was a wry smile at the end. So definitely watch that if you can. It's 2013. Directed by Bryan Singer.
Oh, okay. Well, so it's got quite a pedigree. It's got a good cast, a good director, or at least a director capable of doing good direction. So,
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like the best movie ever, but it's just it's a really good, enjoyable one nonetheless for me.
Nice. Right, I'm just going to switch some lights on. Alrighty.
I often worry about sort of trying to suggest a movie being good, because then I get someone who watches it, I don't think it was that good, and it's like, well, it's
personal taste is personal. I mean, I do think there's some stuff that you can, even though, well, okay, I was going to be sarcastic and say there's some stuff that you can safely say is objectively bad, and always the first thing that pops into my head for that is the Twilight movies. But there are millions of people who love the Twilight movies, so who the fuck am I?
Yeah. You see, I always go to. I got to find the picture now because it's totally relevant.
Oh, nice.
But I got to wait for my computer to wake up the hard drive.
Oh, Kirsten is saying getting lazy in your house. Bought a Starwood New Old Fashioned to drink tonight. Well, I've kicked off with my freezer martini, so I was not putting in a lot of effort either. But now I'm going to pretend to make this thing that I actually already made earlier today. I've just got to do my 2 camera stuff on it. What are you doing, Aids? It's like something is occupying your attention there.
What I'm doing is I'm looking up pictures of Jack the Giant Slayer on my electric telephone, which I found out recently also doubles as an internet viewing device. So
there's the picture.
There's a picture. Sesame Street's Count punching Edward from Twilight.
I like that.
It's cheesy.
I like that. Vampires don't sparkle.
Well, I always said, because apparently the Mormon lady who wrote that and was literally had never watched a vampire movie, which is why she did so much dumb shit in it. One of the ones I forced Aidsy to watch, 30 Days of Night, which is possibly the darkest, most violent vampire movie I've seen. I'd always wanted to strap her into a chair, Clockwork Orange style, where she's restrained and has things holding her eyes open and her head's in a brace so she can't look away, and just watch these scary Eurotrash vampires dismember everyone in the Alaskan town. And just occasionally I'd probably just scream to the point that spittle was flecking her face. That's what a fucking vampire movie is, okay?
Yeah.
And, that's not that productive. So, someone should stop me. I shouldn't be allowed to do that. That wouldn't be very productive.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I probably would have shown her pictures of various different species having procreative sex, because that's something that she didn't understand or know about.
Sex happens.
I probably would have got to see some alternate sex as well. probably something she didn't understand anything about. Yeah, I got sucked into seeing a Twilight movie, and I got tricked into it because I got promised something if I saw this all the way through, for the purpose of criticizing one aspect of it.
Okay.
And I think I was supposed to be criticizing the coloring.
Okay.
The colorizing of it. And so I saw this movie, and these four bastards who'd set me up were giggling behind their hands halfway through the movie as I was going more and more furious as the thing was going along, going, what the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is going on? And then there's a famous, sorry, I might be committing a spoiler here, where one of the vampires goes up high in the forest and shows Bella, this is what we are, and sparkles in the sunshine. Shine. And I lost my shit. And went, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Loudly enough so that we had neighbours coming around saying, would you mind awfully keeping it down? We've got young children trying to go to bed. And it wasn't terribly late. It was only like 10:30 at night. But I was really fucking letting it go at the TV. And it was summertime, so the windows were open.
That's fair.
And I was really, really letting it go.
I was just putting the link in there again in case Renegade Faith wanted to join us, because I'll give you 30 seconds, Abby, because I'm about to do a cocktail video and leave everyone to their own devices for 10 minutes. But
I've never really liked horror movies. They just don't really work very well for me because my head goes, that's not real.
Yeah,
not
I don't find them scary.
I don't find them scary because that's not real. I was more scared by watching The Hitcher than watching, I don't know, Freddy Krueger or anything like that. Because The Hitcher, possible thing. Freddy Krueger, not possible thing.
Diary of a Chainsaw Massacre.
Although I must admit, I did enjoy, for the silliness of it, What We Do in the Shadows. That was
fun. That was so much fun. What we do.
The movie, the TV series, the spin-off series, Wellington Paranormal, they're all good. They're all so good.
Wasn't it What We Do in the Dark?
No, it's What We Do in the Shadows.
What We Do in the Shadows. Okay.
And you can actually get the short film on YouTube, which was the original sort of short film Taika Waititi did with his friends, with mostly the same cast. And what's interesting is how few jokes they reused. Like, he made a short film, and that ended up getting him the funding to make a feature. And it's the same characters. The plot is quite different, and they don't reuse many of the jokes, which I found quite interesting. So
it's refreshing too.
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube. It's worth watching.
Let's not forget that obviously you can't kill a joke when it's an undead joke.
Hey, undead jokes. Hey.
Laura, that was a bit close to the bone there, Laura. Mind you, my favorite line out of what we the things we do in the shadows is Terry, we're werewolves, not swearwolves. Terry.
Yeah, and werewolves were meant to get their own movie too. There was meant to be a werewolf. No, it never or it might still happen, but they talked at one point.
There is also a TV show. There's Wellington Paranormal.
Yeah,
of Wellington Paranormal and What We Do in the Shadows TV show.
It's American vampires, or vampires in America. The TV show is vampires in New York.
Oh, is it?
Manhattan Island. Yeah.
Oh, that's disappointing.
And, no, but it's really good. They're not Americans. But it's good. And there's one particularly hilarious episode where these vampires have been declared to do something wrong. So they're brought before the Vampire Council to be judged, and it's all people who've played vampires in movies. It's like Tilda Swinton and Wesley Snipes. The guys from the What We Do in the Shadows movie are there, and it's just hilarious. The whole Vampire Council is people who've played vampires in movies. It's brilliant.
That's great. That's
really
really good.
All right,
Okay, I'm
so
gonna have to watch it now.
Yeah, it's
Damn
really
you!
good. No, the TV series is really good. Look, I'm going to switch
Okay.
my microphone off.
Yeah, I can't hear you, but your little thing isn't on saying hi. Yeah, I haven't got a microphone. But we'll just assume that we can't hear him because we can't hear him. I've always loved the fact that Angry does that with his hair before he starts anything.
Yeah.
Gives a bit of open it and then away we go. Because you always know when you're ready to go with Angry because he's like, da 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 da, and then you're away. In fact, if he doesn't do that with your hair, you know, you got another 5 minutes to have a smoke before you do something else. So what's been happening in town, folks?
Lockdown.
Well, there's that, but there's things to do in lockdown. Like, you know, there's sections of wall that I think that'll look good in piss. Or maybe
I've been
it's
rearranging my lounge room to accommodate 5 other people in my apartment for D&D games, just in time for a lockdown.
Yeah, that's disappointing. That's
Yeah.
disappointing because you go, okay, this is going to be a rock and rolling D&D game. I'm going to roll a crit and kill them all. And then they go, yeah, no, lockdown.
Yarp.
Laura, are you locked down at the moment?
No, they've actually been unlocking everything. And it's not going too bad, actually. You know, still got too many people getting sick, but largely it's been okay.
I was with a person a little while ago, Laura, who was a nurse, and she was an anti-vaxxer, and
Yike.
I was quite mortified. So she began the conversation with everybody's okay. Sorry, Laura. Let me just try and do this in the quickest version I can do. The papers are all owned here by one person.
Mm-hmm.
That person likes to tell lies. The premier of the state that we live in has had to do a lot of difficult things under very difficult circumstances. And every time the guy turns around, they kick him in the ass. Now, everything that this guy has done has basically added to the effect of us not dying. So we just went into lockdown again. This is their 6th lockdown. They're very inconvenient. They're a pain in the bum. They just are. And they're economically very difficult to sustain. Lots of businesses have gone broke because their customers haven't been able to get to the shop to buy them their things. And this one paper owner just puts the boot in every time. Now, as a result, we started off with the very, very worst infection rates and worst death rates in the country. And we've come out the other end with when you go pound for pound, we're shining examples of how to turn around a terrible disease. and we have the super state, the bigger state than us, is just doing stits and farts worth of lockdowns at mass complaint of their own population. And they're letting large amounts of the pandemical disease go. And once it's outside of their state, they don't give a fuck. So the reason we're having this lockdown now is that this state basically let into our state a whole bunch of people that were sick. And got sick with this variant D airborne variety of it. And there are rumours upon rumours that the state government is thinking about suing the other state government for the money that it took to shut us down. And these lockdowns have been shown to work. They've been shown that if you do them hard enough and fast enough, they don't last as long. That if you keep everyone in masks outdoors as well as indoors, they work really well. Okay, so we're not the United States where you got people who go, it's my rights not to have a mask on and cough upon your baby. We don't have that.
Yeah, we've had a teeny problem with that, but not like America, and still is having.
Yeah, and still is having. And so what I wanted to do, Laura, was to get some kind of comparison to your good self. I mean, at one point, our federal government was going, economy, not lives. And then they got a smack on the nose, basically going, oh, hang on, lives. Because they said something stupid. They said, oh, we're going to listen to the doctors and all this. And the doctors said, well, if you do this economy, you're going to kill everyone. And so they went, oh, don't say that. Say that we're allowed to have economy. And that the people that we don't like are okay to die. And the doctors went, no. So what's the main focus there, Laura? Is it economy or people, or is it just more disorganized than that?
The good thing is that we've had a good result of vaccinations. You know, despite the hard work of the government to try and fuck it all up, the NHS has performed magnificently in actually getting lots of people going and getting vaccinations. And even in places where there weren't vaccinations happening, it's like, right, let's get a truck and park it in the town centre so that people just walking by can get vaccinated that day.
Right.
The other thing that we did in this country, which has been effective, is rather than get your 2 jabs within a couple of weeks of each other, we've had it 3 months apart, which has shown to be very effective. So if you think of sort of the numbers, it was like 96% effective with 2 jabs, but it was like 75% effective with 1. So by getting loads of people vaccinated earlier in a first phase, and then 3 months later they get the second jab, which adds the extra bonus part, effectively it's gone from lots of people with having no defense to having most people with most defense, in a shorter amount of time.
That was the general idea here, except that our federal government royally fucked the getting of and distribution of these vaccines, and royally fucked them. They assumed that they would get the vaccines that they'd agreed on time.
Yeah.
They assumed that they would be depoted in the places that they had decided upon, and they assumed that they would be out to the service providers on time. And so, the thing about these vaccines is they've all got a shelf life. Yeah.
Mm.
So I think they've got like a 2 month or 2 or 3 month shelf life. Now, the fuck-assing around has been such that the providers have been getting them with 3 weeks to go on their shelf life. And so they've got so many hundred people in their, say, their local catchment area, their practice area, that they're madly ringing up. I got a phone call at 11 o'clock at night from my my GP centre saying, "Okay, AZ, if you can get here on Saturday at 3 p.m, you've got one, matey." And I'm going, I guess I better get in there. And this was the Thursday night. And so effectively when they get a load in, they've got to get it out as fast as they can because it's been sitting on the fucking shelf for like a month, 2 months. And if they don't get rid of it in that 3 weeks, they've got to throw it away. And so the federal government's been going, oh, we've bought so many million jabs. And then the quartermasters keep on telling us, yeah, and we've thrown half of it away because it's useless. So it's disappointing. And it also means that every time New South Wales fucks up, we've got to go into another lockdown. A woman I know who lives in the block of flats near me today got a job interview this morning, and she was really excited because it would be cool to have a job, and she's really, really excited. And then she was running around the house going, woo-hoo, they really liked the interview and it went really well. And then they rang her up and said, oh, look, if we don't get up and running, if this lockdown doesn't come off fully for a month and a half after it's said, because they said it's a week, if it doesn't, after this week, if it doesn't stay clear for a month and a half, the job is going to disappear. And so a lot of people are living in that kind of maelstrom. A lot of people are living in that kind of turmoil. The block of flats I live in is a block of student flats, and half the students we get in here are from overseas, and we're getting no overseas students at all. The overseas students are Australia's third biggest export industry because they pay enormous amounts of money for their university education.
Similar story here in the UK.
Just horrendous
but not for the last year and a half.
Yeah, that's it. And so this block of flats relies on these guys coming out and living here for the 18 months or 6 months that they live here for. And so the rents have all crashed. Apartment rents in Melbourne have crashed all over the shop. House rents haven't. House rents have either stayed the same or gone up. And I don't understand that. That bit I don't get. Maybe it's like the plague in Newton's time, where everyone went off to their country estates, out into the suburbs, and left the tenement slums of inner city London to have rats running around. Abigail, your thoughts on rats running around tenement-plagued Melbourne?
I like rats. I don't like the plagues they carry, but I think rats are cute. And
Rats.
I remember going to Carlton Gardens outside the Royal Exhibition Centre and watching a rat eat a mushroom that was growing out of a tree root, and the rat was just didn't care. I walked straight up to it, like I didn't touch it, of course. I took
No.
pictures, and this rat was just like, "Oh my god, this mushroom is the best." And oh, there are humans nearby. Well, they're not. They're not having a go at me. I'll just keep eating my mushroom. And it was just the cutest thing. I used to have a pet rat. Her name was Jackie. Rats don't live very long though, so
But
yeah.
was the rat giving it a little bit of, this could be a human, but it's probably just a hallucination. So I really don't need to worry about it.
Well, it wasn't
probably
that kind of mushroom.
Probably just a bad trip, you know.
It could have been, yeah.
Mushroom. Nom 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 nom. Hey, swings. Let's go on the ding swings. Yeah. And see little lasers going around. Ooh, ooh.
Maybe
The rats running around.
having a little rat hallucination.
Speaking of rats, the very first vinyl what do you call disc I bought, song I got was Scary Monsters and Super Creeps by David Bowie.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, that's really cool. And then you have to realize that the next one I got was Roland Rat Superstar Rat Rapping.
Nice.
And that was great, except for the fact that I was 8, so I've got an excuse.
No, that's cool.
I like how British people pronounce his name Bowie, and we pronounce his name Bowie.
And trivially,
I've noticed that.
In the US, there is the famous person with the same spelling last name that the knife is named after, Jim. They have the obsession with calling him Jim Bowie. They call him
Bowie. Yes,
yeah.
Bowie,
So it's Bowie, Bowie, and Bowie, depending where
Bowie,
you are. In the world.
Yeah.
Here's what you could have won.
And they also name like water ship buoys.
Oh,
Buoys,
that
yes.
annoys the shit out of me that they insist on pronouncing boy Bowie.
And you just go, how do you get that? And then you go, look at the spelling. B-O-U-Y, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
the double O.
There are weird quirks. I suppose everyone has weird quirks in pronunciation. It's like the joke.
As long as we can all agree that Americans are always wrong.
Yeah.
As long as we can just all agree on that, that's fine.
But it's
We
like
can agree on that. We can agree on that. We can always all agree on that. My pronunciation's always right.
Yeah. There's a bit of trivia about Terminator. Arnold Schwarzenegger, because he's Austrian, and they dub it into languages around the world for dub things. And he said, well, I can do the dubbing for German because I speak German because I'm Austrian. And then some local German people said, no, he can't. His Austrian accent, to Germans, that's like a hillbilly accent. That would be like Americans seeing him coming going, I'll be back, yo. Yeah.
That's
Germans
so
would just
funny.
laugh.
I have a friend. I had a friend in Japan who sent me a copy of a drama series that I liked back then, and before it's on, there's a TV advert for whatever it was. I think it was a car showroom or something like that company, but it was like Darth Vader in Japanese, and it just is so weird to see, you know.
That's fucking great.
Can you imagine C-3PO in Japanese? You know, that's with the same sort of tone of voice, but a funny language that you don't really get. It's funny.
One of
There was
the
a
funniest
hipster
things
thing in
I've.
raves in the 90s. There was a hipster thing in raves. I saw more than once, sort of techno raves on the video screen, playing Terminator that had been dubbed into Japanese and had English subtitles on it. That was the real hipster thing, having a Japanese video of Terminator. So like, all right.
Yeah, another one. I had a. You see, I think that. Oh, crikey, I've forgotten his name now. Spaceballs. Who was the guy behind that?
Mel
Rick
Brooks.
Moranis.
Mel
Mel
Brooks.
Brooks.
Mel
I
Brooks.
think he should have had a New York, you know, and what do you call it? Cyborg on the loose called the Toyminator. You know, I just, you know,
Yes.
just an entire movie based upon just one way of saying it. You know, the Toyminator.
Yeah.
Hey, asshole, come with me if you want to live.
Yeah,
A
you know,
Bronx
just like,
accent Terminator.
yeah, you know, it just, I don't know, it's just got a little, it's just got that sense of greatness in it, all based upon just a word, a pronunciation of a word.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
asshole,
speaking
I'm
of
trying to
movies,
drive here.
I watched one that people say is great, and it's like, no. I've watched it twice now. The first time I remember it not being so great, and the second time it's like, yeah, I understand why I thought it was not so great, because it isn't.
It's not.
And that is Reservoir Dogs. And it's like, why do people think this is a good movie?
Okay, that's personal taste, because I'll fall on the
Yeah.
side of I think it's a good movie.
I think it's a great movie.
It's the
disjointed.
dialogue, basically.
Yeah, it's dialogue.
Like with all Tarantino movies, it's half dialogue, half plot.
Yeah.
You know.
And plus, there are some very good directorial touches in it as well. But again, this Laura, don't feel bad. This is personal taste, and personal taste is a personal thing. It's neither right nor wrong. But I will defend Reservoir Dogs. I quite like it.
I think people will agree with me when I say that Tarantino really hit his peak with Kill Bill, the Kill Bill double.
I have no idea if that's meant to be a joke, because that's definitely the weakest of his films.
Do you think so, really?
I think it's
by
pretty
a
good.
very long way. By the weakest of his films by a very
I
long
would
way.
be fascinated to hear why you think
I don't know.
that.
I think I would argue that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was the weakest of his films.
Oh, I quite enjoyed that one. See, this is good, because
I
this is all
thought it
personal
was so
taste.
boring.
No, I really.
But Kill Bill was. I mean, it was fine, but it was no. Yeah, it was like what was it? The Hateful Eight, was it?
That was funny. Hateful Eight. I quite enjoyed that.
Pulp Fiction, that was really good.
Yeah, I like Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, it was all right. It was good.
Out of all of his, that's the one I'd say, yes, that's the best.
You would not be
The
alone
Hateful
with
Eight
saying that.
was. I thought it was just amazing. Like,
yeah, no, I really enjoyed
the
it.
sound, like it had no music, and the sound design was just on point. And I just
ultra wide 70mm, just these enormous expansive shots.
Yep.
The one thing I can say about Reservoir Dogs was I did like the bit where you got the undercover cop and the guy's telling him what he needs to do. And it's the bit about, you go to the toilet and you need to know everything about the toilet. And it's like, create a whole story about it. And it's like, that's a good little bit of dialogue there. I liked that a lot.
So, Aidsy, you will be pleased to hear, Aidsy, Stella is on your side, and Renegade Faith also says Kill Bill.
Well, I'm just fascinated to hear why you think it's the weakest. Angry,
there was no validity in it being two films. He should have had a bit of discipline and made it one film. Virtually every encounter should have been half the length it was, and then it could have just been one film. There's nothing I hate about Kill Bill. It's just that I'm a stereotypical white guy. I like Tarantino films. It's just to me, it's the weakest one. But yeah, and I also have a bit of a soft spot for the grindcore exploitation one. He and Robert Rodriguez did a double. Death Proof is
Death Proof and
is
the other one,
what was Rodriguez's one?
Hell, I think.
Dawn to Dusk.
No.
Dawn to Dusk was good,
basically,
but
it was designed to be a double feature. It was Rodriguez and Tarantino doing a tribute to 70s drive-in films.
Yeah.
Planet Terror, that's the one.
Planet Terror, and it was they were both really. And personally, Planet Terror, my favorite bit in it, a real twist Rodriguez put in it. It's like the protagonists are all in a house surrounded by the zombie monster things, and then the picture stutters and a slide pops up that says "real missing," and then it's just it's after the attack on the house, and it's somehow been resolved, and there's fire, and so you think something very cool happened. We just didn't see it because we were at a shitty drive-in that lost one of the wheels of the film. I thought that was such a meta joke to put in a film. I love it.
Yeah, it was a bit good, that.
Yeah.
Okay, I was always just taken with the graphic novel style approach of the Kill Bill films, and looked at it from that angle. I thought it was really very well done. Not as a piece of cinema per se. I remember having this big argument with a friend of mine about this very short-lived Australian comedy detective TV series with his name's not Metcalf, might not
Sean
have been
McAuliffe.
McAuliffe, thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Murder or whatever that was
That's
called.
the one. And
yeah. They were crime scene cleanup people. That was funny. That show was funny.
Well, the thing is, he was a bit annoyed about it because he said, I was a little bit like a comic book. And I said, what, like the opening and closing credits gave you the big hint that it was going to be. And it was shot very much like a comic book. It was like one of those comic books you read. And you see, this week's action-packed adventure. And it was only until I sort of clued him into that he went, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, okay, I can see that. And I always thought that the Kill Bill films weren't anything to do with pretty much any of his other stuff. It was much more to do with the long form telling of a ninja Western opera sort of thing.
Well, the first one was, I love, someone coined it, the first one was an Eastern and the second one was a Western.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and I thought that was a good way to describe it. The first one was very influenced by samurai films and Hong Kong action films, and the second one was a Western. As the end of an epic. Look, I don't hate Bill Kill. I don't hate Kill Bill. I just think it's his weakest. But then again, so Abigail thinks Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and I really enjoyed Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Maybe I'm a bit of a Brad Pitt groupie. I mean, I'm just saying Brad Pitt could get it. I'm just
easy
saying.
enough to do.
Brad Pitt's not even on my list of like men I'd turn straight for. So
no, he'd absolutely get to have his way with me. There's no two ways about it.
Brad Pitt has had his way with me.
I'm not surprised.
It's cost me a house, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
It was worth it.
I think because I went and saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as a date night movie because I have terrible taste in date night movies. And Mrs. Angry wasn't into it at all. But I also think it's because she didn't know the Charles Manson, Sharon Tate story. And the entire resolution of that is that classic thing Tarantino's turned all these movies into revenge fantasies.
See, I didn't know it either, and
Yeah.
I looked up after the fact.
I think that's a big thing.
Yeah.
If you know the Manson Sharon Tate thing going in, that very much changes how you see the film.
Very much.
Yeah.
But as again, I'm a big defender of personal taste. If someone just does or doesn't like something, that's cool. It's just when someone's a dick about something, I tend to not have a lot of time for it. But yeah. Kirsten wants to make a cake for husband's birthday. He's gluten and dairy free. There are probably some very good recipes online catering for that exact thing. Ooh, you shortlisted a recipe that has amaretto. Well, that sounds like a winner, straight up.
Speaking about vegan people, have you heard about how there's people going vegan so that they can say that they can't, so they can avoid getting the vaccine?
No.
Because it was tested on animals, and I'm a vegan, so therefore I've got a legitimate reason to say no.
That won't hold up at all.
No, and they're not vegan anyway.
No, it's kind of like prisoners saying they're in the US saying they're Jewish, so they get kosher meals because the kosher meals tend to be much higher quality than the standard food given to prisoners. So you get all these prisoners saying, "No, I absolutely converted to Judaism. Give me a kosher meal."
And I suppose also they can say that they have to let them go after 7 years.
Biblical.
Oh, speaking about that, oh my gosh, this is one of the funniest things I've heard this week. Apparently, in about 2 or 3 weeks, there's going to be a big Christian prayer thing where they pray away atheism.
I saw that.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
And it's like,
That
oh
is
my god,
hilarious.
Good luck.
bunch of idiots. It's like it's not going to bloody work.
Yeah, it's messing with free will.
And not only that, of course, here's the bonkers thing. It's like, why don't they pray away COVID or pray away child
Cancer.
suffering?
Why don't they pray away?
They're going to try and pray away atheism because that's the biggest threat.
Sexual abuse in Christian churches. Just Because Kirsten brought it up. This week's Behind the Bastards was an expose of Josh Duggar from that 17 kids and counting family, where he's a serial sex abuser and pedophile and whatnot, and he's protected by this thoroughly creepy. And I definitely go church in inverted commas because it's a massive money-making political influence machine. It's not a church. It's fucking creepy. But yeah, that the two part of this week on Behind the Bastards is very good about just how gross these American evangelicals are. Call me Shady on Twitch. Hello.
Hello.
And yes, Stella, that whole family, the Duggar family, are chronically fucked. But Josh, who I think was one of the oldest sons, sexually abused
I won't hear anything against the Duggars.
Siblings and some other people. And then the feds finally busted him for apparently having just a massive amount of child porn on his computer. But
I won't hear anything against the Duggars.
Yeah.
I'm too busy laughing.
Yes, you can't hear it. You can't hear it.
Every fucking three things, you hear Duggar, laugh. Duggar, laugh.
Yeah.
Because I listened to a particularly grotesque podcast. I think it's illegal to say its name.
AZ does listen to a very grotesque podcast that he's tried to get me to listen to, and I've just gone, no, bad AZ, rolled up newspaper, whop him on the nose, bad AZ, don't tell me things.
And
like
every time the Duggars raise their head, my man is there with the next report of what they've done next. And it's just like, you've done it once. Why would you do that again? You know,
because just can't leave it alone. Yeah.
and they fucking all of them are into something fucking heinous.
Oh,
and
they're terrible.
Their whole
they're terrible
shtick,
people.
their whole fucking industry is, this woman's got an elastic vagina and fucking has popped out 15 million kids, and they're each one of them into some federally wrong crime.
Yeah.
But it's,
they're one of those quiverful people.
Yes, that's Laura. That's the word, quiverful. And what it is, they are literally, they're not just having babies, they are having soldiers for a holy war. That is literally the quiverful thing. It's an Old Testament quote, and it's all about produce as many babies as possible so they can be soldiers in the coming holy war. It's fucking scary.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And
So
also by having 15 kids or whatever, they'll stop the Muslims taking over as well, of course.
Oh no, that Muslims are secondary to them. Their main adversary is atheists and leftists within the US. That's their main adversary. Muslims are absolutely secondary to them.
Oh, I'm kind of referring to the quiverful movement, as it were.
Oh, ultimately, after they kill all the atheists and leftists and queer people in the US, then they'll turn their attention to the Middle East. But their first thing is to kill everyone in the US they don't like. So they're very scary.
Yeah, no.
Call Me Shady wants to know how lockdown's treating everyone. Kind of sucks, dude. Kind of fucking sucks, quite honestly.
Well, I woke up early this morning and I went to a place that is 4.8 kilometers away from my house. And I normally have to go there for my doctors.
Yeah.
And I didn't have to go there for my doctors because I went there yesterday for my doctors. And today I went there and looked at JB Hi-Fi because that was essential. And then I had to go and go to a supermarket that had one product that my own supermarket doesn't have. And it was, it was surreal doing this thing because there were so few people running around the world. But the people who were doing their last minute thing. The rush was incredible. People were bolting here and there and everywhere to get the last little couple of things done that they had to get done before it was all like deserted streets and pancakes on the griddle. It was a very strange look. And then I came home and slept a lot.
Yeah, nice, nice. Right, I'm gonna make another cocktail. I think I'm gonna make a pisco sour.
Well, if you can do that,
everyone's talking about how old they feel when different people say how old they were on 9/11. Robert Evans. Robert Evans makes Stella feel old because he talks about being a child when it happened. I had children. I had
a child.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was in my 20s, but I was 20 something, like young 20s, 22, 23.
Yeah, well, I was.
I was a child when 9/11 happened.
Yeah, I was 27.
Yeah, I was only in my I was in my late teens.
Yes, that's a true story.
That is
a true story.
That is truth.
That is a true story.
I got Barack Obama's birth certificate to back it up.
There's a callback.
Oof,
if he can be an American, I can be a child.
Oh, radical call right there. Radical call. I like it.
bloody this stupid podcast that I was listening to is following this one individual who says, "I'm not racist,"
but
Yeah.
and he sings this song about how it's nice. He was basically giving this tribute to Melania Trump's birthday, and how it's nice to have a nice actual lady in the White House. That's an actual lady
Oof.
in the
that's
actual
that
White
ridiculous
House.
thing. Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck are you trying to say here, bro?
No, that's
And
people.
Oh,
he
it's pretty obvious, isn't it? Really?
well, fairly. Yeah, the you don't have to read but much between the lines because they're in crayon and fairly large. You know, you can read him like an open pamphlet. This same guy was got his own TV segment on the news because he was flying around a statue they were taking down in a park down the south of US with a Confederate flag that he was trying to drape on this statue with his sign around the wrong way saying "Save our history." He alludes to it every now and again, saying, "Oh, if you want to see me in media, that's where to see him." And it's not a pretty picture. Like, he's a chunky motherfucker with bad shorts on. You know those really short shorts that you shouldn't wear if you're a chunky motherfucker? Yeah, them.
Like Speedos?
Not Speedos so much as
Just booty shorts. Booty
stubbies.
shorts.
The 70s stubbies. I mean, they're hard to... Yeah, booty shorts.
Booty shorts. That's what we're talking about. Okay, I just tell me if my microphone's off. Is my microphone off? No, it's not.
No, it's not on.
No.
It's on. It's
Now
off
it's
now.
off.
It's off now. And he said I had to fight the protesters there who are all from Antifa, and there's folks from the US all freak out about Antifa, which is a acronym for anti-fascist. And you'd go, hang on a minute, aren't you all anti-fascist? Aren't you all anti-Hitler? I thought that was a thing in the 1940s early. Just me. Anyway, so they're all very freaked out about Antifa, and he was saying how he had to fight Antifa, and he bravely fought off the cops and the hostile crowd, and you can see him crying like a little bitch.
I've shared it. I've shared it in the past because there's after the big coup attempt attack on the Capitol on the 6th of January, it didn't take them very long to try to suggest that this was done by Antifa.
Yeah.
So I've got a picture of a couple of dogs that have been like, you know, the family have just walked in, the place is just ripped to shreds because the dogs have gone and eaten everything in sight. You know, shoes and cushions, like all over the place. And the caption on it says, "Thank God you're here. Antifa did this."
Yeah.
It's such a funny picture.
There's a lot of that shit going on in America at the moment. So this guy's losing his shit because his statue got taken down, and I don't know, you know, everyone has their point of view, but Australia's not been a great place for a lot of people for a long time. But at least it will every now and again turn around and say, yeah, that was wrong. We did that wrong and we can do better. It doesn't tend to try and hang on to things that are obviously evidently wrong. It will try and make evidence for wrong things. Don't get me wrong. But it won't turn around and say, Oh no! That clearly my eyes deceive me, and you've clearly got the wrong opinion of that. It'll turn around and go, yeah, shooting up blackfellas is wrong, and clearly the health age gap between white and black in Australia is disgusting, and it'll say that, but in the States they'll just hang on to these ideas of concepts that are really clearly, obviously, patently either on the wrong side of history or just erroneous. And I don't know. I mean, I was brought up a Catholic, so I understand cognitive dissonance, really easily. And I know how you do that really well. Hold two completely opposing thoughts in the head at once. I mean, I'm good at it.
Me too.
Lessons in gaslighting, ask me. I can tell you how virgins have babies. I know how that works.
Yeah, I can tell you how that works too.
There's a guy I had some interaction with in the past called Jesus is Lord, Jill as we call him, and so these are in the days of G Plus, which was like the Google version of Facebook, and they got rid of it in the end, sadly, because there was a lot of people using it, believe it or not. Anyway, so this is a guy that could believe two completely opposite things and say they were both the same.
Yeah.
And it's just like that, that is a monumental case of cognitive dissonance. And I've got 3 examples. So the first one was the guy's an idiot. He can't spell for a start. And of course, when you deal with someone who can't just like get basic spelling done properly, it automatically kind of takes them down in your expectation of who they are. So this guy, he made a post and he said, liberal as in, American Democrat. Liberal education standards is the reason why a kid in my class couldn't spell his own name for an exam. And I sort of replied with, well, even if we ignore the fact that maybe he was nervous and that's why he typoed and miswrote his name, but you can't spell your, there, and there. What's your, in brackets, spelled properly, excuse? And it took about 3 days to sort of, because he'd go off on a tangent and you'd drag him back because he was just a jerk. And he kept trying to dodge and dive around the problem that he'd made for himself. And ultimately, his argument was, it doesn't matter whether I get it right as long as they get it right, because I'm the teacher and they're the students. At which point you say, yeah, but how can you correct them if you don't know how to spell?
There is that.
So the second one, and this is also really quite funny. He said because American, right? He's in favor of free trade capitalism, but was also in favor of Donald Trump's trade tariffs. And like, even when you're pointing out like a picture of the definition of free trade, which says no trade tariffs, and he would still try to say, no, that's wrong. And it's, do you understand how words are used and what things mean when you say free trade and so on?
So if he was taught hegemony, he'd be a happy boy. Because then he could have both. Then he could have free trade when I want it, and tariffs when I want it.
Funnily enough, that's almost like we're trying to do with Brexit.
Yes.
Where for example, yesterday I was eating some sausages that are from County Armagh, which is in Northern Ireland. And because Northern Ireland has a land connection to the Republic of Ireland, it means that they, you can't. You have to have a border. But the Good Friday Agreement says, no, we can't have border checkpoints because otherwise that's why we're killing people. If we get rid of that, we'll have to start killing people again. I don't understand why this is. But, so there's suggestion that in the mainland, England, Wales, and Scotland won't be able to get sausages from Northern Ireland because otherwise they'll have to have some trade things because you can't move sausages from Ireland to Northern Ireland and to the UK. It just won't work because of this system, this mess we got ourselves into.
Well, because boats are stupid, you see.
Yes, that you don't need to go any further than that. It's just fucking stupid.
Boats are stupid, and everyone knows that you can't displace more fucking water than you can have weight in the water. That's dumb. The Greeks proved it. I've seen the Amphitryon device. Did I really pronounce that wrong?
So this Jill guy, the last one, and this was perfect. This made my week. And to be honest, I've been enjoying it ever since. And this is like 2 years ago now, 2.5 years ago now. Wow. So in the great debate community where we're talking about God and religion and stuff like that, atheism, theism, secularism, etc., etc. So this Jill character, he's read the Bible and it's like, oh, women should be seen and not heard, and so he blocks all the women because that way he can't be nasty to them as well, so he blocks all the women in the community. Well, when I came out as trans, his reaction to me was, you're a man, you will always be a man, and I will only ever treat you like a man. And then he blocked me like he blocks all the women. It's like, I've been laughing at that ever since.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Again, he's able to do completely the opposite thing at the same time.
And now I'm going to block you because you're. Well, actually, that's very Bible, isn't it?
It's just comical, But then again, I had a similar thing this week. Idiot person talking about cyclists and so it's like, oh, that's a load of rubbish, you just pluck that number out of your ass, he said to someone. And so I presented him with the numbers, at which point he blocked me because giving him the numbers was completely blowing apart his argument, and therefore he needed to block me because when the going gets tough, the tough hit the block button.
I have noticed a lot of that actually. That as soon as you come with an actual fact, people lose their shit.
It's a Twitter truism,
and it's with pretty much everything. I know myself; I'm wrong about a lot of stuff, and I'm wrong for 3 main reasons. The first reason is that my initial fact basis is just wrong. My second reason is that my synthesis basis has changed over time. So the way that we derive the second component of the axiom has changed, so that the resultant synthesis is wrong. And the last way that I'm wrong is that society and culture have changed over time, so that things that were once right and or acceptable are now no longer right or acceptable. And so I've got to catch up. So it's easy enough to it's easy enough to correct yourself when you get into those situations. You find out which bit you've got erroneous, and then you can just either delete it or fix it. But one of the big arguments I have with a guy
something though?
once.
Something to bear in mind that I do find interesting, and it does seem to be an internety thing, of where there seems to be a sort of weird. It is a cognitive dissonance kind of thing where being wrong on the internet is somehow a crime or a sin or something. Right. And I don't understand that. If I'm wrong about something, I'll look it up. It's like, oh yeah, okay, fair enough. You know, because you learn. I mean, you know, I remember, you know, a guy, another one of these great debate topics that was going on, and there's one guy who's a science guy, and he's talking to another guy who can't stand science because evolution's not true, kind of shit, you know, shit. And of course, this guy's doing biology. You know, he's doing this as a, you know, he's working on, you know, getting his degree and then going for PhD and all that kind of stuff. You know, he's a golden student working with a professor and all that kind of stuff. So, well, in this conversation, the idiot person who doesn't like science, you know, he sort of makes a statement, and you know, it's like, I heard something. Says the scientist guy. He says, I heard something. Something there was something. You know, I forgot exactly how it was said now, but effectively it was, hey, did you hear about that study by Professor Cloud from the Genova Project? And you know, and it's like, this is Final Fantasy VII characters and stuff, you know, and like, and rather than it say, no, I'm not familiar with that.
I haven't heard about that.
The science denying moron. It's like, oh yeah, I heard about that. Can't remember much about it. It's like, no, just admit you don't know. It's okay to not know everything.
There is no weakness in admitting you don't know.
Yeah, no, there's no weakness in admitting you don't know. But also too, I mean,
it's toxic masculinity in that case.
But when you
they're both two black guys, and their egos are all pushed together, you know.
When you get done, fucking with things like, you know, what Dr. Cloud from the Genova project, you know, when you get done with something like that, it's really bad. I mean, you know, the peals of laughter and the crunch.
Exactly. I mean, everybody watching that live stream was laughing their heads off because they know that, you know, Dragnor in this case is correct. You know, he's just bullshitting with this Final Fantasy VII character thing.
Yeah.
You know, and the other guy is just bullshitting, pretending he knows something about it when he obviously doesn't. And the fact that, you know, one of the biggest popular games of the sort of the 90s, and he doesn't even know what the hell that is.
Well,
I mean, even idiots play Final Fantasy VII.
Even idiots play Final Fantasy VII, but
except for this guy.
Not everyone plays Final Fantasy VII. I was never allowed to have a console when I was a kiddie. The first console I bought was when I was 32. Which was a bit of a downer because I couldn't play it because my fingers didn't work.
Oh yeah.
Which was a bit of a letdown. It was a beautiful place, and Lee, you look like you've got your arm up, ready to talk.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I am a Christian, I'm also willing to admit that humans and chimps share a surprising 98.8% of their DNA.
Yes, it is. It is disturbing. because I look at Angry all the time and I go, actually,
You
I
think
was.
the sad thing is, I could imagine Angry saying that about you, 80.
Oh yeah,
the
digs are interchangeable. The digs are interchangeable.
It really does, and that's fair. That's the thing. Somebody
But
asked
I've
me,
got 2 cocktails and you don't. So
well, that's fair too. That's
2
fair
pisco
too.
sours, a Peruvian pisco sour and a Chilean pisco sour, and they basically taste exactly the same to me. Which and just again, trivia: pisco is a great brandy, which most people agree was invented in Peru. I say most people because Chileans think they invented it. And so I
There
don't know
has
if
been
I'm
3
going to
wars, hasn't there?
the fact that I think they taste the same, as in good. I don't know whether that's me making peace with both Peruvians and Chileans, or that's me picking a fight with both Peruvians and Chileans.
I was going to say you're setting up for the 4th war. There, the Pisco Wars. Yeah, ugly things. And I can see their point, but the loss
It's great.
of life was
It's
terrible.
it's just pisco, lime juice, and sugar syrup, and you're done. And it's such a nice drink. Oh, and I put foaming agent. You can use egg white. I used a thing called Wonder Foam. Put a couple of drops of this in, and it foams up. I know, it's a great name, isn't it? Wonder Foam. It's like
My
from
VB
Harry
is not
Potter.
foaming up. Bit, bit, bit. Now it's got a head on it.
Yeah. It sounds very Harry Potterish to me. Wonder Foam.
Wonder Foam. Sounds something like I'd need.
Did you hear about the wonderful comedy in Turfdom this week?
Oh God, what have the Turfs done this week?
So there was a double thing.
Lord.
So the first one was that they tried to suggest that Terry Pratchett would be gender critical like they are if he was still alive, at which point his daughter said, no.
He wasn't.
Are you an idiot? Look at his work. Look at his work.
Yes, and people were showing his works and saying,
Yeah.
no. And then the other one, they were like, there's a trans woman taking part in the Olympics, and that's going to be unfair, and she's going to have a massive advantage, and then she sort of did not finish.
Yeah, that was the New Zealander. That reminded me of dipshit that I screamed at and then blocked almost months ago, because his big argument was saying, like, you can't let trans women compete, and he cited 2 people. One was that New Zealand weightlifter, and I forget what the other one competed in, wrestling or something. And I looked them up and I said, dude, neither of them are world champions. Both of them have been beaten repeatedly by cis women. What you think proves your argument actually completely disproved your argument, you idiot. And it's just like, Jesus. It's just ridiculous. It was so dumb.
At which point the doubling down needs to take place.
Oh, I did see them with the Olympian. I saw the absolute loony ones when she dipped out in the first round. The loony conspiracy ones going, she did this on purpose to throw us off. And it's like, yeah, dude, yeah, someone works their whole life to compete at the global level, and then they throw the competition just to fuck with you. That's the thing that happens.
Yeah.
That's a real thing.
Was that Amanda Biles?
Mm.
Was that her?
I think that's her name, yes.
That
Kiwi
was
weightlifter.
the stupidest thing ever I'd heard in my life. That she was being hassled for fucking pulling out of the games, and it's like, don't show any gratitude at all for what she's already given you.
Yeah.
Like, essentially world's best.
Oh, no, sorry. Okay, sorry, AD. I think you're mixing up. I think you mixed up 2 names, which confused me. I think you're thinking of the American gymnast Simone Biles, who is by far the greatest gymnast in history.
Ever,
and
yeah.
she had to pull out because she was neither physically nor mentally capable of competing safely. And a bunch of idiots attacked her for it. And it's like, motherfucker, you sitting there in your comfy Jason recliner I think Simone Biles
At
knows
check.
more than you do.
So,
Yeah.
It was a case she couldn't get her head in the right place to do the moves that she needed to make the performance to
Yeah.
get that, because at the end of the day, she's worked every day for the past 4 years for one moment, for one run and a jump and a bounce and a spin and so on.
And if her head's not in the game, that is literally life-threatening. She could
that's what she
suffer.
falls and breaks her neck.
Yeah, she could suffer a fatal injury, but she could easily suffer a permanent injury, something that cripples her for the rest of her life. And so she went, I can't compete because it's not safe, because I'm not physically or mentally in the space to do the shit I do. And I think she fucking knows.
Yeah.
So there was another athlete. So this other athlete did what?
Okay, this was a New Zealand weightlifter. She's a trans woman, and you had all these TERFs, or as Kirsten rightly points out, we should call them farts, feminism appropriating reactionary transphobes. They are indeed farts, although they regard TERF as an insult. So when a TERF says TERF is a slur, and I guess it's only a slur in the same way that you're a brain dead reactionary fucking shithead who should fuck the fuck off and just keep fucking off forever. If that's a slur, TERF's also a slur.
Yeah, but here's the comedy of this, though. But the comedy of this is that the word TERF was created by a radical feminist.
It was trans excluding radical femmes. The rad femmes were the ones who excluded trans women. They actually invented the term. You're absolutely right, Laura. They invented the term. And now they think it's a slur, just because when we say TERF, we mean you're a piece of shit.
Effectively, it has become so well known as a term, everybody thinks TERF equals transphobe.
Yeah. So, they were all saying this Kiwi weightlifter who was trans, it was unfair. It's men gonna, and she didn't get past the first round of the weightlifting. And so that's a whole thing, but which is funny because it just reminded me how I screamed at that guy because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. And it's kind of like on my live stream, if you won't shut the fuck up, I'm going to scream at you.
Yelled at her for trying to psych them out because she pulled out.
I saw that online when you had all the TERFs, the farts, saying, "Oh, it's evil, it's unfair, she's not," and then she didn't even get past the first round. I did actually see some of them going, "Oh, she did that deliberately to fake us out," and it's like,
well, actually, the other one that they tried pulling is she stopped another woman from getting on the team.
Yep. They say all
except for that, there isn't like a limit on how many Kiwis can take part.
That's true. You just have to meet the requirements and you can be on the team.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've been in many, many, many national fucking sporting events, and you don't stop someone getting on the team by participating. They stop you getting on the team by beating you.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get on the team.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what sport you're talking about. That's how you get on the team, is you beat everyone else. And
I like
it's not.
I like this one. I like this one from Stella, Facebook group. Excuse me, waiter, I didn't order the Swerf and Turf. Swerf being a sex worker excluding rad femmes. It's kind of like, and there's a particular brand who call themselves radical feminists, who, when they want to talk about whether sex work is legitimate, they actively and aggressively exclude sex workers from the conversation. And I'm thinking, they're probably the most important people in that conversation. Just throwing it out there, but so Swerfs and TERFs tend to friggin'.
Yeah, there's been a recent book written by a TERF about trans stuff, and doesn't have anybody trans, saying anything in it.
Yeah, because they're literally living up to that acronym. They exclude trans people from the conversation. They exclude sex workers from the conversation. It's weird. And also, I wanted to bring up, it didn't get quite as much attention as the Terry Pratchett one, but his compadre, Neil Gaiman, who's one of my favorite authors, Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman wrote Good Omens together. It somehow came up, and I saw it on Twitter. There's a thing people do on Twitter when someone goes, I think racism's bad, and then someone finds a super racist tweet they made and replies to them with that, saying, "This you?" And so this person had done a reply to Neil Gaiman going, "This you? This sounds kind of turfy." And I thought it was actually an angry trans person going, and it's from a 90s Sandman comic. And Neil Gaiman quite calmly replied, like, yes, there were definitely some turfy characters in that story. And there were some people who had the opposite view in that story. And with all due respect, I don't think you understand literature. And and I followed it up. Sorry, Abigail.
I'll be back in a sec. My pizza is about to arrive.
Oh, pizza.
good.
You've got to go for pizza,
Good.
definitely.
Go
Yeah.
pizza.
A similar one with Philip Pullman. Philip Pullman? No. Was it Philip Pullman? His Dark Materials.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like, because they tried to say, oh, you put some stuff that's definitely like us, like we like. And it's like, yeah, no. Actually, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, he's Neil Gaiman's line about, I don't think you understand literature, is that when someone's doing literature, they might have characters say things that are objectionable because they are representing objectionable views. What a character in a story says is not necessarily reflective of the author's opinion. And when like I said, when I first saw this thing, someone going, Neil Gaiman, this you seemed to, I thought it was actually a trans person attacking him. And I thought, oh, you took something on the surface and you ran with it. And then I looked at this person's profile and they were just a rabid turf. They were a fucking idiot. They were an absolute fucking idiot. And it's just like, yeah, no, wrong. The fact that you're talking about this is because this was a comic that was published in the 90s and there was a trans character in it. And there was a whole bunch of conversation about, whether she's really a woman. And the way the story resolves is it's made absolutely clear the true spirit of this person was a woman. But because you can put these bits where someone says some very exclusionary things to this character, and this person's just singled out. And I just love Neil Gaiman's line, I don't think you understand literature.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to go along that kind of line, anybody who directs a movie about Hitler, therefore they're a Nazi.
Yeah, and it's like whenever someone brings that stuff up, I want to say, do you think Anthony Hopkins is actually a cannibal? Because he was very convincing in Silence of the Lambs.
He is, though.
Oh, okay. I agree. AZ, that was a bad example.
I mean,
he is a cannibal.
Last time I shook his hand, I came away going, I'm missing 2 fingers, and he was
no. Now, in his defense,
I was like, Anthony, come on, man, we're in front.
In his defense, he was hungry.
Yeah, yes. Two. That's an excellent defense, Laura. That is an excellent defense.
And no one gives a fuck about AZ's fingers. And that's the thing that annoys me.
They grew back.
It's this English colonialism shit.
Yeah.
That we
I think he must have confused. He must have confused you with KFC.
Yeah.
Finger licking good.
It was just AZ's fingers are nice.
Your fingers grew back.
Pasture fed.
So yeah, my 2 defenses of Anthony Hopkins is 1, he was hungry. 2, he only eats people who want, and there is a big line of people knocking on Anthony Hopkins' door saying, please, Sir Anthony, if I chop bits off my body, will you eat that? And he goes, yes, I will. Yes,
I will.
And that's just respect. He's just
stump, do an autograph.
He's showing respect when he says to people, you want me to eat bits of you? I'll eat bits of you. It would be rude to not do it. It's just like,
but it's usually only tips of fingers and toes because he's had a full lunch.
Or for Sunday lunch, someone might want to cut off a buttock or the back of their thigh, and that makes a good Sunday roast.
It does. It does.
Oh God, I remember when I
Or-
read this story of the siege of Stalingrad and how bad it was and whatnot, and various people would end up hung off light poles in the street and whatnot, and you come back the next day and you'd see the buttocks and the back of the thighs had actually been carved off the body that was hanging off the light pole. And it was just like, oh, yeah. The people of Stalingrad got pretty goddamn desperate while that shit was going on.
Yeah. And thankfully, the river and lake froze over and they could get supplies across. Otherwise, it was going to get worse and worse and worse.
Mind you, go to, is it back to St. Petersburg now?
St. Petersburg.
Yes.
Yeah. There are some very nice restaurants there. Adversity teaches you good recipes. And it's definitely ham, okay? It's definitely ham they're serving you.
Definitely ham.
It's definite. I'm just saying, definitely not people. It's not long.
You go. That's the
nobody.
longest joint of pork I have ever seen. The new P&G kids call it long pork.
Yes, because it's sweet apparently. So nobody's leaving us. So thanks, buddy.
Hates me. I'm going to go because the string is. Good night, nobody. Good to see you, man.
Yes, Safa. I think the order in the order of city names was, it used to be St. Petersburg. Then after the revolution, it was Leningrad, and then it was Stalingrad, and now it's St. Petersburg again. So, yes. But yes, I'm just saying they learned some good recipes in adversity, and it's definitely pork they're feeding you in Leningrad now, in St. Petersburg now. Okay?
Hang on, I just need to clarify. Volgograd was Stalingrad.
That's right. It was too. He's right. St. Petersburg
Jeez.
and Leningrad were the same, and Volgograd and Stalingrad were the same. They were two different places.
Were they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
See, because my geography is
Because
shit. My geography
happened
is shit.
outside Stalingrad, and then it had to come down. There's a big story involved in that, and then they went west.
Yeah.
It was
That's the shortest version of that I could get.
that's a good thing.
I am
Okay, so Safa reckons, and Safa being from that part of the world, I believe he knows better than me, says it went Petrograd, Leningrad, St. Petersburg.
Laura.
Oh, Laura, hello. Lovely to see you.
Hello. Yeah, I just got out of the shower when I first started, so
Sexy. Sorry, I'm just
I did just put on a bit of makeup, but no foundation,
nice.
just eyes and
Nice.
lips.
Nice. Okay, so Saf says Stalingrad became Volgograd. See, again, my geography and my history is a bit fucking dodgy, quite honestly.
Really, it comes down to Lenin was like, the god of communism for Russia. And obviously there was a city named after him, and you can't go renaming the city named after the first guy. So you'll have to pick another city, and Volgograd was the city.
Yeah. I always remember the line, there was a movie, well, it was either late 90s or early noughties, called Enemy at the Gates. And it was about the siege of Stalingrad. And it's about, and it's funny, there was this Russian sniper who was a hero of the siege. And the Soviets definitely made shit up about this guy. They definitely wove a whole story around him. The movie Enemy at the Gates was about him essentially competing with a German sniper, and there's no actual evidence that that's real. There's no evidence that there was a German sniper. That was like Soviet propaganda, but it's still a good movie. Enemy at the Gates is a good movie.
There are suggestions that they wanted him dead, that they knew he was like killing.
No.
And there was a concerted attempt. So that it's possible they may have, got one of their best snipers in from like another part of Germany to we need this guy, get him rid of, and you're the guy to do it.
Yeah. But it was part of the Soviet folklore and they even named a guy from the German, but there's no hard evidence that it was real. And the Soviets were a bit prone to make stuff up, so who knows? But there's the bit I remember. There's a great thing like, why was the siege of Stalingrad so fucking intense? I think Bob Hoskins is playing
Khrushchev.
Is he Khrushchev? And he's sent there, and he basically tells the soldiers, this city has the boss's name. We're not giving this city up. It doesn't matter how many people die. We are not giving this city up because it's got the boss's name on it. And after it was about a year. The siege, it was horrific. The siege of Stalingrad was absolutely fucking horrific.
I mean, the place at the end of the fighting was a mess. It was just a completely fucking unworkable mess.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Abigail, sorry, do you want to tell us about the Night Witches?
Yes.
Fucking love the Night Witches. Go for it.
So, a group of female pilots who were given the shittiest planes,
threes,
and night missions, and because they had to step up their game to actually do a good job and bomb their targets. They would they would climb up to the altitude, turn their engines off, and just coast down, because their planes were so shit that the fuel would freeze in the fuel lines and all this shit. And the Germans called them the Night Witches because they would just come out of fucking nowhere, and yet no propaganda about them because women and all.
I love them. I love the Night Witches.
I'm sure I'm missing a lot of cool stuff about them, but they
were given the shittiest planes, and there were the stories about how the engines would pack in while they were in flight, and one of the women would walk out on the wing of the plane and manually restart the engine because it had fucked up. And because they were so noisy, the planes were shitty and noisy. If they flew at a normal attitude, the Germans would hear them coming and all the anti-aircraft guns would fire up. So they would fly up to a really high altitude where they couldn't be heard, and then just cut their fucking engines and do a glide dive, drop their bombs, and then kickstart their engines in the air and fly. And that's what, the Germans called them Night Witches, because it was witches riding in on a broomstick.
Well, they thought it was an insult, but the group just owned it. Like, how cool is that? Thanks for the name.
It's never
the good thing about doing the engine cutting thing, and because they were diving, of course, that's going to rotate your propeller automatically.
Yes,
and which will be enough to kick it in when they restart.
It was basically it was the airplane equivalent of a handbrake start. They would get from a really high altitude, cut the engine, do a glide dive, drop the bombs, and then engage the engine. As you say, because the props were spinning. Because of and it's the equivalent of an aeroplane handbrake start, and the engines would kick into life, and they'd fly home. And it was just like, oh my god, these were the most hard-ass things. Again, I love the story, the stories that aren't told enough. Nancy Wake is my other favorite, the Australian spy who, because her husband was killed by the Germans. They were working with the resistance in France, and her husband was killed, and so she just dedicated her life to fucking Nazis up. And my personal favorite, she parachuted into France to link up with the resistance, and she actually got stuck in a tree. And so she's hanging from a tree, and her resistance contact came up as a French guy, and he said something like, "Oh, if only all the fruit were as lovely this season hanging from the tree." And her response was, "Cut that French shit and get me the fuck out of this tree." It's just And at that point, I go, Nancy Wake is my all-time hero or heroine. That she's, and again, she just killed a bunch of Nazis. And whether she did it personally or she set up operations, she was very actively involved in killing a fuck ton of Nazis.
Yeah,
Just
quite a brutal young lady.
And there were all the fun stories of the young women from occupied territories like Poland and whatnot, who would lure Nazis off into the forest where the partisans were waiting. And they were like, yes, come and I'll give you a bit of a kiss, you big butch German soldier. And they'd lure the Nazis into the forest where the partisans would murder them. It was just like, fuck yeah.
Nancy Wake asked for extra plastic explosives on 4 occasions during radio broadcasts back to London.
Mm.
And then during a trip, because they used to extract them back to London every 3 to 6 months. And they went, why are you keeping on getting plastic explosives? What's going on? And she said, I'm trying to work out the perfect distance to put 2 pieces of plastic explosives on train rails so that you kill as many troops in a troop carrying train as possible.
Yeah.
So the idea was that you blow up the track and enough of the train derails so that you have much carnage. And she worked out that the perfect distance was 158 meters. So one track is on one side, and 158 meters down that way is another piece of plastic explosive, and you blow them up at precisely 1.5 seconds between them, and you blow the back one first.
Yeah.
What's kind of funny about this, though, of course? Yeah, one of the things that's funny about this is like, okay, how many times did she experiment? How many trains were blown up in the experiment?
No.
To ascertain this data.
It's like you've gotten a lot of plastic explosives of us. Oh yeah, because I've been doing some work.
Yeah, I've been blowing things up around the French
like a
countryside.
lot of fucking work,
Yes.
Nancy.
Yeah.
No,
Nancy. What they call her, the white mouse, wasn't that
the little white mouse? Yeah.
Yeah. And the Germans were terrified of her because they just knew there was this woman going around seducing soldiers and doing espionage and sabotage, and they knew she existed. She was one of their most wanted people in France, and they never got her. She was a fucking legend.
Well, they caught her 4 times, but she shot her way out 4 times. Because women were expected to sit into the back of cars when they were caught and behave demurely, not expected to grab the gun out of the holster of the guy to her left and start shooting people in the car. Considered a dangerous thing. And what she would do, she would shoot the driver, then the guy to her right, who he had a gun, then the guy whose gun she got, and then the guy who was trying to drive the car because the driver was dead. Then he went last. Then she leaned forward, grabbed on the handbrake, and then walked away from the car just casually.
It was, I think, what was the name? English actress was actually in a movie. She played Nancy Wake. The one from Titanic, Kate Winslet. I think Kate Winslet played Nancy Wake in a movie. Yes.
I'm going to risk any form of reputation I have saying something funny. But when Abigail mentioned, when mentioned the partisans and getting them to go in the woods and then getting the partisans to kill them. Now, if there was one of those partisans that would sleep with men or women, would they be bipartisan?
Oh, nice. Bipartisan.
You see?
Nice.
I told you.
Nice. I like it.
Really, this is a joke that is so lame, it should be shot immediately.
No. I actually love the idea of bipartisans in the French Resistance. But anyway, I also want to get a side thing. Kirsten, a bottling of an Archie Rose single cast sold out in 22 seconds. That's interesting. Also, again, the only reason I haven't got the Archie Rose Blasphemy, which is a coffee whiskey, is I don't like coffee. But I did see there was a new bottled cocktail that they were calling the truffle old fashioned. How coffee is that? Because I don't like coffee as a flavor at all. Yeah. And hello, Ruka-san. You got a goddamn it from Ruka-san, Laura. I think you absolutely sucked him in with that joke.
This is the problem. Sometimes I tell jokes and they're so sort of flat. You know, these like, you know, I say something with a very dry wit, and it's only when it gets to the punchline, oh right, they were telling the joke.
Yeah.
You know, my favorite one is when I mention how big my shoes are. And I'll sort of just chuck in this, you know, throwaway little joke, which is, you know, when I'm finished with a pair of shoes, I send them off to an Amazonian tribe who then turn them into a canoe. You know, that's how big my feet are. It's like Sideshow Bob.
Yeah. Oh, Sideshow Bob feet. I love it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Lee, go.
When it comes to World War II and whatnot, one person I really look up to in regards to World War II is this guy here. Is Alan Turing.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Alan Turing, yeah.
Yeah.
Big
Apparently
guy.
he had autism.
Probably. Wasn't very good with people, really good with, you know, one fixed focus interest. And that's mathematics.
Yeah. And he probably saved thousands of lives by cracking the Enigma code. I mean, not just Turing. There were a lot of people in the program to do it, but it was his rather freakish mathematics. Abigail, you've got something.
And then they fucked him up by, you know, then they effectively had him kill himself because he was gay.
Yeah.
Well, it can be debated whether he did commit suicide or it was just an accident, because he did have arsenic on the regular in his home. He didn't take it, obviously, but so having studied computer science, I was introduced to a lot of his work, and then I discovered like what type of person he was and what he did, and it was just such a great perspective to get of him. The movie The Imitation Game, good movie, kind of based on his life, completely like just don't take a word of it as historical fact.
Yes, it was a lot of liberties taken in that movie.
The movie is 90% liberties, 10%. There was a man named Alan Turing.
And they arguably made Turing look like a traitor in that, because there's the Irish
I know,
who kind of blackmails Turing, and that didn't happen. And it was like, what
none
are
of
you
that
doing?
happened.
You're basically making Turing a traitor.
So
Yeah.
the story I really like about Alan Turing, that they didn't get in the movie at all, which is a shame because it's a really poetic. They got the running. He was an avid runner. They got the he was gay. They got the relationship with what's her name, but once he'd been convicted and he chose chemical castration, it didn't turn him into this like stuttering old dude like they showed in the movie. It was just fine. It was he went on and wrote.
I do believe
more
in reality
papers.
he started to grow boobs.
Probably, yeah. It's basically HRT.
Yeah.
It's like it's yeah. But so what happened was he allegedly committed suicide by ingesting arsenic by eating an apple. He put it on the apple and ate it. But that's debatable whether that happened. But they found a single apple. They found an apple with a single bite out of it on his bedstand. And so when Steve Jobs wanted to found a company, he based it on one of his heroes, Alan Turing, and the Apple logo is that apple
with one bite taken out of it.
Okay,
with
that I
one
never
bite
knew.
taken out of it.
That's really
It's
interesting.
such a great story, and I really wish people would it would have been told more.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's one subject in World War II history that I do find interesting, and that's that of night fighters. And night fighters is different stuff because at the end of the day, you know, I mean, like there's a guy called Schauffenberg, and he had like the most kills, and I think it was something like 326 air kills. You know, and of course, obviously, it's because you know there's a constant supply of planes coming day and night to shoot down. Whereas British night fighters, it sort of started off quite high and then sort of dropped off a lot because, of course, you know there wasn't a blitz anymore. So I suppose you could say, although they might be the enemy, they were trying to defend their country. You know, they were the last line of defense against the bombers, and you know they were doing their job. It wasn't like they were invading anybody or, you know, killing, you know, the civilians or the Jews or anything like that. It was just, yeah, I'm doing my job defending my country, and
Yeah,
I think you can relate to that a little more.
War is complicated, basically.
War is heck.
Yeah.
Yes, war is heck. I think that is the ultimate summation, Abigail. I like it.
Yeah.
But one of the things in one of the people that I read was a book by a guy called C.F. Rawnsley, who was a night fighter navigator, so the guy that sat in the back with the radar system. And the book's called Night Fighter, and he was the navigator for a guy called John Cunningham. And Cat's Eyes Cunningham, you know, he ended up being a test pilot in the end after the war. But what was he was the guy who got the first ever night fighter. It became the first night fighter ace, which is 5 kills.
Yes.
And well, the thing is, this is 1941, I think it was. The Americans aren't even in the war yet.
Yeah.
And he becomes the first night fighter race. Now, this is, bear in mind, the Americans aren't in the war yet. Britain is struggling. We're getting by, but Malta's being attacked every day. There's still North Africa going on. The Blitz is going on every night across London and many other cities around the UK, including further inland. It's not all London. And so a good news story was the first night fighter race. And what happened was reporter like licks his pencil. So how can you see the enemy planes in the dark at night? How do you find them at night? How can you see them? Well, the thing is, there was this top secret technology at the time called airborne interception, which was radar. So you had the big ground stations that were picking up the enemy bombers coming in, and they would tell the fighters, the night fighter, okay, your Angels at 16,000 at certain direction, traveling at a certain speed, because they're seeing these blips effectively coming on the big radar stations. If you've ever seen the Battle of Britain, you'll have seen the radar station thing. And in the back of the plane, you've got the navigator, who wasn't really a navigator at all. He was a radar operator. So you'd have 2 dials. And of course, the way it worked in the original days, before being the sort of the circular thing with the blip kind of thing, that was much later. What you had was basically a line. And if it was the horizontal line, if it was like flickering up like this, it was above you. And if it was down here, it was below you. And you just have like static lines showing, a bit like an oscilloscope kind of thing, but it'd be like above or below. And then on the other one, it's the vertical, so whether it's left or right. And so the ground station would say, right, your enemy's over there, and then they'd fly, and then the radar on the airplane you would find it, and then they'd be able to go behind them and just shoot them out of the sky. Well, so how can you see the planes at night? And of course, you can't tell, we've got the super secret technology called radar. I mean, it wasn't called radar, it was airborne interception. So what he said was, I eat carrots. They're good for your eyesight.
That's right. That's where the carrots are good for your eyesight story came from.
Yeah.
They were saying they could see in the dark because they ate carrots.
Yep.
Oh my God. It's just I'd
Also
forgotten
too,
that until you said it.
Yeah.
Also too with the carrots, it was suggested that he said carrots because the Home Office of Supply had no fucking food.
But had a lot of
They
carrots.
did have
Had a
was
lot of
carrots.
carrots.
And so they said, fucking everyone eat carrots.
Yeah.
And everyone's going, carrots suck. And they
No-
said, no,
nice.
carrots make you see in the dark. And it's like, yeah, eat your carrots. And then you go fucking defend London. Yeah.
And of course,
And
nice
everyone
thing
did.
about carrots, they got more than one season a year.
Yes. You can grow
Yes.
a lot of carrots.
You can grow a lot of carrots.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, and one of the other things that was interesting in that book, so we have this kind of idea about, you know, the sort of British stiff upper lip and, you know, sort of you've got to fight, you know, kind of stuff. But one of the things that it talks about is, you know, they took some time, like after doing like 4 months every day, every night, for 4 months. And of course, you're sleeping during the day, which isn't the best time to try sleeping, and you awake at night. And so they basically, you know, they underwent some pilot fatigue, some combat fatigue. You know, and not only that, they sugarcoated things. You know, they refer to the trade, which was the enemy, and you know, if they saw them, they'd have tomatoes being, you know, thrown their way, which was like a trace of fire. But it was in the book. It's like, you know, we had to take time off because of, you know, what would now be called combat fatigue. But there was this sort of like, you know, being weak wasn't, you know, it was showing that people were able to be weak, that, you know, even the stiff upper lip and these heroes that you think are just wonderful and things like that, they suffered just the same as the rest of us. They were humans just like us. And it's very easy to put people on a pedestal and look at all the brilliant bits and forget that, you know, they had struggles themselves. And those struggles are what make them human and make us human. And that, you know, we shouldn't think that we're not as good as those people in the old days.
Yeah. It's like the saying, bravery is not never being afraid. Bravery is being afraid and continuing anyway. But all right, I'm gonna make my last cocktail. So I need you all to confirm for me.
No, we can still hear. No, we can't. We can't. I'm joking. So AZ was busy, so I took his part for a few moments.
Oh yeah, one thing I really liked was an interview with John Lennon. It's like, so they've been telling us that your hair is so un-American. He's like, well, that's a good observation because we're not American at all.
Yeah. I must admit, when Trump first got into the presidency, I did troll some Americans because there was the hashtag not my president going around. And so I sort of started chucking that out a lot. And then I was just trolling. I was just waiting for someone to say it. And they did. They say, yes, he is, whether you like it or not. At which point I pointed out, I'm British. Not only is he not my president, we don't even have presidents where I live. You know, so that was, I don't know, that was kind of funny, trolling people because there are some people that spit out, you know, the word snowflake incredibly easily, but are surprisingly snowflakey themselves when it gets pushed there, you know, the other way. Kind of reminds me of something, someone that was mentioned earlier about, you know, hey, this thing that you posted like, you know, a couple of years ago on Twitter, and the thing you're saying now, not the same thing. So a year and a half, 2 years ago, whatever it was now, it wasn't, I think it was about a year ago now. Anyway, so what happened was, it was about a year ago. When the Black Lives Matter protests were going on around the world, including the UK, you had the what we call, I don't know if you have it in Australia, but we call them gammon. Because they tend to be older guys and very pink in the face, and always seem to have an outraged look on the face.
Like Bob Catter.
Sorry,
like Bob Catter, one of the politicians we've got.
Oh, I don't know.
He always looks like.
Yeah, but either way, like really pink in the face.
Yeah.
Anyway, there were quite a lot of gammonistas, as we jokingly refer to them here and there, who were like, no, it's not Black Lives Matter, it's all lives matter. And then, sort of few months later, there's a suggestion of sending the Royal Navy into the English Channel to stop these foreign brown people from coming over in rubber boats. And like blowing them out of the water, they're trying to say. And it's like, I thought you were saying all lives matter. Is it all white lives matter? I mean, what is this? And that's when they block you.
Yeah.
Again, it's like you catch them out in a contradiction and lies and things like that, and they get upset about it.
Yeah.
You enjoying it, Abigail?
Sorry?
Are you enjoying that?
Very much.
Excellent.
It's really good.
Yeah, in Adelaide, we have to wear this everywhere.
Yeah.
And I jokingly say we're the Ninjarati.
Yeah. I've I mean, we don't have to wear them now. The only place where in my area is on the trams, because the Manchester Transport for Greater Manchester, which is like the transport company, I suppose you could say, they own the trams. They just get someone to administer, over it. They've said like, oh yeah, well, because we own it, we can say we still want people to wear masks on the trams, but they can't do it on the trains because they're a private company, and they can't do it on the buses because that's a private company. But they're, the mayor of Manchester is going to be one of the things that's been going on is they want to re-regulate the buses again, so the buses will be owned and operated. They will be controlled. The system will be Transport for Greater Manchester, but the companies that do it now will administer over it, as opposed to them deciding what services are run and when.
Yeah, Riverson or Rocketson, he already knows he's muted because he's purposely muted. Someone's making a comment that Angry's muted, and anyone going to tell Angry he's muted or what? And it's like,
yeah, Angry's making a cocktail video.
Yeah.
He always does them when he's muted.
Yeah.
And I'm making a sandwich.
Oh,
so,
nice.
I mean, obviously I'm not, deeply into the conversation per se, but I will be with my mouth open and chewing.
I made a really nice sandwich a few hours back because my sleeping pattern is completely screwy. I think I'm on an Australian sleeping pattern right now, because I stayed up until 3:00 yesterday afternoon, went to bed and woke up at 10 in the evening.
Oh, yeah.
And so I've been up since 10 o'clock last night into today, and it's now 1:45 in the afternoon.
Well, yeah, and there are elements of John Lennon I disagree with, like his song. If everyone had the luck of the Irish, they'd wish they were English instead. I'm like, not really. We're actually proud to be who we are. and I don't have any English in me, but my wife does because both of her grandparents from her mum's side of the family came from England.
Now, my family name, my surname is an Irish one. My grandparents came over to England, went to Newcastle, which is in the northeast, and my father was born there. So I'm,
Nice.
and then, he married my mum, and so but yeah, still has a. The sad thing about it is that I'm the last of my family line. None of the other guys in the family had any kids other than my father, and I'm not going to have any kids. Pretty soon, it won't be even possible. But
yeah.
only one of my aunties has had 2 kids.
Fair enough. Well, it's your choice entirely, so it's fine.
Yeah, I did have a sort of a bit of a quandary about what to do regarding it, because when I prior to my diagnosis of gender incongruence, which is right, yes, you got that now, therefore you're trans, properly diagnosed trans. So my first assessment, one of the questions that was asked was, have you had any thought about gamete storage? So basically store sperm so that you can have kids later. But the thing is, I'm 47 and I'm an asexual. So it's, and although I might find a partner to live with, the whole sex thing, cuddling and kissing and holding hands and stuff like that, no problem at all. Snuggling, great. Having sex, not really my thing at all. But again, I'm 47. It's a bit late to be starting a family, and of course, someone who's who I would be likely to have stuff in common with. Generally, you have someone more in common with someone roughly your own age, and they would be a bit old to be starting a family as well. So I passed on it.
Yeah, with my dad's side of the family, the Kennedys, like they originally started in Ireland, and then they went all over the place as the Kennedys did. And the Kennedys in my ancestry that moved to America, that's where JFK comes from. And the Kennedys that moved to India is where I come from, because my dad was born in Mumbai and he's Anglo-Indian.
There's I got when my grandma died in 2014. I went to the funeral and I heard a funny story, and that was when she was in her 50s, she broke her arm or fractured her wrist. Sorry, and so she had a cast put on it. And after a couple of weeks, she goes back to the doctors, and it's like it still hurts and stuff, and it's like it didn't seem to be healing. And so the doctor said, okay, well, that's a bit unusual. We're going to have to take the cast off and have a look. And so she went, okay, and she reached over and she pulled the cast off her hand and handed it to him. And apparently what had happened was 2 days after having the cast put on, she put her arm in a bucket of hot water to loosen the plaster so she could remove it so that she could peel potatoes. Because my granddad died when I was a very small child. I have no real memories of him other than being a nice old man. Of course, old was, what perspective. That's like a 30-year-old for when you're like 7 or 6 or 5 or however old I was. But my grandma was the matriarch of the family. And so...
Yeah, I'm just laughing at Daisy making the joke about angry doing this.
Yeah. So basically what happened was, matriarch Irish Catholic lady, the family was obviously brought up on a diet of potatoes and guilt.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't really get to know my grandmother on my dad's side of the family because she drank methylated spirits when my dad was 4.
That'll do it to you every time, really.
Yeah, it's like, no.
What's this? Angry's doing multi-takes of this show. This is a fucking multi-takes thing.
What's silly about it is he's basically gonna make 3 cocktails to do 3 videos, and yet he'll now have to drink them all in one night rather than take like one every few days.
No, he does that all the time. No, but he fucking he's been starting and stopping as he's been going and doing the same lines over again. It's not one take wondering stuff.
Yeah,
How we do things at Angry Studios.
you know, one of the things that I was really surprised at with these live stream type things is how slowly Angry speaks. Because when there were the scripted ones, he just rolls stuff off really quickly, and then you listen to this, and he's like almost like talking in slow motion by comparison.
Yes, it's because he's going to make it up as he's going.
Oh, I remember when I first met Angry in 2014. He was such a good guy. Well, he still is such a good guy.
Yeah.
And then I got to meet AZ as well later on, and I'm like, oh, awesome people.
I don't know. I haven't met AZ yet. Oh no, I haven't met AZ yet. Of course, I've met AZ. It was just such a forgettable experience, you know. It's just like, who the fuck is this guy?
Is that you talking about sex with me again? Sorry.
No.
Honestly, I thought we'd left that in the past. Honestly.
Oh, look, it went.
I was
Look,
having a go at you.
you know when like you have like just such a horrible experience, and it it's never.
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
I was having a go at you, Angry, before because I was saying to these folks, what the fuck is this? Angry is doing multiple takes on these videos that he's doing. I can see him doing the same line again. What the fuck is that? That's not one take wonder. That's not how we do things in Angry Studios.
You know what happened? I made this. This is a very desserty cocktail with limoncello and a cream liqueur, and it's really good. But when I first made it, it was really overly sweet, and I realized I'd forgotten to put the citrus in it. It meant to put some either lemon or lime juice in, and so how I've actually shot the video is like. When I'm tasting it, I'm going, it's a bit sweet. Sure, maybe I could have put citrus in, and I went, I'll look fine. If you're gonna pressure me, fine, I'll do it, fine. And then I've gone back and remade it, and I've come back and just saying I've been subjected to bullying, and
oh wow,
and
I think I might have a relation in this not Facebook, YouTube.
You might be related to Stella Lee, yeah, you might be. But yeah, so I've done this whole thing where I'm saying I've been bullied, I've been pushed into things. I hope you're all proud of yourself for doing that to me. And then I tasted the drink and go, oh, okay, you were right. I needed to put citrus juice in it. It's fine.
So
but still, I've been bullied.
I got something for you. So I had a bit of an accident sort of earlier this morning. So yes, like a day and a half ago now, it's hardly to. My sleeping pattern is shit at the moment, so trying to remember when I. Well, I was leaving comments yesterday.
Yeah.
So I hadn't gone to bed yet.
You did say that, yes.
Yeah, and I actually went to bed at about 3:00 in the afternoon and woke up at 10 in the evening.
Wow.
Ooh, okay.
That was me getting my sort of 6 hours ish. And the reason was because I had something 3D printing. And I didn't want to leave it sitting around.
Yes, you were saying you were doing
in there.
3D print you ever done. Yes.
So I 3D printed a Star Trek shuttle.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had a bit of an accident. Type 9, yep. Star Trek Voyager 0.1. But I had a bit of a problem with it, and that was that when I went to paint it to, give it an undercoat, I accidentally dropped it.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
no.
The bloody
Oh,
ball cell
Oh,
smashed
no.
off.
No.
There's another bit
Bummer.
around, and it's like, oh bugger.
Well, now can be
But
a
I just need to finish off. Just need to finish off. Okay, so this is the broken one, and the second one that I've been 3D printing overnight is about a minute and a half to go on the printer. So you'll be able to
there's another
see
one
it.
coming. Okay.
Yeah, so I printed off a replacement, and between the first one being done and that one, I made it's a two-piece one, but and this is a this is a Elite Dangerous Imperial Courier.
Ooh, I think I will be into that. Yeah.
Wow, that is so good.
First Star Trek.
Yeah,
ship
like I say, it's two
put
halves.
together.
Problem is that it kind of bowed a bit, so I've had to file it. So I've got
Is
my
that-
big,
is that
I've got my big ass file.
resin printed?
Yes,
That looks yeah.
yeah, it comes out really, really good. I mean, I don't know. Let me just,
Yeah, resin printers are known for their good detail.
yeah.
Oh.
Let me just find my
That was pretty cool.
camera software. At the moment, it's trying to find my face. But if I turn off the autofocus, so I can move it close, and then there you go.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
So it really
detail.
is.
That's really good detail.
Yeah,
That is great.
the only bit that's a bit iffy are the let me just, there you go. It's these here, which are the impulse engines, and they're a little bit fuzzy because that's where I had to put all the what do you call it? The structure that holds it, the support legs. Basically.
Yeah, righto.
Okay.
So yeah, so that should be done now. So just give me a couple of minutes while I have to clean up the 3D printer.
Nice.
And one of the things I got was I bought a metal sieve this last week, which means I can just pour it straight in, and that catches any lumps that might happen if there was a fault in the print. So give me a couple of minutes, and you'll be able to see
And we'll see what comes
one
out.
that's straight off the press, as it were.
Nice. Right.
I need to set up my 3D printer again. I rearranging all the furniture around here. I kind of I didn't dismantle it. I just unplugged it and moved it. But it's like all the bits and pieces are everywhere. So get back into it.
When you set up your 3D printer, that's got to be absolutely level, doesn't it?
Just the bed. It depends on the printer, I guess. Laura, you are itching to say something there.
I made a slight miscorrection. The 2 minutes 46 seconds was actually 2 hours 46 minutes.
Oh no!
So it's still got a bit to go. Bear in mind, this is an 11.5-hour print.
Yeah, nice. So this is
I've
not quite
done
3D printing, but this is my project. This is a sugar syrup, and it's made with an Australian native fruit called lily pilly or riberry, because there's a bunch of trees in my neighborhood, including in my yard, that grow lily pilly fruit or riberry fruit, and so it is the whole of it, and it's like. It's got a really big seed in the middle. Mush them a bit and then boiled them in water and added sugar and then strained it. I got the syrup for drinks. It tastes a lot like pear actually, but it's a very nice fruity sugar syrup basically. Just throwing it out there. I don't have a 3D printer, but I create things.
And lily pilly has that odd little tiny little bit of honeysuckle in it as well.
And there are, even in my neighborhood, there's different versions, some different variants of lily pilly. Some of them the fruit is much paler, some of them the fruit is quite purple, and the one that's in my yard, the fruit is actually quite red. So there's clearly a few variants of lily pilly in my neighborhood. So but yes, it's a native fruit. It's quite edible. Like I just ate some of it off the tree to see what it was like, and it's really sort of nice and light and zesty. And like I said, the syrup made with it tastes a lot like pear, I think. So there you go.
Well,
Yeah.
As regards, sorry.
You're gonna go and eat fruit out of your Australian native tree. You should put a little bit under your lip there, and if it goes numb and you start seeing the sun go into a green spiral, then you shouldn't eat much more of it.
Unless you want to talk to the ancestors. That sounds like it's a good one for talking to the ancestors.
Well, they'll just pop up anytime they want. But
Yeah, I know, right? But it's like what you're describing sounds like one that's going to open some doorways.
Yeah.
I have a question, and forgive me if I say something wrong here. It's purely based on ignorance, and that's not me being ignorant as being awful, more not knowing something.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call? Is it okay to call them Aboriginals, or is it like native Australians or something? What's the term?
Lately,
the short answer is yes. Different people prefer different things. Might be Aboriginal, Indigenous, First Nations, blackfellas. I remember freaking out a New Zealand friend by referring to blackfellas and whitefellas. They're going, "That sounds super racist." And I went, "Oh, that's just because you don't know blackfellas." It's just like it was, but it's worth talking to someone and saying, what are you comfortable with? Some people will prefer Aboriginal, some prefer Indigenous, some prefer First Nations, some are just completely happy with blackfella. So it's just like blackfella. I always love the Warumpi band song, blackfella, white fella, yellow fella, any fella, long as you a true fella, doesn't matter what your color. Warumpi band were like 80s to early 90s band. Very, very much like their tracks.
Angry, you better check the chat.
Oh, what's in the chat? Okay,
Lone
yeah,
Chomper.
they can go.
Yeah.
They can go bye-byes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see anything at all. Oh, it must be.
Oh no, there's just some.
It's on
There is
Twitch.
one,
dipshit.
Oh, right.
To that person.
Yeah.
I always forget there's Twitch as well.
And also, I'll just throw it out there: Twitch is fucking shit.
Yeah. I don't know why you're still like.
I agree.
Yeah, because now they're being genuinely awful.
One thing I can't stand about Twitch, I tried watching one of the live streams going on. There's a guy I watch who plays a game called PUBG. And, I thought, well, let's see what he's like live. Guy called Choco Taco. Anyway, so I was trying to watch his live stream, and it's like, crying out loud, adverts all the damn time, right in the middle of something going on. It's like, I can't even watch this.
Yeah.
So I just watched yesterday's live stream, and that had no adverts.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you live stream on Twitch, they whack an ad up for you. Or for them, but, on top of you.
Yeah, Twitch is just kind of shit to manage, quite honestly.
Do you need a hand with that? Do you need a hand? Because I'm pretty good with Twitch. Do you like making me an admin or a moderator?
Is,
I'm actually I'm siding with Safa that I should just dump the Twitch stream.
Ditch it, yeah.
Yeah, another time. Definitely, Abigail, when we were able to travel and shit and hang out and get you over. Two things.
Yep.
We can look at Twitch and we can look at OBS and
yes, absolutely.
And deal with it. But yeah.
I live stream with OBS, but that's only when I'm talking to me with myself.
Yeah.
On my own.
I
trying to do it with other people is just too hard.
Yeah. This is probably 2 years ago when I wanted to get into live streaming again, and YouTube had gone through one of those phases where they were making it difficult. YouTube does weird shit from time to time. Sometimes it's like a single click to live stream on YouTube, and then they'll go, oh no, you have to do this and install this client and do this, and it's like, oh well, get fucked. And I looked up OBS. Sorry?
Can we delete those comments on Twitch, please? Is that a thing we can do?
That's
be awesome.
an excellent question. And the short answer is I don't know how to.
I mean, we can. I've done it before if you're a moderator.
All right. And so now you're out. Because I made you a moderator on YouTube, I think.
Yeah. My
because I
Twitch
was
handle is.
confused.
I'll send a message on the Twitch chat.
Oh God, you're gonna fucking confuse me. But do it, do it. 'Cause
Old man alert! Old man alert!
this is serious. Old man
This
does
newfangled
not like
fangled-
changes.
Yeah.
Old man does not like.
Aren't you
changes.
like don't you do stuff with computers or whatever?
Just don't fucking stress me, Laura. Just don't fucking stress me.
What's an OBS?
Yeah, it's
Open
an
broadcast
application.
software.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Open
it's
broadcast
basically
software.
free. It's a free broadcasting thing, so you can have. If I'm live streaming myself, what I can do is I can have like model train picture and me picture, and I can alternate between the two. And you can have different sources that and you just click a button, and it's easier to navigate everything. So, but it's just a thing that's for streaming podcasts and whatever.
Okay.
So
Live streaming.
Ugh, what is this shit doing? For fuck's sake, honestly.
okay, so I'm trying to find where in Twitch you assign someone a moderator, but it's not as simple as you think.
Twitch is fucking shit. Twitch is fucking shit. Like anything else, it's a single click to fucking ban someone and get rid of them. And in Twitch, it's so much harder. And why the fuck?
I used to stream on Twitch a fair amount, but I don't anymore because I realized that I'm too introverted and I don't like having to talk all the time, like and engage with my audience, and like fuck that. Occasionally I'll go back on Twitch, but if you go into your creator dashboard on Twitch, so you click on your click on your channel and
creator dashboard. Okay.
Yep, and then go to roles, community on the left, and roles manager, and
roles manager.
Yep, and you can assign.
Okay, so if I find you.
Yep.
Funky Abigail.
Underscore. There's an underscore in it.
There's an underscore. Okay.
Funky underscore Abigail is my Twitch handle.
Okay, Funky Abigail.
Cool.
Make you a moderator. Save. All right, you're a fucking moderator now. If you can work it out, if you can work it out.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got no room for jokes.
The feed. Make it happen.
Yeah, like all the rest you have to do so we don't have to see those dumb fucking comments is throw a few things in chat and it'll scroll up and we just won't see it anymore.
Well, we might have to still sit.
If my ignorance open the door to racist watching or something.
Oh no, there's just some random.
No, not really.
Shows up.
It was there.
I think I've blocked them. I think I've blocked them.
I just blocked them on Twitch.
Good.
Their comments are still coming up in StreamYard though, because reasons I don't know why.
Yeah, but no, it's all sort of scrolled up enough now that it's like good. I don't see it anymore. Toby wants to know how you're feeling, Aidsy. How you feeling?
Well, if you can imagine an igloo,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And the igloo had within its ice blocks, little tiny pieces of ceramic art that had been left there deliberately by people who wanted to make sure that they would be found off chance by people snowboarding there thousands of years later. Yeah. That wouldn't be anything like what I was feeling. And I think there's something in that for all of us. That ain't tired. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
one of
know
the things,
Abigail was talking about something else. Like she's commenting about something I just said. It's like, okay, great. Thanks.
Oh no, I just finished what I was doing, and now I'm gonna go get my chocolate mousse that I ordered. I'll be back in a sec.
it came all the way from Canada.
Chocolate mousse. I like chocolate mousse.
Oh man.
You could have said, "Hey, get some chocolate mousse to Avie's place."
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, if you want to look at a video, and it's not very long, it's only about maybe 45 seconds or whatever it is, And it's a girl that's just had a wisdom tooth removed, and so she's high on the on the Novocaine. And she's obviously she's got pain, and she's kind of like talking funny because her mouth is all numb.
Yeah.
And so she's like distraught because she can't, she thinks that her lips have been removed and that no one's ever,
Sorry.
no one's ever going to love me. And it's like, your lips are fine. Your lips are fine. Your mouth's just numb, says mum. And she's like, no one's ever going to kiss me. She's just so forlorn about it. And then, and her mum said, look, your mouth's numb. You have got lips. You've got lipstick. Like, mum, that's just lipstick. You put this on me so I didn't look horrible or something. I can't remember exactly what she says. But anyway, she's like, where are we going? You better mind your tone with me, missy, kind of thing. Have your ice cream. Where's my ice cream? It's there right next to you. And so she picks it up and she looks at it and she starts like almost crying. It's like, chocolate mousse. Oh my god! They killed a moose and are trying to make me eat it. Oh dear me! It's so funny.
I know her pain.
It's-
know her pain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it
And
is
you've got
so
flappy
funny.
dogs and no one fucking listens to
Oh,
you.
flappy dogs. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
No
I
one
remember.
believes you when you see flappy dogs. Yeah.
And you go, they're there. They're there.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
But-
Just
and
But do you know something? I have made reference.
What the hell are flappy dogs?
Oh,
You see, this is
okay.
this is it. I mean, look at the. It shows how much of a fangirl I am. I know this story from 4 years ago at least.
Oh no, great 10 years ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I certainly. I mean, I've mentioned it to other people, and they have no idea what I'm talking about because they don't know what
Yeah. So look, okay, Abigail, the short version. AZ in his thing when he had the necrotizing fasciitis, which almost killed him. This is detailed in the Code Grey show, which is on YouTube. At one point, he's come out of his induced coma that he's been in for a couple of weeks, but he's still drugged the fuck up, and there's a bunch of well-wishers around him, and he's saying dumb random shit because he's drugged to the fucking eyeballs. And he looks out the window of the hospital, and he can see the roof on the adjoining building. There's an air vent sort of sticking up out of the roof, and a bit of tar paper has come loose from the roof and is wrapped around this little air vent thing to go. and he thinks it looks like a penguin. He's looking out the window and he thinks he can see a penguin on the roof of the adjoining building. But because he's so drugged up, he can't remember the word penguin. And so he points behind everyone out the window and says, "There's a Flappy Bird. Why is there a Flappy Bird out there?"
Flappy
And
dog.
because he's
Flappy dog.
Flappy dog.
Yeah.
Sorry, Flappy dog. There's a Flappy dog out there. And because he's so drugged up, no one even looks over their shoulder.
The
Everyone
fuckers
just
wouldn't
goes,
even look.
everyone just goes,
Wouldn't even
"Matey,
look
there's
at
no such
Flappy dog."
thing as Flappy dogs." And he's going, "There's one right outside over there. There's a
There was
Flappy
like
dog."
a heap of these Flappy dogs. Giving it flap, flap, flap. And I'm going, if you just fucking look, you'll see them. No,
And nobody would condescend. Nobody would condescend to look out the window to see a flap. But my personal favorite is someone did fan art of a Flappy dog, which was basically sort of a bulldog's head photoshopped onto a penguin. It was pretty good. But Flappy dogs are a fucking classic. It's like when someone who's on drugs is trying to say something sensible and no one pays any attention to them because they're on drugs. And they go, "No, honestly, I'm saying something sensible." Everyone goes, "No, you're not. There's no such thing. What are you talking about?"
I was going home with a friend of mine who was a lady person who was going to have the sexualities with me. And we got a cab back to her place. And the cab driver goes, "So, where are we going?" And she goes, "Oh, my place." And she keeps on talking to me. And I'm going, "So, darling, do you want to tell the guy where we're going?" "Oh, yeah, just keep on going. It would be right." And I'm going, "Sweetie, we're going to, at some point, need an address." Because he's starting to get very, very, very concerned about driving randomly through the west of Melbourne. And I'm going, "Well, we're just going, we're going along this way. I'll tell you what, darling, we're going to need an actual address. Otherwise, he's going to throw us out of the vehicle." And he stops the car and she goes, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "Unless you give me an actual address that goes, you're going to have to get out." I'm going, "Honey, just tell us an address. It can be across from your place. If you're worried about security, it can be down around the corner. We can walk it. Just tell us where to go."
Yeah.
What's that noise in the background that I can hear?
Could be anything.
Either ticking or a kind of
I
a
heard that as
flapping
well.
noise.
It wasn't me masturbating. I just want to make that absolutely clear before anyone brings it up.
Look, can confirm you are so quiet when you masturbate.
Do you know what? I was going to ask the
wish that was
question,
me.
how do you know
I
that?
wish
And
that
then I
was mine.
realised I don't want to know.
No, don't ask. Don't ask, Laura. It's got to do with New Year's Eve. It's got to do with New Year's Eve.
Oh yeah, Laura brought up moose.
Oh, mooses.
The most Canadian picture ever taken.
The plural of moose is moose.
It's mice. It's one mice, two mice, one mouse, two mice, one moose, two meese. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Except
they're walking past Tim Hortons. That's why it's so Canadian.
Walking past Tim Hortons. Oh, that is the most Canadian picture. Mooses walking past Tim Hortons. That is good. Okay, so I've just refilled my freezer martini. So I've finished my macadamia gin. So that goes into recycling. And I've got another stopper. Because what I found out, although I reuse these stoppers, they're not really meant to be reused. And they get stuck in the things. And I pull them out and the cork actually comes off. But anyway, I've got another one is what I'm saying. What's that? That's Tim Hortons. Is that someone riding a moose?
Yep. It's a Mountie.
That's a Mountie riding a moose into a Tim Hortons. That's very Canadian.
Yeah, see,
I think my
Canadian Mountie.
I think my favorite moose thing was. Do you remember the movie Deadly Pursuit?
Yes.
So it's the one with Tom Berenger and Kirstie Alley, and there's a bunch of there's a guy that's like killed a cop, or he's a and he's basically
Oh,
chased by the police, and he goes up the mountains and ends up with a sort of a hiker
Mhm.
troop. They go, a bunch of people pay someone to take them up a trail because they're going to go hiking for like 3 days or whatever. And one of them's the bad guy, and there's Sidney Poitier is like with Tom Berenger, who's and they're chasing them down, right? But anyway, and it's got the guy who played Garrick in Star Trek Deep Space
Andrew
Nine.
Robinson.
Andrew Robinson, yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway, so there's a bit on it where they've the cop, and Tom Berenger. So Tom Berenger's gone out to get some wood or whatever it was, and Sidney Poitier opens the door of this like cabin up in the mountains kind of thing, and there's a moose standing at the door with like bit of mist coming out, vapor coming out of its nose because it's cold
Yeah.
and warm. And he just sort of like shuts the door, and then sort of like, yeah, and he opens the door and there's no moose, and he's like, and he goes back, and then he's like, "Did you see the moose?" says Tom Berenger when he comes back a couple of minutes later. It's a funny moment, but like I say, it's
I
just
remember that.
opens the door with the moose looking at him, just stood straight in the door.
you know how big moose are? They are huge.
I have been
Yeah,
told.
there's pictures of seen moose are freakishly large.
Yeah, I have
Oui.
been told that you expect a moose to be like a deer, but they're not. They're huge.
No, they're like about 3 meters tall. They're
Mm.
fucking huge.
Like an enormous.
Did you know, and it's not moose, but it's a similar kind of animal. Did you know that giraffes were originally referred to as camelopods because they thought they were related to camels?
Sure.
Yeah.
They thought they were just short-legged camels, basically, and just a derivative, of the same species. Turns out the giraffes are completely different. But the original, so they called them camelopods because they thought they were camels.
Yeah.
Well,
A little weird giraffe fact for you.
I'm
Yeah.
a
Oh,
chameleon.
Second
and
giraffe.
also this moment as well in the Olympics when Maggie McNeil won swimming, one of the swimming
Yes,
events.
she needs glasses, and I saw that she couldn't read the leaderboard. She didn't know if she'd won. So there's that
Oh, she
incredibly
forgot to put her
unflattering,
goggles on.
unflattering photo of someone who can't see, squinting and going, "Did I fucking win? What is that?" Like, so she's not looking jubilant at all. Being as someone who, if something was written on the wall over there, I'd be like, "What the fuck does that say? What is that?" It is a pretty funny photo of the swimmer without their glasses on, trying to work out if they won the race or not.
I must admit, though, that I have come across some people on the internet who've made me squint. It's like, what?
Yes. Yes. I want to do this pose with people on the internet. Like, what?
Yeah.
You fucking what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did
whenever
do that
someone
a bit.
says something out there, I've just sort of go,
Yeah. I mean, yesterday I had a bit of that myself because I had basically a backwards and forwards disagreement with some guy in the comments of a YouTube video about airplanes because I'm big into airplanes, and he's
Yeah.
like, "No, that's not the case at all." And it was about an aircraft called the Nimrod, which
Mhm.
is a maritime, sort of
Submarine
flies
warfare.
at low level, anti-submarine warfare, that kind of stuff, maritime reconnaissance. And he tried to say that it had a fatal flaw because the thing was about the Comet airliner. So what happened was the Comet airliner first jet airliner in the world, and it had kind of square windows and quite large windows as well. And unfortunately, they didn't know about the way metal fatigue works, and that over as you pressurize and depressurize and depressurize as the plane goes up and down, it basically created fatigue cracks, and a couple of airplanes broke up in the sky because they'd gone through too many
strip cracking as well.
Yeah, that was all. They also used a different rivet system, and that wasn't as good. So what happened was they had a couple of plane crashes, and they discovered what caused the problem, and then they fixed the problem, like happens with airliners. But this guy was insisting that the design, the design of the aircraft with like with engines in the wing roots, that was a fatal flaw. And and he tried to argue that, but how many other aircraft are there that fly now with wing root engines? And it's like, look, for crying out loud,
Tomcats, F-15s.
But no, we're talking airliners here.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, of course, the problem is that the whole podded engines thing wasn't done until later. And the reason why podded engines are used on most airliners, all airliners, is simply because it's easier to take the engines off or maintain them because they're easier to access. Whereas when they're built into the wing, you've got to, pull them out and climb under stuff, and it's just a lot. It takes longer to replace or repair an engine. So therefore they went with the thing that was cheapest. Because at the end of the day,
these days on a sea level maintenance job on Boeing up from 37 to 47, they take the engines off and put new engines on. They don't even bother to fix them. They just take them off and put them on.
Well, sort of. They'll do normal maintenance stuff, so they just change a couple of parts or whatever. It's still on the plane, and that's fine. But when it becomes to this engine is broke, they have spares sitting around so that they can pop them straight on and send the other one off for repair,
quick as they can.
Yeah. It's called component exchange maintenance.
Yeah.
Now. So then what happened was I'm arguing with this guy because effectively what replaced the Nimrod was... So they were going to have a new version of the Nimrod, the MR4. New engines, new capabilities. It was going to be up to date. Unfortunately, government fucked it over, as they did in so many of these things, because what happens is the government says we needed to do A, B, and C. And so the engineers start working on A, B, and C. And then they say we needed to do D as well. And so they have to redo all the software because, of course, they haven't gone in for D. So now they've got to, go back and...
You've got to be ready for the D. That's all.
And then they decide they want to put E on as well.
So
he started calling a Nimrod.
And then the government gets bitchy that it's got cost overruns, and it's like 4 years late or whatever. And it's like, And so ultimately what happened was the government said, you know what, this is too expensive. We're just going to scrap it. So they literally scrapped the one that was flying and was like a gnat's wing away from being the finished product being tested. And they ended up we had no maritime reconnaissance for a decade until last year into this year, where we'd now got Boeing 737 airliner versions that do a similar job, but not as good, because the P8 Poseidon, which is a Boeing 737-800, that's a high altitude plane. It's got a stronger fuselage, but the rest of it is the same. And it hasn't got something called a magnetic anomaly detector, which looks for magnetic emissions, which will tell you there's a submarine under the water.
Generally,
So it hasn't got that, and that's because it doesn't fly low enough to do it. And of course, the lower you fly, the more turbulence, the more fuel it uses as well. But military aircraft are engineered to a much higher tolerance because they've got to go through more extreme forces, as opposed to an airliner-based one like air refuelers or an AWACS aircraft, which need to go high and just sit there. So they work the same as airliners. And, so he's just arguing like, oh, what you're saying, the 737 isn't as highly engineered as, a Nimrod, an out-of-date Nimrod. And it's like, no, well, yeah, I'm saying that it's more engineered, literally designed to fly at low level. And, and it's someone who's made a statement as in, the aerodynamics of the plane had a fatal flaw, and it's like, but the thing flew for 42 years in service. That's not a fatal flaw that stopped them being any good. It had it had a sort of pair of problems in the early stages that we didn't even know about because we'd never made jet airliners in that way before, and then they fixed the problem and it's not a problem. It's crazy. Some people argue on the internet, and the idea that they could be wrong is a problem.
Yeah.
And then there's the other problem, which is they're dealing with an Aspie, and so I'm like a dog with a bone sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I keep things simple by never being wrong. So it's
I'm an academic, so I'm always going to be proved wrong.
If the other person is automatically wrong because I never make mistakes or anything, it just makes arguments so much easier. I just need to get them to realize they're a fucking idiot and they're wrong. And
but see, I don't know, man. When you were saying you were a screaming homosexual, I thought that was going a bit far, considering you've got.
That's not what I said. That was when I held you down and harnessed you to the bed and said, "I can make you scream, you homosexual." Was
this a video I missed?
Yeah, no, that's on our OnlyFans channel.
Wait a minute. What am I, a frog?
Yeah, no, money. Let's see the dollars. That's all we're saying. Or let's see the dollars.
Unfortunately, I can't help it because we have real money here.
All right, good night.
When's you going to
No, I'm not going. I'm just getting everyone's attention because it's really hard to get a word in edgeways in tonight's
because
stream.
Laura was on a roll.
No. Well, I mean, like you get AD and Laura in the same chat. It's.
I was very good tonight.
You have been pretty good, actually. I got to give you that. But I'm going to change the subject. Laura, you mentioned you like aeroplanes, planes in general before, and it just reminded me of this that has, this is like flummoxed engineers that I've known at uni. And it's you will have heard this problem before, this mental exercise. If you get an aeroplane, doesn't matter what type of aeroplane it is, and you put it on a treadmill, and the treadmill matches the speed of the wheels, does the plane take off? Now, I want to hear, if people have an answer to this, I want to hear your explanation, because I know what happens.
My answer would be no, because the treadmill is moving and the wheels are turning, but the wind going over the wings is what provides lift. So unless you're blowing air over it as well, it's not going to lift.
I will.
That would be my gut.
Yeah, 80.
I'll put in a bid and say yes, the plane does take off, and I can say why.
Yes.
Ooh, go for it. Go for it.
I'll give the reason why afterwards.
All
If
right.
you don't,
The
if
reason
you haven't got it.
that the plane will take off is that the treadmill is rushing air underneath the wing and
Due to
making the flow under the wing
A low pressure
go
air.
basically turbulently enough so that it pushes the air in front of the wing over the wing, which makes it go faster, which then takes the pressurized wind under the wing and pumps it up. Not very far. It won't take it up.
Interesting, but not the answer.
Okay, my
What is
answer.
the answer?
My secondary answer then, if the answer is the
Yes.
plane would take off, that my answer would be that the engines would have to be going, I suppose.
Yes.
And therefore, they would be producing pressure coming out the back, which
Thrust,
would
yes.
cause lift.
Which is the answer. The wheels don't have an engine in them. They're not. The plane isn't pushing against the ground. Planes push against the air, and that's how they get thrust. And so the plane will move forward, but not because it's pushing against the treadmill, but because it's pushing against the air, and the wheels will just spin faster. That's all that happens. They just spin a bit faster.
Yeah,
and so and to answer Stella's question, MythBusters
Where do you get a
did
treadmill
this.
that big? Yeah.
They made one. They made this
I love
massive
MythBusters.
treadmill,
Yeah,
which
that
was
actually
basically
made. Okay.
a tarpaulin that they just like pulled
Yeah.
with a car.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the plane just pushes against the air, and so the wheels spin twice as fast, and then
That's
it
what I
gains
was
lift.
thinking.
This actually reminds me of the old Stephen Wright routine, the famous deadpan comic, where he said, "When I go for a job interview, people say, 'Do you have any questions?' I say, 'Yeah.' If I'm in a spacecraft traveling at 99% the speed of light and I switch the headlights on, what happens? And if they say, 'I don't know,' I say, 'I don't want to work here.'"
Sorry, I missed that. I missed that because I was responding to something in chat.
Yeah, please top us up.
I heard something recently. Are you familiar with what Jaffa cakes are?
Yes.
Sorry, what?
Jaffa cakes.
I'm aware of the concept of Jaffa cakes.
Yeah, but you know what they are. They're, like a
Orange chocolate.
Yeah, it's a
Orange
spongy.
chocolate.
It's a spongy kind of biscuit with a topping with orange flavored jelly on it,
like an orange
and then
marmalade jelly.
covered in chocolate on the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So a trans friend of mine. I'm going to get this completely wrong because I've only heard it once, and so. The company that she works at, when someone new would turn up, they would give a little speech about themselves, introducing themselves to the gang in the company. And any questions afterwards, and the question is always, are Jaffa cakes biscuits or cakes? Because, of course, Jaffa cakes, the reason why they're called Jaffa cakes is because biscuits get taxed, cakes don't. So therefore, they called them Jaffa cakes. But even though they're called Jaffa cakes, they're sold in the biscuit aisle, not the cake aisle of the supermarket.
Okay.
So it's like, okay, so what happened was this new friend of mine, trans friend, she ended up having to reintroduce herself as trans. And so in that, knowing that our Jaffa cakes, are they biscuits or cakes, was the question that everybody asked because it's a bit of an in-joke in the company. She basically did a little PowerPoint presentation, say, going through the list of the criteria. So, can you put them in tea? Do they crumble? That kind of thing. Well, and it's like, so she tried it with a digestive and tried it with a Jaffa cake and tried it with a cake. And, to do all the comparisons. So ultimately, it's biscuit. Therefore, a Jaffa cake is a transgender cake.
Yeah, look, flawless.
Perfection.
It's not that it's a trans cake.
Yeah.
Was basically it.
Yeah.
And I think I've kind of screwed it up a little bit because there's a punchline that comes out much better, but it's a trans cake.
Yeah.
And
the company would have been very happy.
And of course, well, the problem was she's also she's committed one of the worst sins, because of course the next person who turns up to give their presentation, and the question is a Jaffa cake a cake or a biscuit? And of course, everybody now knows it's a trans biscuit, so that it's a trans cake. So therefore,
they're just wrong.
The question is automatically going to be already, completely answered to everyone's satisfaction. So it's not even a viable question anymore.
Yeah,
so it's taken the punchline out of the company.
Although I do like Stella's line: "A cake goes hard when it's stale, and a biscuit goes soft when it's stale." So
also a part of the list of things, because Jaffa cakes do go hard. So biscuit.
Yeah. And also, Safi saying Russians probably drink as much tea as the British, but I feel like the Russians make their tea in samovars, and the British make their tea in kettles. And the samovar is definitely a more elegant way to have tea. It's a much more sort of involved device, the samovar. Although I could be completely wrong, and I'm prepared to be corrected. But I thought Russians made tea in a samovar.
By the way, little information for you. Did you know that Russian cakes are one big cake with a little cake inside and a small cake inside that and a small cake?
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm sure Russian people have never heard that joke ever.
I have no idea whether that's even a Russian joke. I made that up just a second ago.
No. Russian porn sites are a small person and then a bigger person and then a bigger person and then a bigger. I don't know. I don't go on Russian porn sites. The concept of a Russian porn site scares me.
So you've never been to motherless.com then?
Oh my God. See, because I'm old enough to be pre-internet porn, and it's like certain nationalities did certain things, and German porn was the weird shit. German porn was the weird sort of fetish. And Japanese porn
nightclub in Berlin.
Oh shit! Who's dinging me? Why is someone dinging me at this time of night? Oh my God!
In Mother Russia, porn do you?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, somebody said that Australians can't even make submarines, and I was going to jokingly say, if I want a really good submarine, I'd rather a yellow one from Pepperland, because those submarines go levitate in the air, according to the movie Yellow Submarine.
Where we all live.
I can't stand the Beatles. They annoy the shit out of me.
Oh, that's right. It's down to preference.
The Beatles? I love the Beatles.
My problem isn't... I think I've told you about this before. My problem isn't the Beatles. It's the fan stupidness. And because my local news also gets Liverpool news, it means that if any minor thing about the Beatles, doesn't matter how minor it is, my analogy is, if someone found a hanky that John Lennon may have blown his nose out on in the Cavern Club in 1966,
I guess,
and someone found it, it would be mentioned on the local news. And the most stupid example was Yoko Ono was doing an art thing in London, and that was on the local news because she married a guy who was a Beatle.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the Beatles, nothing to do with any of their music or anything else. It was just some lady who married a Beatle guy opened a thing in London. She didn't open
Fair
a thing
Yeah,
in
I
Liverpool.
was suggested to listen to a song called The Dakota by Angry Ozzy, and I listened to it and I kind of cried because I know what it's about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, what did I
It's-
do to make you cry, Lee?
The song by, I think, Christine 11.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah, I
Okay,
was just
Christine,
like,
Christine Levin is a New York-based sort of folky singer-songwriter. I found her in the late 80s when I was still at uni. She's still doing stuff. She's released a shit ton of albums over the decade. She's very good. About half her songs are light-hearted and comedic, and half are really soulful and sad. And because she's a New Yorker, she has a song she recorded in the late 80s called The Dakota. John Lennon was living in the Dakota Hotel when he was killed. He basically stepped out of the Dakota and ran into the fuckwit who shot him. And Christine Levin has this song like, she's been touring America, she's coming back home, and she just gets in a cab, says, "Take me home," and then she's just zoning out because she's going home, and then she looks out the window and she realizes they're right outside the Dakota Hotel. And as a New Yorker, since Lennon's murder, that's always resonated with her. So there's this song called The Dakota, which I told Lee about because I knew Lee was a Lennon fan. It's a really beautiful, touching song about her as a New Yorker grappling with just living in New York. I will occasionally pass the Dakota Hotel, which is going to bring all this shit back to me about Lennon's murder here. And she said in the song, I don't know if she's saying this really happened in real life, but in the song, as she's outside, she realizes the taxi is right outside the Dakota, the radio in the taxi starts playing Imagine, and just like,
and I've got to go.
All right, Lee. Thanks for
Oh,
hanging out.
see you, Lee.
Au revoir.
Yeah, take care. Nice seeing you.
Bye. Live long and prosper.
You too.
But yeah, Christine Lavin, Lavin, is worth looking at because, like I said, 50% of her songs are funny and 50% are really sort of heartrending and emotional. And I was listening to one of her more recent albums because it was on like YouTube Music, and there was this song about, and it was something like, "Please don't ask me to hold your baby." And I was listening to this song and she's like playing the guitar and saying, "Oh, you're telling me to hold your baby." And I thought, oh God, is this going to be a sad, I can't tell if this is a sad one or a funny one. Like, is it going to be, "Don't ask me to hold your baby because I had a miscarriage. Don't ask me to hold your baby because I've never been able to bear a child," and thing. And then it's like, I was singing a song and it gets to the chorus, it's going, "Because your baby's really ugly." It was such a relief. It was such a relief. She was going like, because it was social awkwardness. It's like you're saying, "Look, my baby loves you," and it's going, don't ask me to hold your baby because your baby is ugly."
I don't want to catch that. I don't want to. No.
But the whole lead up with this thing of not wanting to hold someone's baby, I was going, oh, is this going to be one of these heart-rending songs? Did she have a miscarriage? Was she never able to bear a child? Is it no, it's just this person's baby's ugly. It's just like so fucking funny.
There's an amusing little one with Japanese. So there's the word kawaii, which I'm sure everyone's heard of, which is cute.
It's cute, basically, yeah.
There's also another word which is kowai, Kowai, which is kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
And these are words that you don't confuse when referring to someone's baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or do.
This is the thing. I remember with my offspring learning some Asian languages, like from kindergarten onwards, ragging on me because I couldn't get tones right. Because you particularly Chinese and Korean, you can't really speak if you don't get tones right.
Mm.
There's the same word with different tones is a different word. Japanese is to an extent as well. And occasionally you get English speakers going, well, at least we don't do that. But we fucking do, because I saw this meme again on Facebook today that I've seen a few times. The sentence is, I never said we should kill him. And it's like, and if you think tone doesn't matter in English, if you accent different words in the sentence, every different word makes it a different sentence. You go, I never said we should kill him. And then it's, I never said we should kill him. 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 English is as dependent on tone as Chinese is. It's
That's exactly right. I've got to go because I'm falling asleep.
Okay, brother.
All right, love you all.
Nice seeing you again.
Good night,
Mate,
AZ.
Subscribe on.
Good night.
He's pretty.
I love that he continues to talk to us with his eyes closed. But,
I've done that.
yeah. It's
And
just,
one of the
I will
things-
dig out somewhere in one of my hard drives, because I've never deleted video I've shot for the last 15 years. I've saved it all on hard drives somewhere. And this was from a long time ago, like 10 or more years ago, when I was at AZ's place and I was getting him to do something. And he was standing up and he was leaning on his walking stick, and he lost consciousness mid-sentence, but he's standing up and he is absolutely unconscious, but he's standing up and he's just braced on his walking stick. And because I was sitting down and the camera was recording because we were doing stuff, and I'm sitting there going, this is fucking amazing. He is just gone, but he's not conscious, but he's standing up. And I was going, how long can you stand up when you're asleep? This is weird. No other human I know sleeps standing up. It's like, my God.
There's something that we've had. I'm going to share a screen here. So we had a problem with something called spice. It's a really high. It's a really high concentrate form of cannabis. It's dirt cheap, and homeless people in the city centre have been sort of taking this, and they can literally like fall asleep. They can be unconscious, stood up. They're like zombies. It's weird and scary. You know, that this can be a thing.
Yeah. Well, drugs will do that.
Yeah. On a completely different one of sort of like AZ was like falling asleep and sort of in the conversation. I remember when I first started taking part in hangouts and great debate stuff. As I mentioned before, I was taking part in stuff like years and years ago. 8 years ago, I think it is actually. Well, of course, there were hangouts going on all the day, all night long. There'd be like, you know, at 10 o'clock, you'd have one in the UK. So people are chatting away, and then gradually it gets to midnight, they start tailing off. Well, by then that's the evening time for the Americans. And they, you know, so the New Yorkers, they start having hangouts, you know, and you jump into one of those instead. And then you jump into another one, which is more mountain time. And then like 8 o'clock in the morning, you've got other ones where you're talking to people in like San Diego and LA and San Francisco and that part, you know, the west coast of the US. And then, of course, I've had things like these where I'm sort of chatting. I haven't gone to bed yet, and I'm chatting with you guys, and it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I end up going to bed when you go to bed. Is funny. Anyway, so I discovered the point where...
Thank you, Robot Man Greg. Thank you, Robot Man Greg. That's all I could think of.
Yeah, spice means
The spice
dew.
melange.
Yeah.
The spice must flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I reached a point where I had a real realization of that I'd spent too much time in Hangouts, and that came down to, when you are spending too much time in Hangouts, when you are in bed and you're dreaming that you're in a Hangout, and you basically end up sort of sleeping and saying to yourself, and you're sort of half awake, you're in that sort of dusk of, at dawn of waking up kind of thing, and you end up sort of saying, you know what, I'm gonna have to go now because I'm feeling tired. I think I'm gonna go to bed. And all this is in your mind. You're not in the Hangout at all. You're just tired, and you've woken up in your sleep. Oh my god. Yeah, Google Hangouts were great. I really liked Google Hangouts. They were easy to.
I miss Yahoo groups.
I miss MSN chat. So
and ICQ. I had like a really short ICQ number.
Yeah, I had ICQ when I first bought my first computer in 1999. That was how a lot of people were communicating then.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, I got my first computer, my first IBM compatible PC was in 94 maybe.
Yeah, mine was early 90s. It was pre-Windows 95. I had it was an SX33 that someone helped me upgrade to DX66 because Pentium chips had just come out, which made DX chips really cheap because they were superseded by Pentiums. So my first computer,
which had the built-in maths coprocessor.
Yeah, my first computer was a 66 megahertz processor. It's pre-Pentium, and so it was Windows 3.1. And a couple of years later, we went to I got a Pentium and went to Windows 95. But it's probably about 93 when I bought a computer. And again, that was $2,000. And that was cheap. That was cheap at the time. $2,000 for this fucking shit ass PC. I mean,
remember when like all computers, the latest computer was always $3,000.
Yes. The specs would be updated, and also laptops for the longest times. An entry-level laptop, entry level was $2,000. What was entry level would change, but for years, an entry-level laptop was $2,000. Now, an entry-level laptop, which is pretty fucking good, is $300 or $400. And it's pretty fucking good. But there was this artificial pricing.
My first PC was a 486 DX4 120. Now, normally, consumer chips only went up to DX4 100, and the 120 was like they actually released that at the same time, like a similar time as the Pentium chips, so that people didn't have to like strip out their computer. And it had a lot of like similar features, plus like the extra 20 megahertz of clock speed. But it didn't do very well. They didn't make many of them because everyone wanted the new Pentium chips. I was running MS-DOS, Zafar. I had DOS 6 installed on it. And Windows 3.1.
Yeah, my computer guy tried to explain DOS to me and even built a DOS shell to make it easier to work. It was like, no, I think I'll just do Windows 3.1. Thank you very much.
I was editing config.sys and autoexec.bat and using my own memory manager on DOS, and I miss DOS days was just so simple.
You had so much control.
Mm.
Yeah. And
I,
like you had to make do with that 640k of RAM. You had to load all your device drivers into 640k of RAM. And then high mem was for everything else.
I'm not a computer nerd to the same level as you two, and I got into PCs much later than everybody else, mainly because I just didn't have the money. I had a PlayStation 1, so I went from a Commodore 64 to an Amiga, and then went to a PlayStation, and then it's like, you know what, I'm going to get my own computer, because I'd already been using the computer at the library at the college, and then at the library like down the road. And it's like, you know what, I need to get my own, because they charge you £1 for half an hour. And I would spend like about maybe 4
I'll be back
hours.
in 1 sec. I got to show you something.
Yeah, I'd spend about 4 hours, 2 days a week. You know, so you can imagine I was spending a lot of money. It's like all this money that I'm spending, I could buy my own computer. And, you know, as I was saving up to buy my computer, they ended up going from 3 computers to 10 computers at the library. And I'm pretty sure I bought 6 of them. You know, because I was going and I was just addicted to it. And it's like, I'm going to buy my own. So my first computer was, I think it was about £300. And it was a Cyrix 233. This was the very, very start. I got it on the 6th of January, 1999. And 2 days later was my birthday. So, you know, I knew, I can remember exactly when I got it. And it was, very, very entry level. I mean, a Cyrix 233, that wasn't even was it Celeron? I think that was the knockoff Pentium.
That was the competitor for Pentium chips, the Celeron chips.
Yeah, it wasn't even that. It was lower than that, you know. So it was cheap, entry level stuff. I mean, maybe a year and a half later, I ended up, you know, buying a CD writer. And that was like, wow, I can save a lot of data on this. You know, unfortunately, I had a problem, which was that I broke my computer, because what happened was it wouldn't recognize the drive. So I ended up flushing the BIOS to try and allow it to, and ended up it didn't work, and I turned off my computer and it never worked again.
So what are you showing us here, Abigail?
Stella reminded me, and because I've rearranged on my furniture, I found these. These are all my, when I was working, these are like MS-DOS 7 boot disk, Win98 SE system disk, BIOS flash for an old motherboard. What else have we got? Oh God, what's like WinXP drivers, Windows 2000 drivers, some more Windows 2000 drivers. These were all like stuff I was using to work with. And what's in here? Win98 SE boot disk, and another one for some reason, a blank boot disk. So it just boots up, and it's like it's got a couple of drivers. I use that to flash BIOS on motherboards. Backup Windows 98 SE boot disk.
Oh God. Okay.
A memory test boot disk. So I used to have to run memory tests on computers to diagnose problems. Another one. This is called Tough Test Pro Diagnostic. Yeah, another like Doc Memory. This one was called Doc Memory Diagnostic. These were on my work discs back before USB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What wasn't something like DOS 7 something like 4 discs or something?
DOS 7 was unofficial. DOS 6 was the last commercial version of DOS that you could buy.
Okay.
DOS 7 was under the hood of Windows 98.
Right. Okay.
But
well, either
people
way,
managed
whatever it was, wasn't it 4 discs or something?
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The install. But yeah, DOS 7. Someone figured out how to actually get it separate, and it was really good. 16-bit audio drivers for Windows 95, which were on 2 discs because they're only 1.4 megabytes per disc. Creative plug and play drivers. Plug and play. What this again? Audio drivers. Because like everything had to be on floppy disk.
Yeah.
And plug and play was a brand new thing.
Oh gosh.
Before like this is back in like before fucking what I can't even remember what they used to call it. The interface AGP. That was graphics cards.
I remember how exciting plug and play was because you have to jump through all these
setting
hoops.
dip switches on cards so to set the
I was going to say
IDE channels.
Yes, your motherboard. Well, if you're using this processor, you need to have, you've got like 4 little switches on the motherboard, and you have to have that one down, that one up, and that one down.
Yep.
But if
I found
3 are up or whatever, it was
just
like, wow.
DOS 6.2 is on three discs. DOS 6.22 was the last version you could buy, and it was on 3 discs.
Oh, I know what it is.
They used some fancy compression as well,
and you could also get like a bonus disc to add this extra function on it as well.
Yeah,
it's like,
and of course I have the one with the enhanced tools because like I used to say back in the day, I was an enhanced tool.
Yeah,
just as a self burn,
bit like Trump.
Yeah. Oh God! I have it on Steam, Suffer, and I think you need DOSBox to run it.
I have
anyway.
that.
So I found these. They probably still work, but I don't. I have a USB floppy drive that I can use, and it's so old that it's USB 1.0. It's not even 2.
I've got a game
it's only 1.4 meg.
I have a game that I played frequently, usually maybe, I mean, I want to say frequent. I used to play it every day for several hours. But now it's more like maybe once or twice or 3 times a month. And that's Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. And that's 2001. Okay. So that's 20 years old this year. And I still like it.
Yeah, Command
and
Conquer. I literally never played Command and Conquer, but I remember it being a big thing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Stella makes a good point. Stella makes a good point. We used to carry on whole cases of discs around, and I used to. When I got my admin job, I was an IT administrator for a bit, as well as the senior programmer. I used to carry around a folder full of CD-ROMs, not DVD, CD.
CD-ROMs,
And would wear them out because I'd used them so much. And
Yeah.
nowadays they would fit on one all of them
Yeah.
would fit on one USB stick.
Yeah.
And it
They'd
wouldn't
fit
be
on a
very
fucking
big,
tiny little SD card. Like,
and it wouldn't,
come on.
and it wouldn't be a big SD stick either, would it? It would be
No,
like
it wouldn't.
8 gigabytes or something. Would just be enough
Yep.
for everything ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even just from
Yeah.
a music point of view, I remember having little folders that had sleeves to hold 20, 30, 40 CD rewrites that you'd put albums onto. And again, that all this huge thing that you would carry around to have your music on would fit on the most basic of USB thumb drives.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I used to. My music player had an actual like laptop hard drive in it, and I was like, while everyone had their like 2 or 3, like 2 or 4 gigabyte iPods, I had an 80 gigabyte MP3 player. But if I went jogging, it would fucking skip because of the hard drive. It was a spinning hard drive. It fucked it up. I had to replace it like twice.
Yeah.
Also, Suffer. I way preferred being a programmer any day of the week than admin. I love writing software. I've never hated writing. So it didn't matter what it was. I had a job once where I had to write software for an accounting company, writing fucking accounting software, which is the most boring application ever. But I still loved the work. I still loved writing software. Didn't matter what it was for. Yeah.
I'll be upgrading my computer. At the
Oh,
end of-
MIDI files, Stella.
Oh my God.
MIDI's still used. MIDI
makes great music.
But back in the day, MIDI files, yeah.
I remember being
Nostalgia.
blown away at the audio quality when I got an Amiga and some, Shadow of the Beast or something like that. And the music was fantastic by comparison to the kind of 16-bit stuff before.
The Amiga was a very good early multimedia computer. The Amiga, in terms of multimedia, the Amiga was a fucking great computer. Maybe it didn't have the processing power of some others, but as a multimedia computer, it was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, the Commodore 64 had 3 channels of 8-bit sound that you could program, and it was pretty good. And that's where I learned a lot about programming on a Commodore 64.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite game, our favorite game, maybe Abigail. Elite Dangerous. I played it on the Amiga first. On the Commodore 64 first.
So we need to play some MIDI files for Suffer.
Oh God!
So he knows what we're talking about.
Abigail, today, can we make contact through something like Facebook so I can learn how you made your little box thing for playing Elite?
Yes. I don't use Facebook anymore, but I will open it up just for you so that we can get onto each other's DMs and take it from there.
Yeah.
I'm on WhatsApp a lot. I'm on Reddit. I'm on.
Yeah. Honestly, Abigail, when you said you were dipping out of Facebook and stuff, I was going, that's a great mental health decision. That's just that's a fantastic.
I haven't looked back.
Yeah.
I don't miss it. It's been so good. And I had to go back on it to organize the loft bed for Nettie because she was using Facebook Messenger to message me, and it just every time Facebook just tries to suck me right back in. It knows I'm not on it anymore.
Yeah,
it does everything it can to give me that dopamine hit.
I had to dip out of some groups because this one's like, because I love groups that are dunking on right-wing fuckwits. And there was one that
Yes.
was making fun of Ben Shapiro. And of course, Ben Shapiro is a fucking moron and you should make fun of him.
Yep.
But people would post stuff that was blatantly, obviously fake tweets, right? And they would post them as if they were real. And I was going, no. You can post something that is obviously fake and going, lol, I can actually imagine Ben Shapiro posting this. But when you post something that is blindingly obviously fake and you're posting it as is like, this is real and this means Ben Shapiro's dumb. And I try to say to people, no, that is obviously not real. And you posting something that is not real and treating like it's real, that doesn't make Ben Shapiro look stupid. That makes you look stupid.
Yeah.
And
did you see recently how Neil deGrasse Tyson went on Ben Shapiro's show?
I did see that.
And they started talking about transgender issues. And Neil deGrasse Tyson just schooled the fuck out of him. It was so glorious to see. And he didn't even go all in on being like pro trans rights or anything. He just applied a scientific viewpoint on it and just called Ben Shapiro the fuck out. He had no answer. He had no clapback.
Yeah. Oh, because Ben Shapiro is he's not smart. He is not a smart person. He thinks he's smart because he got told by the right-wing creepy old corpses who fund him that he's smart. So he thinks he's smart. When he comes up against an actually smart person, he collapses instantly. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you get the sense of he's one of those people who uses big words and says things in a big roundabouty way that sounds like he's intelligent, but when you really look at it, it's really, really just a thin veil of what?
Yeah, he probably has he has like a number of arguments and talking points that he knows works on the spot, but you put them against someone who's prepared for them and they just crumble under pressure.
Yeah, but Shapiro is just not smart. He is not smart. And whenever anyone holds him to account, he collapses instantly because he is a hollow man. There is nothing to him. And he's not smart, and he thinks there's nothing more embarrassing than a stupid person who thinks they're smart, because they'll say something and go like ta-da, and you'll go okay, first, nothing you said is true. That's nothing you said is true. And it's just like he talks fast. Shapiro's thing is to talk fast, and he thinks talking fast means he's smart, and it's just like, no, dude, you talked fast for 90 seconds, but you didn't make a single coherent point the entire time. You think talking fast means you're smart, and no, you're not. You're absolutely not.
I knew, also I know of, it's one of those things. You used to talk about them or with them here and there, and it was in this great debate, atheism, theism kind of stuff. And this is a guy who tried to, he would talk about science and how evolution is not true because X, Y, and Z. And he was just repeating stuff from other people, Michael Behe, for example. And of course, Behe's wrong as well. But he's got a following from these Christian fundamentalists who want evolution not to be true. And, he works for one of these creationist groups or whatever, which have an article of faith that you have to sign to work for them, where it's basically, if science says something that says God's not possible, you can't accept that. You can't believe that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's an article of faith. And but what's he once said this big flood of gibberish.
Oh,
and
see
someone
ya, Stella.
Oh.
See
I
you
said I'm
soon.
heading off. You got to go emergency plumbing. Oh
Do
my
some
god, that
emergency
sounds bad.
plumbing. That sounds bad.
That sounds bad.
Jinx, buy me Coke.
Yeah. So yeah, this year I was going to talk about before. I'm going to be upgrading my computer because my friend down south, he's one of these people that kind of likes to stay towards the front edge of stuff, and so I got his old 2080 Ti off him last year. And because he'd just gone and bought a brand new 3090. And it's like, yeah, he's got more money than sense kind of thing, really. He likes to be at the front. So he's going to be replacing a load of bits and bobs for his. So I'm going to get his older stuff.
Okay.
So currently, for example, I'm running a Ryzen 7 1800X. And I'm going to be getting off him. I've already paid for this one, in fact, a Ryzen 9 3900. And the only reason I haven't got it yet is because he hasn't bought the new one, because with COVID going on and everyone's buying computers, there was a massive shortage. And of course, they weren't having people working making them because COVID as well. So,
Oh, God, sorry, Laura, you just reminded me. I started working from home about 2 weeks before everyone in Australia started working from home. And I started working from home and thought I needed a new monitor to put in. And I went to the shop that sells computer shit, and about 75% of their monitors were sold out. And I was like, really? Shit. And so I bought one. And this was me being about 2 weeks ahead of everyone else. And apparently just a week later, there were no monitors. There were no PCs. There were no laptops. Because every motherfucker in the country was working from home.
Yeah.
They were buying extra gear to work. And I was like, oh, I had no idea that they would just run out of monitors. They would run out of hard drives. They would run out of this. They would run out of that. And it was like, oh, okay. Lucky I started working from home about 2 weeks before everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, what you have to realize about all these things, even right down to the supermarket, everything is run on a just-in-time basis.
Yeah, the lean,
that's how the industry
production method. Yes.
Yeah, so basically, it's like, okay, we expect to sell, 25,000 monitors this year. So we're going to make 25,000 monitors.
Yeah.
And then everybody needs to work from home. So now instead of having like the 2 or 3 monitor system they have at work, they need to replicate this at home. So they need to buy another 2 monitors.
Yeah.
Or even build a new, get a new PC so that they can work at home rather than using the laptop that they normally use at home. Yeah. So, and, the just-in-time, an example of where just-in-time doesn't exactly work is that, this year we suddenly had a really, really sunny patch over a sort of a 3-week period, just sunny every day, blazing hot temperatures. Well, as a result, ice cream sold out, lollipops ran out, barbecues were being sold everywhere, etc., etc., etc. All these things that people do outside because, of course, well, COVID's going on, so we're not going to need to make as many barbecues this year because not many people are going to be going out to barbecues to meet up with their mates. Yep. Instead, everyone's having a barbecue in their back garden with their family because they can't go any further than that. And so there's all these factors that happen, even right down to stuff like bananas. Certain times a year, bananas are more, people eat bananas more often in the summer. So therefore, they have a production system where they make sure they've got enough bananas. And they look at the weather forecast. to see what the weather's going to be like. Well, the weather's going to be really sunny next week, so we need to order some more ice cream, or what, as you know, as I said before. Or the weather we're going to have a really, really cold winter spell this year. Right. Well, we better stock up on duvets for bedding, thicker duvets and all those sorts of other things, heaters, convection heaters, and
and then there's unexpected things like it was 5-6 years ago, because most of our bananas in Australia are grown in Queensland. We do import some bananas, but most of them are grown in Queensland. 5 or 6 years ago, there was these storms that destroyed 90% of the banana crop. So there was a period that lasted for about 6 months where bananas were insanely expensive. Like it was $2-3 for a single banana. And it became a running joke that if you saw someone eating a banana for lunch, you'd go, "Ooh, they're rich. They can afford to eat banana."
It was up there with avocado. It was avocado and toast for breakfast and bananas for dinner.
Oh, no. But there was this period where bananas were so much more expensive than avocados. Because avocados are really seasonal. But there was this thing like bananas are usually dirt cheap in Australia because a huge amount of bananas are grown in Australia. But there were these storms that destroyed 90% of the banana crop. So for 6 months, bananas were just outrageously expensive. And people were used to, 5 bananas for $1, and then it was suddenly 1 banana for $2. It was like, whoa, okay, what the hell? God damn.
Slow down,
Robot Man Greg. Sorry, I just want to say good night to Robot Man Greg. I think he's heading off.
Bye-bye.
Good night. I'm jealous of your robotness.
Yeah.
I wish I had a robot buddy.
Yeah. Greg is an interesting robot man. Is all I'm saying. He is very. He's a real old school YouTube friend of mine, like from well over a decade ago. So,
it's interesting because going back to the sort of computer, when I got a computer, because obviously you guys were more in an industry, so more working on computers or every day as a part of your job, and that feeds into you buying your own computer. Whereas mine was always, it wasn't a business thing, it was a getting on the internet and chatting with your mates type of thing. It was a social thing. And of course, the most important thing that happened, getting a computer at home, was me discovering, trans people exist. Because I didn't know, if you remember me saying before, I thought it was like drag queens and stuff, and didn't know what transgender meant until I've got on the internet and discovered transgender people. And it's, that's what I am, and I could make sense of myself. So it was a real time of discovery. I mean, I have a really addictive personality with things, that I have fixed focus interests, so model trains, planes, whatever. I really get into something. And when I got into, that's what trans people are, and getting in that moment of discovery, I was at college at the time and I just dropped out because that was more important to me. I went back to it later, but anyway. I can't hear my 3D printer going at the moment, which probably means that my print is finished. I'll go and check in a second.
Oh, you can check.
I've got to tell you one thing, though. Do you remember Star Trek 3?
Yes.
It's the search for Spock.
Search for Spock,
and, well, where the Klingons are kind of sneaking up with their cloaked ship and they're noticing that visual disturbance thing. And you've got this sort of piece of music, and it's got like horns in the background. It's like, the sound of those horns sounds exactly like my 3D printer going up and down again to make the next layer. So every time I do, I'm doing a 3D printing stuff, I've got that piece of music buzzing in my head because it reminds it. It's like, like one of those worm songs you get. You got a mind worm. So
earworm.
I'll be back in a second to see if it's done it. If I don't come back quickly,
Sure.
it's finished and I'm cleaning.
Okay.
Oh, God, sorry, I've got this tickle in my throat. I can't stop coughing. I really apologize.
Oh, I hate that.
And also,
I've got
well-
a thing on the tip of my tongue where it's like a taste bud is inflamed or something.
oh no, okay.
And it's just like swollen up, just a little thing, and it's just so annoying as fuck. And it's just
yeah. Oh, also, just with this whole thing about you understand. Well, look on the internet. I go, cishet middle-aged white man. Yes, I'm still in control. Okay, everything's all about me. And in the chat, someone, Mijaran, saying, "Out of touch, rich people." The stream. That is
Yeah.
absolutely me. A comfortable middle class cishet white man. Yes.
God,
it's
I've never met someone more out of touch than you.
Yeah. Alexander, I don't think the Rona makes you cough. It's probably because I was eating chips because I'm trying to sober up. For some reason, I thought if I ate some chips, I'd sober up. And I think there's some like chip dust in my throat that makes me cough.
The Rona makes you like wheeze and not be able to breathe.
Yeah.
Like
Have a
coughing is the
fever.
last thing.
No, have a
Yeah.
fever, not be able to breathe. All these
Not quite finished
It's
yet.
upside
Nearly.
down.
Sorry?
It's upside down.
It's meant to be upside down. That's how it works.
I know. I know. It's a resin printer. I was just being silly.
Did you see that, Angry?
No.
Sorry, did you see it, Angry?
I'm just coughing. Ignore me. Okay. Oh, that's what it looks like now. Okay.
Yeah,
Ooh,
so
looks
it's nearly
almost
done.
What is that? Oh, is that another
It's another
shuttlecraft?
shuttle. Yeah, another shuttle to replace the one that I broke. Basically, I'm basically operating in the same way as Star Trek Voyager.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you're just printing new ones. Yeah.
Well, because the joke about Star Trek Voyager is like, how many shuttles did they lose? 24, something like that. You know.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do they just like keep making new ones constantly?
They probably did.
Yeah.
Like they're. I call that plausible.
That's the reason why they had replicator rations, because it was all the shuttles that they were having to replicate bits for to make a full. So.
Yeah. There's a sci-fi writer,
20 minutes to go.
American sci-fi writer I quite like, Cory Doctorow. He's also like a social commentator and whatnot. But he has a whole bunch of stuff where he explores the idea of the post-scarcity future. Like if computers could really 3D print anything, what would that do to society? Like, and he has some very interesting sci-fi that's about a revolutionary post-scarcity future. And he's also very good at picking out the really fucked up bits of technology as well, especially technology that all the nerds think is very utopian and perfect. And he just looks at it and finds the flaws in it. And then went, yeah, and if you ran a whole society based on that, here's what would fuck up really badly. So he's that classic sort of sci-fi writer who you look at the book and it's like, okay, he's writing about the future, but then you look at it and go, oh no, he's writing about today. The story is literally in the future, but the concepts in the story are shit we have to sort out today. And it's what we sort out today is going to determine what the future looks like. He's very good at doing that. So
what would happen if we could just replicate everything?
Well,
what was his prediction?
Okay, even his first novel, which is more than 10 years old, is called Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom, because among the other things Cory Doctorow is a nerd about, he's a Disneyland nerd. He loves Disneyland, and So Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom is set in this sort of magical future. It's a post-scarcity future where we work out how to replicate basically everything. So the society is not based on capital. It's not based on capitalism because that's pointless.
Yep.
Your credibility is in the society is based on what you contribute. So it's like a social media score. He invented the term. He
Oh,
just had
okay.
an arbitrary term called WUFFY. You have a social media score, and it's based on what you contribute to society. And you think, in the abstract, you think, well, that's perfect. You are rated on what you contribute. And then in this book, Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom, it's people who are trying to make Disneyland better and better with unfettered technology. And it's like, oh, horrible jealousies and insecurities and interpersonal politics comes in and fucks everything up. And
Yeah.
it's really good. And that's, he's gotten better. He wrote that over 10 years ago, and he's gotten much better in the
Okay.
meantime. But even that first one, Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom, these people who are the Imagineers in this future Disney, and it's supposed to be, yeah, it's perfect. It's just based on what you contribute. But ego and bullshit and politics comes into it, and shit goes on. Although it does have the classic line, because in this world, you can endlessly modify your body and you don't have to grow old. You download your consciousness into the machine and then create a new shell that contains your consciousness and whatnot. And
Yep.
so there's this classic line where the protagonist upsets someone and they kill him, but then he just sort of re-downloads into a new body. And someone says, "Don't you want to find out who killed you?" And he said, "Well, they didn't do anything permanent. They
Oh, okay.
he said, they just killed me."
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So why did he ever explain why he went with a social credit system, which is always going to be bad, versus say a resource-based economy, or like an energy-based economy?
He's basically just going on this nerd thing of social credit, and he's just said there's a whole bunch of people who think that would be perfect and flawless and whatnot, and I'm just going to lay out a scenario for you where that is shit.
Yep.
It is terrible. Even he has some great short stories as well. I remember one called Scroogled, which is about getting screwed by Google. And it was just about how politicians start to control what the algorithm shows people and how they cleanse their own history. So you literally cannot find factual stories about these politicians breaking the law and being evil, immoral fucks. And how if you are someone who tries to fight against the oligarchy and the power structure, they will destroy you. And all anyone will see is what social media and search engines tell me is you're a piece of shit. And the person the person you are trying to say is bad, when I search on them, I don't see anything bad about them. Cory Doctorow is basically very smart, and he's also quite a good writer. So he does do a bunch of non-fiction. He works like with the Electronic Frontier Foundation.
Oh yeah, the EEF.
Yeah, EFF in the US. But he does super good fiction. There's a great one called Car Wars where he's talking about autonomous cars, and he's gone, okay. He basically sat down with the technicians who were doing the coding for autonomous cars, and they said, we're going to develop a thing that does X, Y, Z. And he went, what would happen if this did? And they go, oh, shit. And so he ended up with this series of short stories called Car Wars, which is basically all the software autonomous car developers developing has fundamental flaws in it. And he basically had a story about what would happen if just some bored hackers wanted to fuck everything up. What would happen if a totalitarian state wanted to control the cars and fuck them up? And what would happen if a foreign agent wanted to destroy another country's economy by fucking with their autonomous cars? And he does these really good sci-fi short stories of, oh my God, autonomous cars could potentially be so bad. They could be such a terrible thing.
One of the things that I've had chats about, in philosophy stuff over the years, has been about there's the trolley problem, if you're familiar with that one. And it sort of made me wonder, what about autonomous cars? How do they deal with it? It's like, okay, I'm at a position where I can either run over that pedestrian or damage the person that's on the inside of me.
Yeah.
Which one do I choose? Do I, the three pedestrians or the guy inside?
They put it. I think it was a researcher. I think it was an AI researcher. Basically, they made a website where anyone could go onto it and run those scenarios and choose what they would choose, and then programmed the AI based on what everyone, like an aggregate of what everyone chose. And they were all trolley problems. They were all like, there was no good decision.
Yeah, the trolley problem is a big one. Yeah. It's like, do you choose to kill the driver of this car or kill a pedestrian that they don't know?
And it's like, is it an old person? Do they have children? Do they look like they're a doctor? There's so many variations.
Where the classic trolley problem falls down is a well-programmed autonomous car won't drive fast enough or recklessly enough for that to be a problem.
Yes.
We're thinking about the human terms, like, oh, someone just stepped in front of my car. Do I hit them or do I swerve and hit 3 other people?
Or you swerve the other way.
Yeah. Autonomous cars simply won't drive fast enough or recklessly enough to do that. It's a flawed premise. But my favorite thing, and I feel like people haven't addressed this, it's like, okay, if autonomous cars won't hit pedestrians, people in urban centers won't have to pay attention to traffic lights or curbs or anything. They just go, oh, get fucked. I'll just walk out into the street, and all
but that's what they do now.
Will have to, and they do, but all the autonomous cars will have to stop. And so that becomes a completely different question. It's like, if you effectively program autonomous cars so they won't hit pedestrians, a certain subset of pedestrians will just go, ha, 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 I can just step out into the road and the cars will stop. And that means traffic won't move, because pedestrians can just walk out into traffic and the traffic will be forced to stop. So that presents an entirely different problem. And much like
I can imagine that problem being solved quite easily, which is, you're in a car and you're not getting anywhere. And the reason is because bloody pedestrians keep walking out in front of you. So maybe I shouldn't do the same thing to other people, because that pisses me off as well.
Yeah, I think that would require surveillance cameras and face recognition and
people giving a fuck about anybody else.
No, people don't give a fuck about other people. You require face recognition and scanning and fining pedestrians who step out into traffic.
Because people are always going to be trolls.
Oh yeah, people are trolls.
It's just a given.
Hi to Micro USB, who seems happy to have made the stream. Party at my house. Well, I am by myself, but I think I can still party because I have a lot of booze.
I haven't seen you had a drink for a while. What's going on?
No, I haven't had a drink for a little while. because it's like 12:40 and I'm a little bit drunk. I'm eating chips. It's like I'm going to absorb some booze by eating some chips.
Go back to automated cars for a moment. There is a bit of a flaw with them at the moment, and that is they're not very good at recognizing black people.
Oh yes,
of course.
racist algorithms are fucking hilarious. Like hand
Oh my
dryers
God.
that won't switch on when a black person puts their hands under them.
Mm.
The whole idea that algorithms are neutral. No, they're not, because the white dudes who program algorithms put all their unconscious and conscious biases into them, and they end up being terrible.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just you don't have to go back very far to discover that a bunch of like surgery stuff for women was trialed on men. So it's actually based upon guys getting surgery, not women getting surgery, even though they're women-related problems. I can't remember what it was about. It was
in the US. There were a lot of surgeries tested on black women.
It's just
without their permission,
Yeah.
without their informed consent.
Yep.
It was horrendous, and yeah.
Yep.
And
I
a lot
saw a
of the
thing. Yep. Sorry, I
Go on. Oh, a lot of the surgeries that we rely on are like we have them because of what they did back then.
Yeah. Yep. I saw a thing recently. I saw a thing recently with a black doctor. He said, like, all the training stuff I saw, it said how certain conditions present. It was all about how it would present with someone with Caucasian skin complexion. And it's going to present completely differently with people with more melanin, essentially. And so this doctor spent years exhaustively going, okay, how this condition is actually going to present in an Asiatic person, how this is going to present in a Central Asian person, how this is going to present in an Arabic person, how this is going to present in a black person, because it's completely different. Yet all these doctors in Europe and America and Australia are being treated, this is how this condition presents. And all they're being taught is how this condition presents with a pale-skinned Caucasian person. And it presents completely different based on people's complexions. And doctors were in complete ignorance because they read a text that said, it looks like this, but it looks completely different if the person is not Caucasian. And it's just ridiculous.
And excuse me. And one of the other problems that's been happening, as in and sort of a nowish kind of time, as in like President Trump kind of time. Apparently, a number of these these brown people who come across the border kind of stuff. Women have been taken and given hysterectomies without their knowledge.
Oh shit! Yes, in the US, forced hysterectomies and shit. Oh my god.
Well, they just go in and they have a little procedure because they're not well, and while they're at it, they just tie the tubes kind of thing, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I also want to throw in micro USB saying all this sort of bullshit we're talking about is why some people don't trust the government. And I will speak solely about Australia and particularly the Australian federal government. The Australian federal government has absolutely fucked up the vaccine rollout. They have absolutely fucked up the messaging about vaccination. So the public have received unclear and conflicting messages about vaccines and vaccination. And so people have gone, well, wait, what? Sorry, that person has said this might be bad for me. I won't speak for anywhere else in the world, but definitely in Australia, the federal government has fucked up the vaccine rollout and the messaging about vaccines so badly that a lot of people who might not be idiots are going, no, wait, I've heard all this weird conflicting shit about vaccines, and now I don't feel completely comfortable about getting one. My message to people is like, no, the vaccines are really fucking safe, okay? And there is very small possibilities of complications from vaccines, but there are very large possibilities of complications from COVID itself. So get the fucking vaccine, okay?
I think
But also, the government has fucked it up.
The biggest advantage I think Australia's got is that the people tended to have been more sensible and prepared to undergo lockdowns or whatever in order to,
You say that, and yet we literally had a protest like on the night that the lockdown here in Victoria was announced.
No, we have idiots. We definitely have idiots. Micro USB, you're fully vaccinated. As of Tuesday, I get my second vaccine on Tuesday, and I will be super fucking relieved when I get my second vaccine. So yes, although it still takes apparently 2 to 4 weeks to really fully sort of roll through your system and what. But I will just be so relieved when I get my second vaccine.
Yeah. See, like I say, as I said when AIDS was around and at the start, that the UK has done pretty well despite the government's best efforts to fuck it up. The medical industry, the NHS, has done a sterling job of getting people's arms and being organized and, creating a system where, they send you a letter and, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's all very, very cleverly done. We still have problems with people refusing to take them. We still have our idiots.
Yes.
But it's not as bad as it's been in America by far. But we have had one of the worst cases in Europe. However, thanks to the Oxford one being one of the first ones that came along, we're lucky that we were basically had our own vaccine for our own people. We didn't have to get it off other people, and that's one of the reasons why we've had a bit of a shitty time with Europe, because they bought late. So what happened was the British government, they spent far too much money, really, that was sensible in, effectively sensible, shall we say. So it's like, okay, if you really want to get a vaccine, you wait until there's a vaccine and say, right, we need, 250 million doses or whatever the number we need. Well, that might be sensible in terms of, your money is well spent. But the UK government decided we're just going to buy everybody's vaccines in advance, whether they appear first or last or, in 4 years' time or in a year and a half's time or whoever, we don't care. Because if we buy all of them, now, whoever's the first past the finish line, we've already secured our doses. And so we bought shit tons of the AstraZeneca one because that was British one, and it was a very, very, very early one. I think there was an American one about the same time, but it was like, one of the first. And therefore, we already had loads of doses purchased already, whereas Europe went and purchased theirs like a couple of months later, and then they got bitchy that, like, why isn't the UK sending us enough doses? Well, because they paid first, so they get their stuff first. You're on the waiting list, and the waiting list is long. You'll get it when we've dealt with the people who've already paid before you. I'm sorry, that's just how industry works. But then again, we've had who was it? Someone who you think was really good and whatever. No, it's Bill Gates. Bill Gates had stock in in one, and he's like, oh yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to not allow it to be just like put on the open market so anyone can make it anywhere in the world.
Yeah,
help everyone. No, I've got stock in that other company, and so I don't want you to make that available.
Yeah. No, Gates is the capitalism worshipper.
In no universe is there a sentence with Bill Gates and someone who you would think is good. Like that, it just doesn't work.
He does a lot of good things for charity, but also has done a lot of shitty things for everything else.
No. See, it's PR spin. Yes, he funnels money to charities, but it is in the context of making money.
Tax breaks, probably.
And capital. He's born of like insane privilege. And he's like made so many billions of dollars. He has absolutely no idea. He's so out of touch with everyone else. Everything is about capitalism and money.
Yeah. He is very fixated on capitalism as the way.
Have you ever seen a movie?
All he's ever known.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a movie called The Pirates of Silicon Valley?
Yes, I did see that. Yes.
Definitely worth watching, Abigail. I think you'll enjoy it. And it's basically the story of Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, Microsoft and Apple. And, and it's basically, like, for example, Steve Jobs goes to, what was the name of the lab? Xerox's lab. Palo Alto. Palo Alto.
Apple stole the graphical user interface from Xerox. Admittedly, Xerox didn't know what to do with it, and Apple did know what to do with it. And then Microsoft stole it from Apple. And when Apple got dirty about, you stole that from us, they were like, oh, get a fucking grip. You stole it from Xerox. What the fuck?
Yeah. We stole it first.
Yeah, it's just you. And there's a funny scene in Pirates of Silicon Valley when the Microsoft people go to Apple, and Apple had a Jolly Roger flag flying outside their office, and Steve Ballmer, who's a fucking psychopath, is the head of the Microsoft team going in to talk to Apple, and he looks at the pirate flag and just laughs and says, these guys think they're pirates. They have no idea what's coming. Because Microsoft literally premeditatedly went into the Apple offices and going, we are just going to steal everything from these guys. And Apple had their head up their own ass too much, and they didn't realize what Microsoft were doing. And too late when they realized Microsoft had done it. Microsoft had quote unquote stolen the graphic user interface from Apple, and Apple's going, oh, that's not fair. Microsoft just went, oh, fuck off, you stole it from Xerox. And Apple are like, yeah, that's actually true. It's like, Jesus.
There was the other part, which was so Apple's doing really well, and IBM want to get on, like normal people owning computers, because this wasn't a thing. And suddenly it starts becoming a thing, so they want to get on it as well. And so Microsoft go to them, and basically Steve Jobs market sells them DOS, and basically say, we've got this stuff that we need, but we're not going to sell it to you. We own it. You will lease it from us, effectively, And like IBM are, well, the real value's in the hardware, so fine. And of course, this is how Microsoft is the biggest company in the world because of this.
Yeah,
and then what
IBM didn't understand.
So then what happens is they leave, and Bill Gates, one of the coding guys with along with Bill Gates, he goes to this guy that he knows and buys a piece of software off
Kudos.
some guy off Warset, and he basically buys DOS.
Kudos,
Kudos was the quick and dirty operating system.
Yeah,
and they relabeled it MS-DOS, Microsoft Disk Operating System.
Yeah.
IBM never understood the importance of the operating system. IBM were a hardware company. They thought hardware was the be-all and end-all. Gates, to his credit, understood software was more important than hardware. So he just bluffed his way through. He told IBM, I have an operating system. He went to a guy who designed an operating system who didn't understand the value of it and said, I'll pay you X thousand.
$25,000.
And the guy went, Jesus, that's fucking great. And
Yeah.
he gave it to him. And then they just rebranded QDOS as MS-DOS. And the rest is fucking history.
Yeah.
It's just like,
You know, it's a really interesting one, and also there's some really awful bits where because Steve Jobs was a fucking asshole.
oh, Steve
Manipulative.
Jobs, psychopath.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
manipulative and controlling, and you know everything was you know the people were based on fear that oh my god, here he comes again. I've been up for 47 hours. I can't deal with this shit. You
Basically,
know?
what
I'm
Steve
surprised
Jobs,
Steve Jobs didn't get shot.
Yeah.
Dead
What Steve
by an
Jobs used
employee
to do,
on a Friday night massacre.
Steve Jobs thought making people insecure was productive. What Steve Jobs would do, there were all these people who were just happily programming along, and he'd go up to one guy and say, hey, Steve, how you doing? What do you think of Bob? And the guy he's talking to starts to think about Bob. And before he says anything, Steve Jobs says, I think Bob's a piece of shit. Do you think Bob's a piece of shit? And this guy goes, yeah, Bob's a piece of shit. And then Steve Jobs would go over the partition and say, there's Mike over there. Is like, hey, Mike, we both think Bob's a piece of shit. Do you think Bob's a piece of shit? And the other person would go, yes, okay, Bob's a piece of shit. And Steve Jobs thought it was productive to pit people against each other, and because Steve Jobs is a fucking sociopath, he just thought pitting people against each other was productive. Steve Jobs was a piece of shit.
Because they had two. There was Mac. There was a Mac team, and what was it? Was it Lisa? I think it was supposed to be called this new thing. You know, it was like he was after like, you know, architectural genius in a computer. You know, the box needed to be, you know, amazing as well. Or, you know, it's just bizarre. This system of like, if we pit two different branches of Microsoft against each other, that will force them to be more productive than the other one.
Yeah,
because it's a competition. And
yeah.
You know.
Apparently, because Jobs wasn't a programmer. Jobs wasn't a technical genius. He was more marketing. He was more a sort of marketing person. Wozniak was a technical genius. Gates was a technical genius. He definitely was a programming genius. There are some hilarious stories I've read from people who worked in Microsoft in the 90s. And there was like Bill G meetings. Like if you were the lead on something, you get it to a certain point, and then Gates would actually come into a meeting and he would fucking hammer you. And if you did not have an answer to something Gates said to you, he would basically just spit on you for being useless. And there's the one guy whose blog I used to read. He ended up leaving Microsoft and starting his own company, but he was like the lead on Excel for a few years. And Excel is a really weird program because theoretically it's just about, you know, columns and lines and maths and adding stuff up, but it's got some very weird programming quirks in it, particularly when you put dates into it. It does certain things wrong, and you have to build stuff into the code to compensate for what it does wrong.
It also had a secret flight simulator in it.
Oh, the flight sim in Excel was hilarious, but also Excel just had some fundamental flaws. And this guy who, and it was this absolutely weird thing, like, from 1920, you had to add 2 days to the calendar to get it to be right, because there was some absolutely fucking
epoch settings.
Yeah, the epoch settings. There was this absolutely deranged programming error in Excel, and this guy, he did actually know it, and he'd worked out a hack to make it work. And so he said, okay, when I had my Bill G meeting and he came in, blah, blah, blah. And he said, it's absolutely surreal that the CEO of a company the size of Microsoft knew this nuts and bolts programming shit. And he said, Gates comes in and blah, blah, blah. And it's, you have to present this, and I'm presenting this. And Gates, out of the blue, says, you better know blah. And this guy did actually know it. And he said, oh, you mean I need to do blah, 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 blah. And Gates went, there was this moment of silence from Gates because he never expected anyone else to know this. And there was a moment's silence, and he just went, yeah, that. And he said, over this 1 hour presentation, about twice when he was saying stuff, Gates muttered under his breath, fuck, what the fuck, with this. And the meeting finished, and this guy said that was like probably the worst experience of my life. What the fuck? And the Microsoft old hands came up to him and went, oh my God, Bill only went, oh fuck, twice in your whole presentation. He said, that's magic. Like, he normally does that 10 or 20 times to someone, and then he usually ends up just absolutely eviscerating them and finding out something about the programming that he knows that they don't know. And he just fucking crucifies them. But you knew everything he brought up. You knew. And he said, and everyone was saying that you have the best ever Bill G meeting that anyone has ever had. Because he's just this mad control freak, and you were actually able to answer his questions. And I was like, fucking nerds, man. What the fuck?
But both Microsoft and Apple are marketing companies. A lot of people confuse them. People think, what's it like? Microsoft is a software company. No, they're a marketing.
No. No. Microsoft make shitloads of software.
Mm-hmm.
They have so many programmers, so many teams making so much software, it would make your head spin. There's only 2 products that they make that actually make money. Office and Windows. Everything else runs at a loss. Including the only piece of Microsoft software that I've ever trusted, and I mean actually trusted, was SQL Server, their flagship database.
Oh, no.
Microsoft SQL Server, seriously, they beta test it for 2 years because it has to be rock solid, and it is. Laugh all you want, SQL Server is the shit.
Yeah.
Banks rely on it. It has to be rock solid, and they put the effort in. But it still runs at a break even at the very best.
The one thing that does kind of give me the shakes, the sort of gives me a shiver up my spine when I go past an ATM and it's got the Windows blue screen of death on it, and it's like, ooh, that just, because I remember when way back, in the, I think it was the very early 90s or something like that, and Microsoft applied to do some Department of Defense stuff, so military stuff.
Yeah.
And they looked at it and they basically said, yes, however, it can't have a mouse, can't have a keyboard, can't have a monitor. It just have to be like a box that whirs, effective or clicks, because it was just so insecure that, they would just be too scared to use it, kind of stuff, because of all the flaws that were in it. And an example of the problems, so the worst piece of software that has ever been created was Outlook Express. And this is in the sort of late 90s into the 2000s, when everything was still dial-up. And so what happened was, because everything was on dial-up, when you went to your email and you opened up a new page, it'd take 20 seconds to load up the page. And it might be nothing in particular. So what happened was, under its default settings, Outlook Express, as you're reading your first email, it's putting all the other opening all the other ones behind it. So when you go next, it's already there because it's already loaded. Well, if you remember, in the late 90s into the 2000s, probably up to probably about the mid 2000s, I think, there was some really big problems. You'd have like the main news of the day, would have like, there's a big virus going around, the I love you virus or whatever. I got, I think, about like 26 of those, because what would happen is, what do you not do with a virus email? You don't open it. But on its default settings, everyone uses Outlook Express because it comes with Windows.
Oh,
And so
I never,
basically,
ever trusted.
so it
Yeah.
would open that, that one
In the preview
infect your
pane. Yep.
computer, go into your friends list,
Yep.
send it off to all your friends while you're just reading your first email, and this is number 3 down the line.
Yep.
So
yeah.
the worst piece of software ever created.
I would give a second worst to Microsoft Access. Anytime I see Microsoft Access, I cringe. I'm just like visibly eye twitching, and just like I've seen whole small businesses run on Microsoft Access, and I'm like, oh, I wish you wouldn't. So the underlying database that Access uses is called the Jet database engine, which had holes so big, they had to scrap it. They just had to scrap the whole database because they couldn't fix it. It was just a.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
so
See,
sad.
Abigail, I want to cheer you up that businesses
Please do.
running on Access is not the worst thing. Businesses running on Excel, that's the worst thing.
My friend's finished now. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Sure.
You can manipulate Excel to behave as if it's a database. It isn't.
You can.
It's just a spreadsheet. But you can manipulate it to act as if it's a database. Years ago, I was working at this company, and I was in the IT department. And people said, "Oh, look, okay, we've got this Access, an Excel thing that's fucking up on us. Can you help us?" And because I was the BA, I thought, okay, I'll look at it. And so I went and sat with them and said, okay, show me what's the problem. And they showed me this thing that basically looked like a web page. And I went,
yep,
well, that's not Excel. You said this was Excel. And we said, oh, no, we got someone in to do a VB front end to this. I knew that would make you cringe. A VB, a Visual Basic front end on Excel. And so this thing that looked like a web app was actually just Excel with a VB front end on it. And they proceeded to put hideous amounts of data that was critical to the. I'm giving Abigail a breakdown telling this story.
Everything about this story is bad.
It's terrible. It's terrible. And I'm saying to these guys, like, what are you? And they went, oh yeah, we just got someone in to do this VB front end for this Excel, and now it's not working. And it's going, why did you not go through the IT department to get something developed that would fit in with the architecture we have? And went, oh, because that takes too long, and you always say no to us. And we go, dude, there's a fucking reason we say no, okay? Because you ignored us, and you just went out and you got some contractor off the books to do a VB front end, and you built something that is not sustainable. It worked for a certain amount of time. You became completely dependent on it. You put critical data into it, and then you extended it beyond its capabilities, and it fucking collapsed. And now you're coming to us and saying, can you fix it? And like, dude, the answer is no, we fucking cannot. Okay. You made a bad call. You made a bad call. And
Stella, I shudder to think
Mindsight's working on Access.
on Access or Excel.
Can't Stella. There are mine sites working on punch cards. Tell the truth. There are
Oh, so the signaling system for Melbourne's train network. I don't know
God.
what it's like
Oh
now,
God. Yeah.
but up till about 10 years ago, and bear in mind that's 2011, 2012-ish,
Yep.
the signaling network was run on 486s and Pentiums
Oof.
from the
Yes, and it's
90s.
the physical
And
hardware. Oh my God.
yes, and I heard from a very reputable source that anytime there was a heat wave
Oh
and the
no.
trains got all fucked up, it was because of the old hardware.
Oh
And
no.
anytime anything broke down, like any of the computers broke down, they had to
Yeah.
source parts from swap meets
Yes.
for our rail network.
Oh my God.
So ridiculous.
Oh my God. Yes. 486s overheating. My God.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
shit.
Stella, I agree. Excel's fine.
Yeah,
It's not a
it's a great
database and it
spreadsheet.
should not be used as such. And you shouldn't be running a business
No.
on Excel.
No,
Like
Excel's
that's not what it's for.
it's a great spreadsheet. It's a great accounting tool. But you don't want to treat it like a database, and you don't want to make your business dependent on it. It's just
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. Oh.
I use OpenOffice anyway. I don't know if it's any better,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I refuse to give Microsoft any money.
No. OpenOffice is good because you get all the people looking at it and all the people doing bug checks on it.
Yep.
And Microsoft is a closed shop, which is dangerous. Oh, I was trying to think. I knew I had I'm trying to make a drink called Insane, and I needed elderflower. And I knew I had elderflower, and there's this sexy bottle here. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I've still got this. There's like it's like there's a bit of dust caught in the back of my throat, and it's just making me cough. Okay, where's my absinthe? Because the critical component of the Insane cocktail is a couple of dashes of absinthe. So that's a couple of. A dash is such an indeterminate measure. But that's probably enough. And now, can we switch? Okay, it's only one. I can have one more drink, but usually sort of stumble along till 2 a.m. on a Friday night. Oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with my throat? It's the Rona. I just realized, like, I love Facebook memories because it's weird the shit that pops up on Facebook memories, and it's almost earlier this week was the 1 year anniversary of our curfew. So when we're like,
oh yeah,
Dan Andrews fronted up and said, "We're doing a curfew," and I'm going, "For fucking real? A curfew? Ooh, Jesus, that's."
I'd never even like experienced a curfew ever.
No, me neither.
In my life up until that point.
Cool. I love my Facebook memory. I was watching the presser, and we have two cats. One, Mimsy, who's the older of the two, is very sooky and will sit down and settle on you and whatnot. And the other one, who's a few years younger, Shadow, is very angsty. Like, we actually picked her because we went to the animal shelter. We were getting a rescue cat, and we were looking at all the kittens. and there was this little grey kitten who kind of looked like a Russian blue, but was smaller than the others and was clearly getting monstered by the other kittens. And we were like, oh,
Yep.
that poor one's being picked on by the others. And we took her out and played with her. Yeah, we're getting her. And she never really grew. Like, she's only 2/3 the size of Mimsy. She's like 10, 12
Okay.
years old. So she's
That's
always been
tiny.
she's always been a runt, and she was picked up. And I think she's had psychological problems since being a kitten because she was picked on by the others. But my picture from a year ago, when the curfew was announced, Shadow had been sitting on my knee, but not properly settling down. And she looked back at me, and I managed to get a photo with my phone when she's looking at me. And behind her, and the thing is that, the TV with Dan Andrews on it, and Shadow staring straight into the camera. And so I captioned it. Shadow's looking straight at me going, holy fuck, did he just say we're having a curfew? It was just great. Sorry, Laura, how's
That's
the print
great.
going?
It's gone good. I thought I might show you how this 3D printer works for those people who haven't already seen one. So this is the bed, and it's clear underneath. So it's basically a metal bath, and it has some clear plastic underneath. And what happens is the resin sits in the bath, and underneath this, you've got a LCD screen that shines ultraviolet light onto the resin, which then hardens and cures. And so this is the item now. So it's ready to be cured. So it's been washed and cleaned. And the way it will work is it will basically come out. So the bed is at the top, and it will push down and lift up ever so slightly. So one layer high, cure that resin, then go up, go back down for the second layer, and so on. So that's how this works. But it's come out fine. It's looking good.
Nice.
It's got all the legs and the support material that it goes on. And do you remember I said about how the impulse engines here are a little bit iffy because you can't have islands, bits that would just be floating in the air. So on the angle where it's got these bits that are like this bit would be floating in the air, so it needs support material to touch it in order for it to print properly. Otherwise, it'll end up with a bit of hard bit floating around in the resin, and that could mess up another layer. So what I've got now, I've got this thing, which is one of those nail lamps. So dual purpose. So what I do is I just stick it in there and turn it on, and just leave that on for about 20 minutes or so. I'll rotate it around.
What you don't want to just like put it out in the sun?
Well, I live in Manchester. Most, like 2/3 of the year, we don't have any sun.
Oh yeah.
It's either cloudy or it's raining. I mean, today, while we've been chatting, it's actually cleaned up a bit. Manchester is 5 miles away. I couldn't see about a quarter of the way there a couple of hours ago because it was raining so hard.
Sure.
Oh my god. Oh, England.
Wow.
What the hell? Jesus.
Ow. Okay, so a couple of days ago, I went and dropped a jam jar type thing, and it smashed all over the kitchen floor. And I've got bare feet, and I found a bit of glass. So I'm now going to pick
Oh no!
I'm going to pick out this little piece of
hate
glass.
that. I friggin' hate that. Tile floors in the kitchen, if you drop something, it friggin' explodes, and you go, okay, I've definitely swept up every shard, every fragment, and whatnot. And no, you haven't. No, you fucking haven't.
Yeah.
You find them for ages. Fucking shards of glass and whatnot on the floor. It's just, oh my god, that's so frustrating.
Yeah. Fortunately, I got my magnifier and a modeling scalpel, so just the tools to do the work.
Doing a bit of trimming. I'm just, I was really surprised once there was a plate. There was a glass, and turns out the the plate seemed to have been made the same thing as windshield glass because I dropped it and it just went goosh, and
Yeah.
tiny little
Safety glass.
yeah, tiny little fragments, cubic fragments of safety glass spread out the entire fucking kitchen. And I was finding bits for days afterwards. I do a whole comprehensive sweep and go, I'm pretty sure I got everything. And for days, I was just finding more and more pieces of this fucking glass. And
it's like glitter, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it's the equivalent of glitter for someone who does craft. And I'm not saying I had people over here for streams who like knocked over some of my glasses, but
that would be really, really embarrassing to do on a live stream. You'd just die.
Honestly, because Abigail and I are both here, I think we can just blame Nettie because she's not here to defend herself.
Totally was Nettie.
It was Nettie. Honestly, I think if you go back and look at the New Year's Eve stream, you might actually conclude it was Nettie who knocked the glass over that got smashed on New Year's Eve. But she's not here to defend herself, so we can just say
for sure.
It keeps going on. Like I have certain sets of glasses, and someone goes, "Oh, you've got 3 of those. That's an unusual number." And I'm like, "Well, I did buy a set of 4, but I broke one of them," and it's just like, fuck, So I've got these martini glasses. I don't know if anyone can see. It's etched and whatnot. It's very beautiful. I have 2 of these. I have
out of 4.
No. I bought them individually. I bought 2. I have the Nick and Nora glasses that have the same etching on them. I have, over the last couple of years, bought 4 of those. I have 2 of them at the moment. I tend to buy. I bought 2 and then I broke one and I got a replacement. Broke one, got a replace. So I've got 2 Nick and Noras and 2 martini glasses at the moment.
And Megaleech is correct. It was someone beginning with A.
It literally, because
Definitely.
we had Angry Aussie, Abigail, and Annette here. Someone beginning with A broke the glass on New Year's Eve. someone beginning with A broke the glass on New Year's Eve.
Can confirm.
Oh my god.
This is annoying. It's bleeding a little bit, so it's hard to see it.
All right.
Doesn't hurt much though.
Yeah. Still is giving Megaleech a bit of a laugh. That was the perfect summation. It was someone beginning with A who broke the glass.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's all any of us are prepared to admit on New Year's Eve. It was.
Can I have to go back and watch it?
Oh no, that could be too much because the New Year's Eve stream, because we stayed up till 3 a.m. So we had New Year's Eve.
You stayed up till 3 a.m.
Oh no, you stayed up way later, if I remember rightly.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's the old what happens in the after party stays in the after party. But, the stream ran from 8, and again, every now and then I think of that and I go, we had a stream that ran for 7 hours. What sort of human does that?
Only on New Year's Eve. Only
New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
We went from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. and we went to 3 a.m. because that was Stella's midnight over in Western Australia. And so we were determined to keep the stream running until we hit midnight in Western Australia. And I did go to bed soon after that. And I just choose not to know what happened in the after party after that.
That's
because
for the best.
I was asleep.
That is...
Whatever happened, I was asleep. It was nothing to do with me. So it was just like
I was quite drunk, and was not
In your
aware of
Yeah.
things I was doing.
In your defense, Abigail, you were drunk because I kept giving you drinks. And
Oh, it was light out when I went to bed. When Fox and Stella sent
God,
me
I know Stella
to
and
bed.
Fox. No, I don't even. See, Stella and Fox. I don't even need to go there. It's just like no.
Do you know
It was a
what?
good
I have
night.
this,
It was a good
I-
after
It was.
party.
It definitely was.
do you know what? I have this lovely little dream right now, which would be it would be great to come over and hang around with you guys and like watch you get drunk. Because I'm not a getting drunk kind of person, if you remember. But I'm
Yeah.
happy to watch you all get drunk and laugh at you when you
Yeah.
say silly things.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
And I don't think necessarily Abigail's as much a get drunk person as I am, but I just, when Abigail's over, I go, hey, why don't you do a taste test of all these different
Of
whiskeys
these,
I have?
yeah.
All these
Here's
different
7
rums I
whiskeys. Have a
Actually,
taste.
do you know what? I have a feeling that it might be the next time I get drunk if I came there, because I can quite easily imagine, because when I listen to you talk about cocktails
Yes.
and you talk about, well, it's got like a taste of like vermouth, and it's like, well, that's
Yes.
great. I don't know what vermouth. Do you remember Star Trek Next Generation episode called Descent? And it's the one where Law has got the emotion chip and kind of takes over Data, sort of.
Yep.
Well, beforehand, it's like the Borg are there, and I killed this guy, and I felt something, and it's like, can you explain to me what it feels like to be angry? Says Dave Data, and Geordie says, well, and he goes through like a bunch of things, like we feel belligerent, combative, and it's like, could you explain what it feels like to be angry without using any other words for other emotions? And it's like, I guess I can't. So if you think about it in a similar way, my taste vocabulary is really shitty. When it comes to cocktails, I've had some pina coladas, and that's it. So when it's like, a whiskey tastes like this, and a so-and-so whiskey tastes like that, and a vermouth is this, and a so-and-so is that, and it's like, I have no frame of reference for what all those things taste like. So, I can imagine being there and Angry says, right, try some of this. This is so-and-so. Try some of that. This is so-and-so. And I'd be having a billion, shots, effectively, sips of something, and getting a vocabulary and probably not being able to remember it the next day because I got drunk.
Yep, that's. I think Abigail might be able to vouch that that's kind of what happens. I just go like, hey, I've got 7 different rums for you to try, or I've got 7 different
Yeah.
whiskeys for you to
Especially
try.
when you get something new.
Yeah, I
like,
love new shit.
Here, taste this. But to
Yeah.
have some perspective, you need to taste this first, then this, and now try this. And here's a cocktail with like several of those in it. And yeah, shenanigans ensue.
Yeah. And I mean, I think I told you that recently I went and had a different cocktail, a different pina colada at a different place, and it was so strong that I ended up asking, like, can I get some? They removed some of the ice and put some coconut juice in there. And it was still far too strong for me that after some of the ice had gone, I ended up getting myself some pineapple juice and putting that in it. And then it was about something I could drink.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a pina colada. It was like something overpowered. And it's like, I don't even know if it was even rum. It may not have even been rum. And as a result, I was given something else. It's like, yeah, I don't really like that. So, it wasn't done properly. The frothiness was there this time, but it wasn't, because the other one was like liquid with a lot of ice, and this one was, blended up. So it was like the ice was just like crystals, more like it. Oh, by the way, talking about crystals, I had a tiny fragment about a 1 millimeter triangle. That was what was in my foot. So it wasn't like a big piece of glass. It was a tiny piece.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm.
but it still bloody hurt to have it stabbing in my foot.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just throwing out the most basic form of a pina colada is rum, potentially more than one sort of rum, and pineapple juice, and cream of coconut, and lime juice. And there's a whole bunch of shit you can play around with around the edges of that. Like you might add cream as well. You might play around with what rums are in there. And you can just, but basically, it's like rum, pineapple, coconut, cream. That's what a pina colada is: rum, pineapple, coconut, cream. And you
It
can
felt like
fuck around.
I've smelled vodka, and it smelled like a strong vodka instead of rum.
White. A lot of white rums don't have a particularly distinct taste. The big thing about vodka, if it's true vodka, it's a neutral spirit, so you don't really taste. If it's a true vodka, you don't really taste anything apart from the ethanol. Essentially, you like taste it and go, I'm aware this has alcoholic content because it burns as it goes down. What there's a whole spectrum of white rums and cane spirits because vodka is a grain spirit. Vodka is either grain or potato spirit. So vodka is meant to be a neutral spirit. White rum is not usually overly flavored one, but its base is sugar and molasses, sugar cane juice and molasses. Some of them are no more flavored than vodka is, but some of them have a much sort of funkier taste. You get this because the molasses has fermented and been distilled, and so it has all this. Even though it doesn't actually have fruit in it, some white cane spirits, white rums, you get it's like overripe banana or overripe pineapple or something and whatnot.
It was a burny taste. when
Yeah,
it went
and
down.
there's a burn. I love how Kirsten told us one night when you think something smells or tastes like nail polish, you say, "Oh, it's high ester." You don't say it smells or tastes like nail polish. If you want to act like you're cool and know shit, you go, "Ooh, this is a rather high ester spirit," which literally means it smells like nail polish remover.
You know what's ironic? I'm literally using nail polish remover.
There you go.
I've literally,
Acetone.
literally got it right here.
Acetone, yeah.
There are a lot of drinking alcohols that are reminiscent of acetone. There's no two ways about it. It's kind of like the people who love the spirits don't want to say that it smells or tastes or is reminiscent of acetone, but it is. It really is. It really is. And that goes for whether it's whiskey or rum or other things. You just go like, what the fuck? This is paint stripper. Why am I drinking paint stripper? And it's like,
Yeah,
But,
well, like I say, that last pina colada I had, far too strong. It wasn't sweet. It was strong and overpowering,
yeah.
and I didn't enjoy the taste. I had to put a lot of other stuff that made it taste better.
Yeah. So the basics of a pina colada are rum and coconut and lime and pineapple. But people might use rums that are way too strong for you or whatever. But because I've got a whole bunch of rums over there. Okay, let's have a fun game. Count how many rums or rum adjacent drinks I have. Okay, so I've got
I'm going to put the lime in the coconut.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. I have at least 10 rums or rum adjacent drinks. And there's a whole spectrum of things from a white rum that only has a really light flavor and light aroma to an overproof pot still rum, which basically smells and tastes. It has these notes of overripe banana, and it's kind of funny when you describe these things and you're trying not to say they smell or taste like shit, but you're describing things that are really terrible, like rancid bananas or something.
Yeah. Or ham cider.
I
Oh
have,
my god!
I have the
New
story.
Year's Eve flashbacks, and again, only Abigail, Net, and myself will ever truly understand ham cider.
Ham cider. Oh
The French
God.
cider.
When we're talking ham, we're talking like was formerly pig.
No. Okay.
No,
okay.
it wasn't. It just tasted like it.
I had this. I had this French cider. It was corked. It was this thing, and I should have drunk it 5 or 6 years previously. And the thing is, this shit goes off even if you don't open it. It goes off. And I finally opened it on New Year's Eve, and I should have opened it 5 years previous. And we opened it and we drank it, and we were like, "This tastes like ham. What the fuck is wrong with this drink?" And we all collectively agreed, I think this cider has gone off. It's like, and it just became this thing we refer to. If a drink is just wrong or questionable, it's ham cider, because we all drank this thing and we all agreed, oh my god, this fucking cider tastes like ham. What the fuck? It was definitely wrong. It was definitely
It
wrong.
was all so bad.
That was not good. It was this. Oh,
Would you like to see the box of alcohol I got yesterday?
yes, I would. Yes, I would. I've just all someone has to say is box of alcohol, and I'm on board.
Does a bear shit in the Pope?
Exactly.
Catholic
Does a
Roman?
bear shit down the
I
Pope's throat?
com-
Yes.
Completely fucked that mixed metaphor up, but
No.
here we are.
This is my
Ooh.
big
I've had a
box,
few drinks.
heavy
Yeah.
10 litres worth.
Ham cider.
Holy
of
shit! 10 liters of booze.
99%
Damn.
isopropyl alcohol.
Oh, that's
It's IPA.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's-
Christ. I thought you meant I'd bought some stuff from an online bottle shop. It's literally a big
no.
box of isopropyl alcohol.
You must
Shit.
be
It's
confusing
not
me
even
with-
ethanol.
Yeah, you must be confusing me with someone like you. No, this is.
Yeah, no.
I use
No,
this for stripping paint off trains. I take things,
Yep.
I take things that looked like that and
Yeah.
turn them into things that look like that.
Yeah.
So is that 70%?
No, this is 99.9%. And the only reason they put 99.9 because it's really 100%, but they can't be totally guaranteed that it is 100%.
Yeah, of course.
Fuck
And
yeah.
the weird magnificence
No,
of
sorry.
this
I just
stuff.
want to fucking make beverages out of isopropyl alcohol at the moment. So.
You
Who
don't want
are
to
you?
drink them.
Who are you?
care if I go blind.
What? Do you know, my friend told me that if I drank some of this to solve the problem with it, I would have to drink vodka because that would dilute it, or that would negate it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So when people do their home still stuff, if they distill their own base alcohol, it tends to be 95 to 97%, because that's about the most it can be.
So you can't physically distill ethanol above 96 point something percent.
Yeah.
Using distillation. You need to then go to quantum effects in it's I looked this up sometime in the past and I don't remember any of it because it went way over my head. But you can get 99.9% ethanol. It just is super expensive.
Yeah. The stuff you can
And
buy
that's why.
commercially, and that's like the Polish rectified spirit, or in the US they have Everclear, tends to be 96, 97% ethanol.
Yeah, because
but
it's
you use
distilled.
that as a base. You use that as a base to create something else, and you dilute it multiple times if you're not a fucking lunatic, and you end up with something that's 30% alcohol. You end up with liqueur 30%. Mind you, I literally still have a thing over here that started off as Polish rectified spirit, which was 97%, and I put rosemary in it, and I left it for too long, and I swear to fucking God, that high alcohol just rips both the color and the flavor out of herbs. And it's not that it was too strong alcohol, it was too strong a flavor. It had too strong a herbal flavor. I couldn't drink it because it's too overpowering. So I've diluted it multiple times with vodka. So it's now, and again, sane humans would dilute it with water. I didn't. I just diluted it with vodka. So it's probably about 60% alcohol, the little bottle, but it's again, it's bright green, and I'll show you. It's a completely natural. Oh, sorry, I just knocked something over. Where's the bottle? Okay, this is it. Okay, so, this tiny little bottle.
You didn't almost break a glass there.
No, that was actually a metal shaker tin I knocked over.
Oh, okay.
But this, I don't know what color this is showing up as, but it looks really
like
nice.
Pale green.
It's a really nice emerald green, but it's a completely natural color. It's leached that color from some rosemary that I put in this fucking Polish rectified spirit.
Do you know what? When you actually described it first, when you said, I got this stuff and I put rosemary in it, and I'm thinking, blimey, if you want to get rid of a body, just stick it in the ground, stick lime over the top. That'll do it better. Because, of course, rosemary, is the name of a women's name.
The real tip is if you're burying someone in your backyard, plant some native plants on top of them, because then it's illegal to dig them up. So... follow me for more gardening tips.
Yeah. Okay, I want you to do something just for the lols. Okay, so grab a bottle that's got a label on it.
All right. Sorry, this one's now it smells quite. This is probably 60% alcohol. It's terrible. It's fine. Oh my God. It smells really nice. It tastes like rosemary. It's probably 50 or 60% alcohol. Quite dangerous. So you want me to, a bottle with a label on it.
Yeah. It's like a whiskey or a rum or whatever,
Okay, a whiskey. Okay. This one. All right.
Yeah. So what does it say on the label?
The label. This is the Gospel Project's Black Heart and Sparrow. 56.8% alcohol. Single barrel rye whiskey. Fuck yeah.
But how does it describe it and stuff?
Okay,
so written on it.
Carefully selected with Black Heart and Sparrow, which is a upmarket bottle shop. This heavily... oh, shit. Okay, sorry. My eyes just stopped working.
You've been drinking IPA.
Yeah. Excuse me for a second while I put a bit more light on the label so I get contrast.
Oh.
Okay.
Getting old sucks ass.
Not so much that. Drinking
old.
That emerald green stuff is, it's so strong you've just got suddenly drunker.
I'm old as fuck. Okay, so this heavily toasted 36-month air-dried single cask is bottled at cask strength. It is rich with brown sugar, muscat, red fruits, allspice, vanillin-laced tannin, and our distinct rye spice. A celebration of kindred spirit.
My one
drink
Laura
labeling
said I have to drink straight from the bottle. She said that. I heard that.
So let me just go and rewind the tape here.
Marketing speak on alcohol bottles, on liquor bottles, just like is the wankiest shit I've ever read.
I get sucked in. I swear to God, really good marketing speak on alcohol, I go, that
Yeah.
sounds awesome. I have to buy that. This one, though, it's a high proof rye. Rye is usually sort of spicier than other whiskies, and it definitely is. It's a little
Yep.
bit spicier. It's definitely got vanilla notes. All I'm getting is the spice from the rye and the vanilla notes. It's fucking nice, though. And sorry, Laura, I just put words into your mouth and said you told me I had to drink.
I know,
this.
don't worry.
But what were you actually going to say?
Well, I was going to read my label. My label says danger, highly flammable liquid and vapor, causes serious eye irritation, may cause drowsiness or dizziness. Keep away from heat, sparks, open flames, hot surfaces, no smoking. Ground bond container and receiving equipment. I don't even know what that means. Avoid breathing dust, fume, gas, mist, vapors, spray. Wear protective gloves, protective clothing, eye protection, face protection. If in eyes, rinse cautiously with water for several minutes. Remove contact lenses if present, and easy to do. Continue rinsing.
Well, look,
I'm
all I'm
reasonably.
gonna say,
I'm reasonably.
This is danger. Look, it's got all these danger signs on it. It's
I'm reasonably confident that I've seen those exact same words on some of the liquor bottles.
at my place, yeah,
Collection.
definitely.
Word for word.
Yeah. You know what
So-
was what I find really, really interesting about this stuff. So what I do is I've got a tall, about this big, spaghetti tube,
Yes,
and it's
yes, I
enough.
know.
It's 2 liters, bro. So what I do is I
Yeah.
stick one and a smidgen left on the bottle, and then I take half a mug of water, just out of a normal mug, and that activates it. If it was just put in neat, it wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
But if you put a bit of water in, suddenly it works. So
Yeah.
I remember I stuck a body shell. When I first got it, I put it in neat, and I put in the put in a body shell, and it took like a week before, and I really had to scrub it, and it's just like, crikey, this stuff doesn't come off well. And then someone pointed out, yeah, it just needs a bit of water. So I put half a mug of water in, and suddenly, I can stick it in there, and maybe 20 minutes later, go in with a toothbrush and just scrub it under the tap, and half the paint will come off, stick it back in, and come back to it, an hour or so later. And I've left it in for days. It doesn't damage anything, even glazing, even the plastic glazing. You can just stick the whole thing in, and it loosens. One of the problems you get with glazing is that you can't always push it out when it's like, when it's a brand new model kind of thing. So sometimes you can get your knife in behind it and kind of break the glue that's holding the glazing in. But sometimes you can do that and it'll crack the glazing, so you've got to replace it, which is a real pain in the backside. So I can just chuck this stuff in with the glazing and it'll soften the glue, so it'll just pop off. It's great stuff.
Yeah. I don't know what made.
Oh, sorry, one tiny thing. There's a company called Phoenix Precision, and they sell this stuff called Super Strip, and it smells ever so slightly different, but it's basically this stuff. But a litre of that stuff will cost probably about like 70 quid, and this cost me about £3.70. And it's like, why would I spend their stuff? And their stuff, it does strip it quicker, but we're talking maybe an hour or two's worth of saving. Yeah. And I don't think, sort of like 10 times the price or 20 times the price, sorry, is worth an hour.
Yes. No, again, you have to do these... The value calculus, basically. Like someone will tell you this is better, and you go, but is it? but is it? Because if I do this,
Based
I
on
get
which
this
metric
result.
is it better?
Yeah. It's always a value judgment. I'm very wary of people who say that, I have an objective truth that says blur, and it's like, okay, no. What you think is important is not necessarily what I think is important. So I want to weigh up all the variables before I decide. For instance, I just felt compelled, and I think Laura told me to do this with the rye whiskey I had. Add some sweet vermouth, and I've got a really classy Manhattan. That's
I heard it too.
oh,
You see,
it's just it's got a slightly smoky edge. I love taking. Again, one of the things I love about cocktails is not just necking them. Like people go, do shots, man. And I'm going, I don't, as a rule, do shots because I'm like, yeah, I'm on board if like literally you're just trying to get fucking shit faced. That's when you do shots, when you're just trying to get shit faced. And there's no question that if I drink cocktails for several hours, because like, okay, Christ, it's 2 a.m. Okay, so I've been drinking for 6 hours now, and I'm still conscious. That's the whole thing. I'm still conscious. I'm still capable of semi-coherent sentence construction. And it's like, because cocktails, when you mix stuff and you get this nice, complex mix of flavors, there's a reward for just having a little sip. You just go, just that tiny sip. Ooh, that set all my taste buds going, and I'm happy. Corollary side effect: I'm getting more drunk as I drink more of that. But I'm just not so much into just necking things and just going like, yeah. Because that's how you end up throwing up later. And it's like, and I'm still holding out. I don't even remember when the last time I threw up was, but it was quite a few years ago. I have not thrown up from drinking alcohol off for at least 5 or 6 years. I don't really remember. I just know I've been. It's funny because I've been in this house for over 4 years, and I know I haven't thrown up since I've been here. I know there were a couple of incidents in my previous house. The two funniest ones were absolutely. Oh God, I don't know. About 8 years ago, I did New Year's Eve at a friend's place, and we were drinking all night and doing karaoke and whatnot. And I felt okay, but as we left, and because Mrs. Angry was driving, because I had been drinking all night, we were walking down the friend's driveway, and I was just walking down, going, "That was awesome, thanks." And without warning, as I'm walking down their driveway, I just kind of went, "Bah!" and threw up all over their driveway. And they went, "Well, that was embarrassing." And they said, "Yeah," and we cleaned it up. So that was one. And there was another one. I went to a venue in the city where a friend was performing, and I thought, the drinks in this place are going to be really expensive. So I went to a bottle shop in the city and got a 1.25 liter bottle of Little Fat Lamb. Abigail, are you familiar
God!
with the little fat lamb?
Oh yeah.
Is the
Oh
work
God.
of the devil. Laura, you probably have equivalent in the UK. It's basically, you get these things. You can get it. It's a 1.25 liter bottle. It's like a fizzy drink, but it's alcoholic, and it's really cheap.
Have I told you the story of a friend of mine whose 18-year-old son invested in Little Fat Lamb
Oh my
by
God.
buying like $2,000 worth
Of shares?
drinks? No,
Oh,
of
shit.
just the product.
of the drink, of the product. Okay.
Of the drink to sell.
Yes, to their friends.
And to their friends, and no one would buy it because it was shit. And he got stuck with bottles and bottles of Little Fat Lamb. He couldn't give them away. They were so bad. And
Okay,
he lost about $2,000 from it.
Oh shit!
There's
That's-
something
that's
we
pretty
have in
harsh.
the UK called white lightning.
Yeah, it's
and-
probably the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this isn't sparkling. This is supposedly a cider, but I'm not sure any apples have been anywhere near it. It's mostly just alcohol that smells a little
Yeah.
like maybe an apple was like waved over it or something. You know.
Yeah.
Or maybe they filled it like, maybe they filled the bottle with apples around it. I don't know, but either way,
It might have been in the same room as an apple at one point.
yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. It's
Yeah.
it probably just has apple flavoring in, but it's just it's IPA with apple flavoring in it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm exaggerating, obviously.
Yeah.
But I remember drinking this with a friend, and I never got drunk or anything. He drank most of it. I only had maybe a glass. But the next day, when you've had a curry and you end up getting the burps, and you can taste the flavor. Well, the taste of the apple had gone, and all there was the raw alcohol burping in my throat. Acid reflux kind of thing.
Acid reflux of alcohol. Oh my god.
Yeah, and I already suffer with acid reflux, so not so much anymore because I take pills for it. But it still was pretty awful. By the way,
awful.
I just want to mention this IPA that I bought. I use it for two things: stripping trains for the paint, and when I do this stuff, it's used for cleaning the. I'll use it for cleaning the bottom. Cleaning this, and I've got like a little tub, but it's about that big, that wide, and about that long. And I just sort of dump it in there and just sort of slosh it around a bit, to get it all on there, and that gets rid of the. It breaks down the resin that's the wet resin that's still on it, and then after that's been washed, I take it out and I wash it under the tap, and then it's basically good then. So that's what I use it for. What's really weird though is after a bit of use in the tub and cleaning stuff out, you end up with like a slurry of resin that's all like pulled together in a big clump. So, and I tell you what this looks like. Do you remember Ghostbusters 2? There was that sort of pink stuff floating around under the city.
Yes.
Mood slime.
Yeah, it's kind of like that stuff, but imagine it in water. So imagine the alcohol is the water, and it's this stuff in it, and you can like pick it up like a big gloopy, what do you call it? That silly goo stuff you could buy as a kid and you squelch it. Slime. Yeah, it was that. It goes like that, except for it's just not as nice to touch. It's slimy, but you know that it's just resin, and it's probably not good for. You probably shouldn't be touching it, let alone, the idea of manipulating it with your hands. But,
Yeah. No, it's fucked up. So what Abigail and I were talking about was Little Fat Lamb, which is a carbonated alcoholic beverage. Sometimes it's canned, sometimes it's 1.25 liters. But if you get the 1.25 liters, it's about 8 standard drinks in that. And that, depending when and where you buy it, is somewhere between $7 and $12 for 8 standard drinks, which is it's clearly just aimed at idiot teenagers. And I admit I've done it. So I did it once. I was going, I'm going to this thing. A friend's going to be performing at this burlesque bar. I'm going to do pre-drinks. I'm going to go to this bottle shop, and I got a bottle of Little Fat Lamb, and I drank a bunch of it. And then I went to this bar, and the bartender was there, and I was like, do amazing. And she was making me fucking strong drinks. And then I went to this thing, and I was, basically, I was quite sick after a while. And I was going, okay, I'm going home now. And I got on the train. I actually threw up on the train. And the funny thing was, I'd been working in the city, so I was wearing like business clothes. I do business clothes and a tie and everything, and just throwing up on a train, which I think was probably a fun visual for a bunch of people. And I was very embarrassed because I'm literally, and there was a fair amount of volume of me throwing up on this train. And I'm like, well, that's bad. And I remember this young woman sort of asking me if I'm okay. And I sort of leaned across and went, you are incredibly kind. The fact that you are actually asking if I'm okay while I'm making your whole train trip incredibly gross because I'm throwing up.
Yeah.
I just go, you're a very kind person, and I appreciate that.
And you're a very kind drunk.
Yeah, and I was literally just going, you're a very kind person. I'm basically okay. Yes, I know I just threw up, but yeah, I'm basically okay. And then I got off the train and I got tram and I got home. And that was in the other house we used to live in. And there's a big garden out the front. And I just as I got home and I got to the front fence, I went, I'm going to throw up again. And my brain, which is a very clever brain, just went,
Big
okay,
brain time.
big brain time. If I go inside, I'm definitely going to throw up. If I go inside into the toilet and throw up into the bowl for a while, I'll wake up Mrs. Angry, and that will be uncool. And it's like I'm absolutely definitely about to throw up. So what I'll do, vomit I think is organic. If I vomit into the garden, that's like fertilizer, and it's all good. And so I was we had this brick fence that was only about 1 meter high. It was a low brick fence, and I thought I'll just lean over this and vomit into some of the plants that are in the front garden, and it'll just be like fertilizer. And I spent, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes just fucking hurling into the garden, and I went, okay, that's all out of my system now. The perfect crime, all is well. I will go inside. And so I went inside. I think I probably went into the bathroom and brushed my teeth because, breath smells like vomit. And I went in and I went into bed. And then Mrs. Angry goes, the fuck? You made so much noise throwing up into the garden out the front. And I went, really? Was that a lot of noise? I thought I was being really clever. And
It was the retching. That was the
it
problem.
was, and apparently it was very vocal. Apparently the whole thing was very vocal. I was doing the whoa,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it was just like, when you're drunk, the stupidest fucking thoughts get into your head, and it's just like, I'll do this thing and no one will know, and fucking everyone knows. And
I got a couple of things. So I nearly made a drinking mistake about an hour ago. Because what I've been doing, over the last few days, I've been painting some War Games models. And so I've got this old jam jar, Dormio jar, with water in it. And at one point I went like that and went, oh, hang on, not that one. It's that one. That's normal. The location. What I've got is my table.
You almost drank the paint jar water.
It's got a little notch in it, and so I have my glass of drink there all the time. And at the moment, its location is currently taken up with the jar of, currently, as you can probably tell, this is elephant. This is elephant green.
Oh shit.
And have you seen?
For those people who don't know, elephant green is where you take all the old bits of pots of paints that you got in the garage and you mix them all together to make something. And with all those different colors, it makes something look like a greeny gray color.
Oh shit! Yeah.
It's called
Angry Chat. Stella's
found some extra as fuck stuff from William. Okay, I need to look it up. I'm going to look it up. Let me see what comes up if I just Google William David.
And after you've done, I've got a vomit
Oh,
story for
wow.
you. Which is a sentence that no one should really want to say, but you know.
Holy shit. So I put in William David and it's clearly brought up the right clothes, but it's also brought up on Google a Dr. David Stoney. And it's like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Who is William David? Thank you. William David is an Indian cinematographer. Okay, I don't think that's what we're talking about. But yeah, the clothes have shown up, and they are definitely extra AF.
I'll be back in a sec.
I'm gonna look. Okay, William David products. So they have. Okay, what's on the homepage of William David? 2021 shirts. Want 10% off my first order? Honestly, no. I don't think I'm going to buy anything from you. Long sleeve shirts, pants, watches. Oh man, these jackets though. All right, I honestly, I should probably share my screen. I think the suit jackets are the most fun. Okay, I'm going to share a screen. This is what Stella thought I might be interested in. And honestly, I am a bit interested in this. Oh no, that's not it. Shit. Stop.
Well, those are great.
Yeah, but I want to go to the actual website. Suit jackets, this one. Okay, so yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's some pretty
They are nothing if not flamboyant.
There are some pretty impressive suit jackets there.
This looks like going into one of the what was it called? One of the in Grand Theft Auto 5, you can go into a sort of posh shop and buy clothes that look like that.
Yes, I agree. That is sorry, yeah, no. Thank you, Stella. Those are definitely extra as fuck, and I appreciate that. So yeah, no. In terms of clothing, I did purchase a kilt last night because basically the new lockdown just made me go fuck everything, and I thought, you know what? I looked it up. I bought my kilt years ago, like three years ago. And the hilarious thing was, during COVID, I put on a bunch of weight. I've since lost it and lost some additional. But probably about this time last year, I went to put my kilt on, and I had put on too much weight and I couldn't actually put my kilt on, and I was super embarrassed. Now that kilt is way too big for me, and I have to double over a huge amount of the fabric and put a belt on to wear it. So just out of the blue, because this lockdown just fucking gave me the shits. Last night I went on to the Scottish Kilt website, and I went, you know what? I'm getting that one. It was a hybrid kilt. It's got some tartan. It's got some navy, and who knows? It's probably going to take months to reach me. Who knows when I'm going to forget? But I got it. I got it a couple sizes smaller than I am now, because it's like an aspirational summer kilt, and because I am still losing weight, and so it's like, okay, this is not an aspirational summer kilt for me to wear. But it was really funny, like my journey with the kilt over the last 12 months, like about this time last year, trying to put it on and go, oh my God, I'm too fucking fat to put this kilt on. And I was mortified. And then a month or so back, I went to put the kilt on again, and it was so much too big. I had to put a belt on and really double up a huge amount of the fabric to wear it. I'm like, okay, my weight is yo-yoing like there's no fucking tomorrow, and it's like, okay. So I got I ordered a kilt that's a couple sizes too small for me now, but it's probably going to take a month or two to arrive. Maybe I will have lost enough weight for it to be the right size by the time it arrives. Who knows? But I'll lockdown and shit.
I still have tabs open from Dracula clothing when we
Dracula
did a
Clothing
deep dive.
is so cool. And when I got this kilt, that's when I had a whole bunch of goth stuff advertised to me, like Dracula Clothing. And what was funny is as soon as I went back on this kilt site and bought something, and then I went on Facebook, and then a shit ton of goth clothing was advertised to me on Facebook, and I was just like, okay, cool.
You know what happened for you though, Abigail? You became a band from, gosh, what was it? The late 80s, early 90s, something like that. You became Transvision Vamp.
Oh my god, Transvision! Yeah. Oh my god,
I remember them.
Yeah. This is actually, again, Abigail, weird coincidence that you mentioned it. This is the vest I bought from Dracula Clothing.
Nice.
There's probably not enough resolution showing up, but it's a black vest.
Blue,
but it has a bunch of brocade embroidery on it. It's a nice vest. The cut is honestly not great. It's not a very subtle cut. It's weird and blocky.
Okay.
But
yeah,
I am kind of tempted because
I know someone
has big coats.
Stella asks,
I know someone who can do clothing alteration.
My thing is, okay, if I look, okay, because my weight loss thing stalled for a month or so, but now it's kind of back on track because I'm doing the meal replacement things, and it's going in the right direction again now. And I think that's a normal thing. For months, I was just losing weight, and then it stalled because I think I had a particular thing, but now it's moving in the right direction. So I don't know, in a couple months, or 6 months, or 12 months, if I've hit a target I want, there's a custom clothing maker that used to have a shop in Melbourne Central, but now they just do stuff by appointment through the internet. They're called Anton's, and they make fucking awesome shit. And I think if I get to a weight that I'm happy with, I'm probably going to reward myself by hitting them up and say, hey, I want you to measure me up and just do me custom, just like fuck off glorious pseudo goth, new romantic kind of. I gotta
get onto this whole meal replacement weight loss thing.
I was going to give you a couple to see if you like them.
You did. I did. I liked the chocolate ones.
I like the chocolate ones. I fucking love the chocolate ones.
They're okay. Like they're not chocolate. They taste like they have a chocolate coating, but
yes,
yeah, they're nice. The other ones made me want to throw up in my mouth a little bit. They were awful.
That's not good.
But the chocolate ones were nice.
Speaking about throwing up in your mouth, I wanted to tell you my vomiting story.
Yes, please.
Which relates back to earlier.
Before you do, just quickly, I need someone to sponsor buying me some clothes from Dracula Clothing. And I'm just going to leave that out there into the world. It doesn't have to be any of you, but, you know, if someone happens to be watching this at some point who wouldn't mind helping me out, that would be great.
Send me a link. Then all you have to do is do a fashion parade for me, and I'm up.
So my vomiting story. So this was around it was about 2003, 2004, something like that. Yeah. It was Christmas as well. And you know, one of the things that always makes me chuckle when I hear the racist bastards who sort of say, oh, these bloody foreigners and all that kind of stuff. The bloody foreigners are the reason why you can go to a shop on Christmas Day and buy food because the Muslims don't celebrate it, so therefore they're
Yes.
for business. But also, back in the day, like this instance, everything used to be shut between Christmas and New Year. You know, just before Christmas, everything shut down. You know, like Christmas Eve, everyone would do the last minute shopping, and then it'd be a week, and everything be shut until like New Year. And then you got the New Year sales. Now things open on Boxing Day or maybe the day after. Anyway, so everything was shut. Well, I had the flu. I managed to catch the flu over Christmas kind of time. And so it was like between Christmas and New Year. And the only thing I drink is squash. So, you know, like cordial, you just put a bit of water, you know, put a little bit in a glass, fill it with water. There you go. And well, months before, I bought some lime cordial, but lime is a little bit strong, if you know what I mean. It's a bit too much. And I knew that I really wasn't in the mood for it, but I hadn't had a drink for like all day because I'd run out of my normal juice and I was too sick to go to the shop, you know, and get some more. And so I was, you know, I fell asleep and I woke up and I was really dehydrated, just so dry. So I went to the kitchen and I was so thirsty, I made a full pint glass of this lime cordial because water tastes like crap for me. And I was so thirsty, I just like jugged it all down in one go. And I went back to bed. But then as I got into bed, I felt my stomach kind of, you know, do that thing that it wants to vomit, the heave thing. And it's like, calm down, just breathe in and out, and hopefully it'll go away in a second. And then my brain, and then I did it again. I went, oh my God, I've got to go to the toilet now. I'm about 5 steps away from the toilet. And I didn't make it. I got 2 steps and I felt myself start to go, and I put my hand in front of my mouth and it just sprayed. It went all the way down my nightgown. It went on the wall. It went on the floor. It even a bit went on the ceiling. The worst you know, it was projectile, but it didn't have anywhere to project except for to my hand and then splatter. So, yeah, that was my worst, you know, but not terrible. I mean, lime with a lot of water cleans up quite quickly and easily. I went to water after that because that was safe.
That's fair.
And I got better a couple of days later. So, you know. Anyway, this is now cured. So I'm going to clip all the all the, you know, all the supporting layers, because this was printed like that on a slight angle, and this took 11 hours to do. This one took a lot less. That was about 5, I think it was 4.5, 5 hours.
Jeez, that's really slow.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's 0.005 layers per millimeter. Per layer. So it's really fine. It does a lot of. I think it's 2,500 layers in this.
Damn.
So yeah, it's a lot of work. But like I say, the resolution is fantastic on this. So now I've just got to clip all the little bits of support material off.
Okay.
And the nice thing is, it costs next to nothing.
That's good.
You know, this was like, you know, this is £1.70 something, I think it was.
Plus the electricity cost.
Yeah, that's pretty low anyway. It's not very powerful.
Oh, over here it isn't. It's a factor.
Right.
It's a factor.
Mm.
I was going to answer
the Liberal government fucked us over with. Oh yeah.
This is the support material. It's like framework,
scaffolding.
Yeah.
My kilt, Stella, was from a site called I think ScottishKilt.com. This is the one I've paid for. So this is from ScottishKiltShop.com. This is the place I got my utility kilt from about 3 years ago, and the hybrid kilt I got. So it's like the dark utility thing, and in the pleats is a tartan. So that's the kilt I actually ordered last night. It'll probably take months to arrive. I don't know. And hopefully I will. I deliberately bought it a couple sizes too small. So hopefully by the time it arrives, I'll be able to fit into it. So, but yeah, their stuff is pretty good. And I totally agree with you, Stella, that Anton's is freakishly expensive. Occasionally, Anton's stuff is freakishly expensive. But that's just the thing. I thought that I would reward myself if I reach my ultimate goal, which will probably take me minimum 6-12 more months to reach, to then just get a custom, go talk to the people like Anton's and get a custom suit made, because they just have amazing stuff. But it's definitely expensive stuff as well. Although I do remember that one of the funniest things I remember when they still had a shop at Melbourne Central, I was with someone who's at like an officer's work in the city, and she was so conservative. Like, I think her family was Italian or Greek or something, and so she was so socially conservative. And we'd been looking at this window of Anton's, and she thought this shirt looked really nice. She thought it was a kind of abstract design on this shirt that they had, and she's going, "That's nice. I'd like to get that for my husband." And I went, "Really?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Really?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Can you please look at it really closely?" And it was like these ancient Greek Olympian type naked dudes fucking each other. And again, because they were so small, she was literally just seeing it as an abstract design, and she's going, "I think I'd get that shirt for my husband." And I'm like, "Really?" And she says, "Yeah." I'm like, "Really?" And I said, "Please look at it very closely." We looked at it and it was like, dudes either fucking each other up the butt or sucking dick. And I'm like, "Yep, that entire shirt is literally the gayest possible shirt in existence." Which, okay, personally, I'm okay with, but you are a very conservative Christian, and I don't think you should get that shirt for your husband, honestly, because I think it would just raise a bunch of questions. And it's like, no. It's kind of like my pseudo Hawaiian shirts, those 50s, 60s retro shirts I've been wearing and been buying off the internet, and I fucking love them. And I've heard people say, like, they look kind of gay. And I'm like, no, you're wrong. They look super gay. And I just don't see that as a negative, quite honestly.
Or super straight.
One of the two, because all I think of when I have these.
Do you understand what I mean by super straight?
Oh no, those fuckwits.
Yeah, those people. Yeah.
I'm confused.
Okay, there are people who, I am so super straight. I couldn't, the whole gayness is awful, and I am super straight. And of course, this is the monstrously homophobic. And of course, there's that rather famous experiment when they sort of, they interviewed people, and the ones that were most homophobic, they went and examined them a bit more closely. And they had this, they basically had like an elastic band around their penis, and then they showed them gay porn and other porn as well. And of course, they were more aroused by the gay porn, which was, one of those doth protest too much problems.
Yeah.
So,
one of my favorite articles from The Onion from years back was headlined, why do these homosexuals keep sucking my dick?
Yep. I remember that in print when The
Oh my
Onion
God,
was a print.
because that's an old one. That's a classic one.
That's
from so long
That's from
ago.
the 90s. That one,
But
early
it's just this guy
2000s.
who's so homophobic, going, "Why do I have to go through life with just?"
Oh no,
sucking-"
he doesn't have anything. He didn't have a problem with their lifestyle or anything. He just wanted to know why they kept sucking his dick, and
Yeah.
like when he would aggressively take them from behind just to show them
Yeah.
how straight he was, and
Oh yes, when he would
wear
very
intimidating
aggressively.
cod pieces and leather.
Yeah. There's this whole thing about
It
him
just
being
seemed
a
to spur them on.
really aggressive dom and just spurs them
Yeah.
on. Why do these homosexuals keep sucking my dick? And it's just like, oh my God. Okay, cool.
Oh, it was great.
It was very good. It was very good. Very
Okay,
good.
so now the majority of the support material have been removed. You can see little bits,
yeah.
when it's still stuck on, but
Pretty cool.
Some of them snap off, other ones need trimming, and then I get my modeling scalpel in there and just clean off the other bits.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm getting super tired.
It's 2:30. I should have gone to bed
Yeah.
ages ago. And I was sucking on an ice cube because there's no more drink in my glass. So
5:30 p.m. here. By the way, speaking about ice cubes, I tried your thing about putting thermos in the freezer.
Yeah.
And to get perfectly pure ice.
Yeah.
Two problems. Number one, it didn't exactly work. As in, I left it in for 2 weeks, and when I took it out, you could still hear it sloshing around inside.
Okay.
So that was one, and then the other one, and I couldn't get the lid off, and the reason was because some of it had frozen, and so basically it had gummed up the lid.
No. Okay.
Oh my goodness!
Step
Sorry,
first.
Stella just put me down the rabbit hole of something that might be the most awesome thing ever.
Stella start Googling Antons and got on the Facebook page. Now Facebook's recommending the Melbourne Gothic Victorian Picnic. Need to know more? Fair enough. Okay, so I'm just going to throw out, Laura, don't use a thermos. What you want is a double-walled insulated coffee cup. Here is a very common one.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Here's a less common one, but it's very large and does a lot of things. But the big thing you do, there is a thermos will kind of go in at the top, which is useless. And some of these coffee cups go in a tiny bit at the top, which is useless. So you need one that is wider at the top.
Gotcha.
I've got 3 that work essentially. But yeah, you don't want a thermos, you want a coffee cup. So this one, this is a very standard one. This is a standard coffee cup. It's got a lid that goes on it, but you fuck the lid off. You definitely do not put the lid on, because the whole thing is you need directional freezing. So it needs to be open at the top. You will freeze from the top down, which actually pushes the impurities, the air bubbles and the other impurities down. So the last bit of ice will be all the impurities, and you cut that off. And then you get nice clear ice. I got this great big tall one that holds fuck knows how much, probably about 1 liter. It's like for people who literally want to poison themselves with caffeine or whatever. And it had a little lid or whatnot. But when I freeze this, you get this really nice, you get a very long tube of ice, and you can cut that into 3 pieces. That makes 3 big chunks of ice. But you don't want a thermos. You can't have the lid on. It's all about experimentation. So I think we have decided at 2:30.
I gotta say one more
time to go to bed.
thing. I got one
Laura,
more last thing, and
go
it goes
for
back to you said people want to poison themselves with caffeine.
Yes.
I've got to tell you about someone who turned one person making a claim about something and saying, "Hold my beer."
Yes.
So what happened was, as I mentioned, I used to go to these things in America. In America, coffee, is like the English tea. Everybody drinks coffee. That's what people drink. So breakfast happens. We're at this hotel place, hotel place, and it's breakfast. And so one of my friends, Vicky, she would describe herself as a coffeeholic because she'd have like 3 for breakfast or something. And my British friend who was there was like, yeah, I have more than that. I just don't make a big deal out of it. And so I went and told my other friend about this situation, So my other friend, Samantha, does the hold my beer and drinks 12 cups of coffee for breakfast.
Oof. Oh my God.
And then sometimes sort of about 11, 12-ish, felt ill.
No shit.
Of course they do.
Wow.
And it's like, oh, have you got like a blood sugar problem? Says someone else. It's like, no, she just drank 12 bloody cups of coffee for breakfast because, I told her that my other friend drank more but didn't make a big deal of it. And then my, Samantha decided to turn it into a dare. So, yeah. Self-inflicted
It was at
coffee.
that point that she'd realised.
Yeah, and it's like,
up.
maybe you should check to see if you got diabetes. You bloody well have if you keep drinking 12 cups of coffee for breakfast just because someone made it into a game. And she needed to win the game at all costs.
Oof.
Imagine, I've had like 3 drinks at 27% alcohol. Hold my beer. I'm going to drink 4 drinks or 10 drinks at 70% or something. It's like, and this person ends up in hospital, because they've got alcohol.
I'm definitely not on board with challenging people to do things with alcohol that will get them in hospital. I'm not into that. Oof. Okay, so I think it's like 2:30. It's absolutely time for Abigail and I to go to bed.
And it's also time to go to the dentist if it's 2:30.
Oh, you've got a dentist thing. Okay.
No,
2:30.
2:30. Okay.
Oh, groan.
Okay. All right.
Yike.
All right. So,
Good night, everyone.
So I won't be on.
I'll buzz you about the box thing.
Yeah. All right. So I'm not going to be on for Saturday night because I will be having an at-home fucking lockdown isolation date night with Mrs. Angry for Saturday night. But I'll be on Sunday night. So fucking have a good time, everyone. See you later.
Thanks for watching.
Good night, everyone.